gets out without even having his
21-minute
flash.
and 30-second Flame Horizon.
The old Flame, what people saw was the Flame Horizon, you know, going to like out-CS you and just completely destroy your whole team.
What a monster! If the 1v2 wasn't enough, how about the 1v3?
But now I see like the way he plays the game is like, make a play on your team before you can react to it, and he kind of just loves to get into those team fights.
Flame stuns up Arrow, who goes down to Pobelta.
It's kind of interesting to see like how he's a different player now than he was before, and he has different strengths and weaknesses, but that is his strength and his playstyle now. I think he does it better than any other top laner.
For another day of North American LCS action here at the end of Week 7. 2 playoff spots have already been snatched up, and no one wants to be left out of the summer postseason. Now, earlier in the day, we saw contracts loading in. He showed off his cane on Friday. We'll see if he's even allowed to break it out today when it comes to the picks and bans. He's, of course, going up against Altec and Adrian, who've been showing up huge for Team Dignitas on a hot win streak, taking down TSM yesterday. Doublelift and the TSM squad suffering that loss. He and TSM will be looking to bounce back against Echo Fox in our first match in the Battle Theater. Here you see them exchanging glances in the hallway.
Great shot. Really like the way that
Those
one
were some
looked.
really fantastic shots to open up the day. Credit to whoever is responsible for those. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Earlier this week, for undisclosed terms, I negotiated to have Mark Zimmerman in the Analyst Dojo for a third day in a row. I'm glad we were able to get through those negotiations in a successful manner.
I'll tell you the terms. It's basically, we agreed to call it the dojo. And that's all it took to get me back.
That's really all
in
it
here,
was.
yeah.
And hey, I'm all aboard of the dojo train.
Yeah,
Right?
Oh, that,
Sure,
yeah, I
why
don't know
not?
if this dojo.
Now, we've got some explosive matches for you today. It all starts on NALCS 1, where Team Dignitas hope to extend their climb in the standings versus Cloud9, followed by a first-place rematch between CounterLogic Gaming and Immortals, where our desk welcomes guest caster rookie Phoenix One jungler Mike Young. That'll be exciting. Now, if your day is starting on NALCS 2, Echo Fox take to the Battle Theater opposite TSM. Then Team Envy and FlyQuest continue their fight for a playoff spot later in the day. As I mentioned at the top, we've got 2 playoff spots already claimed, and who better to acquire them than our first-place teams, who are duking it out later in the day.
CLG Immortals is going to be a very interesting match to watch, just because Immortals yesterday, though they won over FlyQuest, not super convincing in terms of their picks on the patch. A lot of weird stuff, Rumble Jungle, Poppy Top. Sure, you can argue, oh, maybe it was flexed and they got forced into a weird spot, but it did not look super great in Game 1, and even in Game 2 and 3, while much cleaner, didn't show great mastery over the new patch on 7.14. Whereas on the flip side, CLG look fantastic. They are already flexing the Maokai between top and jungle, something they were doing previously with Gragas. They just basically both learned a new champ, but kept the same strategy.
Now, of course, this is, the battle for first only because TSM suffered that loss yesterday. Of course, right after we called them perhaps the best team in the league, they go and drop that series to Dignitas and are now sitting in second place.
That was the thing, is you can see that they also, like Immortals a little bit, seem to be struggling on the new patch. They did get forced into a weird situation where the Xerath pick did make some sense. There are a lot of mid lane bans, and you could see how it worked with the Jarvan. Now, that said, even in Game 2, you really didn't see much innovation in terms of what's strong on this patch. No Cho'Gath, there's a Jax pick seemingly out of nowhere, no Maokai. They gave it over twice to Dignitas, who were executing with that champion, so it did feel like maybe a little bit of unfamiliarity.
Exactly. Coming into that match, Altec had said that if Dig were to win, it would probably largely be due to the new patch and their ability to adapt to it. We don't want to credit their win entirely to 7.14, but it certainly played a heavy role. We saw things like the Sivir pick come out alongside the Maokai.
Yeah, just understanding what's going to be strong together. So Maokai Sivir was always super good. They bring it back here. Sivir's also a little bit stronger in the meta with less harass. Same with Janna as well, a champion that they comboed that Sivir with. The laning phase of Janna was always a little bit weak when she got poked out a lot, but against things like a Thresh, where you just have to worry about the all-in, it's not nearly as bad as she has the ability to reset some of those engages. And with the coin coming in, it's just super nice. The gold generation on this thing is huge, and then it's like once you get into the Ardent Sensor build with Janna, she becomes completely online. You just buff up that Sivir, and she becomes a monster as well.
It's pretty fascinating, right? Within 2 days of this new patch, just Friday and Saturday, we had a plethora of new and unique picks to the summer split popping up. Hope to see some more of those. I'm still waiting exciting to see who's going to be the next jungler to pull out. Kayn right alongside Contracts. He found tremendous success with it on Friday. I don't know if it's just an under-practiced champion at the moment or what's going on there.
I'm sure it's a little bit of that, just because when you heard the interview with Contracts at the end of that match, he was like, yeah, I played this a ton in solo queue. I tried to figure it out. I initially went blue Kayn. I thought it wasn't that good.
Right.
So then I had to adapt and learn. If you haven't gone through that learning process yet, and there hadn't been any patches or any professional games with that champion that you could watch and then scrim with, it's a little bit hard to learn. But now that's been debuted for 1 week, maybe you can take that kind of, super leash with Kayn and start copying that style.
I mean, it's clear that things are not clear on patch 7.14. So if you have any questions about the patch, make sure to send them to @LOL Esports with the hashtag NALCS. Myself, Zyrene, and Nazael will answer some of them on NALCS tonight after the show. Time to kick it over to the casters, though, to get the games underway. Enjoy.
Thank you, Dash.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Business III, and alongside me is the guy who ensures there is no snake in my boot, Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley.
Always looking out for you, Riv.
Thank you very much. We're getting ready for our first series here as Echo Fox takes on TSM. And last night, TSM did suffer that 2-0 loss to Team Dignitas, so looking to recoup here.
Yeah, and I mean, a bit surprising. Pretty much everyone has TSM as the #1 team in the league right now, so for them to get 2-0'd was a bit of a shock. But Dignitas looked better prepared for the patch. They played better, and I think they executed on the game plan better as well. So we're going to have to see what TSM brings to the table today. And it's also worth remembering, Bjergsen only 5 kills away from 1,000.
He's going to be firing all cylinders to get those. We'll see if he can be the first mid laner to hit that milestone versus Echo Fox here, who have been on a bit of a downward spiral themselves.
Yeah, they really have. The subbing in and out has not been working at all. The main roster, is 10-10. All of their iterations are 2-9.
Yeah.
And I believe that was actually with yesterday, there's another loss added to that too. So, I mean, this team has definitely been struggling, and this is not what we call the main roster. This is some of the subs. We have, I believe, Mash and Brandini are in today. So we'll see if they can actually perform against one of the best teams in the league.
We'll see if they can start to make a mark here at the end of the split for themselves. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it will be Echo Fox. That means it is Brandini in the top lane, Acadian in the jungle, Froggen roaming around in mid, Mash at bot with Gate as his support, Coach Anero for picks and bans.
And on the red side today, it's going to be TSM. In the top lane, Hanser. In the jungle, Svenskeren. Mid lane, Bjergsen. Bot and support going to be Doublelift and Biofrost with Coach Park.
A lot of this meta is showing us that it can kind of like break open and go anywhere to non-meta picks. We actually saw TSM trying to pull out the Xerath yesterday, as we've seen it in a few places, definitely in solo queue, but didn't expect it to come out.
Yeah, and I mean, part of that, I think, was simply because of the way picks and bans went. There's like something like 6 bans on mid lane, and you have to be able to show some depth to your champion pool when you're getting focused that hard. So I think that this patch has shown that there's room for a lot of different picks, right? Yes, tanks are strong. Yes, lethality users are strong, but you can have a variety of different things. It's not as one-dimensional as I think people were making it out to be. People were talking about only tanks in the jungle.
Right.
Yes, we've seen tanks in the jungle. We've also seen Kayn. We've seen Graves. We've seen Kha'Zix. We've seen Elise. So there is, I think, a lot of different interpretations to what is best this patch, and we'll see if the teams do eventually settle on.
I mean, look at the bans already in Phase 1. Talon, Jax, Caitlyn. You're going to look for that Zac, look for that Elise still. Look at the Cho'Gath, usually gets through. The Kallistas are still there. This is going to be a pretty great pick and ban.
I mean, the two for me that I think you really have to highlight as far as tanks goes is Maokai and Cho'Gath.
And Maokai as well.
I think those two are really the elite tanks in this patch. They can both be flexed, which I think gives them additional power also. Yes, Zac is very strong, but Zac really only plays in the jungle in professional play. Cho'Gath and Maokai can go to either role, and flex picks become so powerful. So we'll see, does TSM actually want to ban one of those out, or are they willing to make a trade?
Jarvan has been something that the junglers have been going back to because of its ability to flex a little bit, as we see Thresh commonly taken out now in the first phase here, as well as that Elise, the tried and true third ban, or one of them from blue side. And that Kalista does get picked up.
Kalista getting picked up, TSM has the opportunity, if they want to go tank heavy, you can actually go both Maokai and Cho'Gath as the first round and use that in massive front line in the top and jungle. I think it's a very powerful first 2 picks, but people are not always as comfortable on those champions as they are kind of newer, especially the Cho'Gath. So we'll see if they do decide to go for that, or if they are going to actually lock in the Rumble. Maokai, I think, certainly should be the pick. The question now becomes, do they want the double frontline, or are they willing to give over the Cho'Gath? Because Brandini or Acadian will likely play it if TSM won't take it away.
Had a few hovers, but like we said, only contracts so far getting locked in here on this Kayn. 10 seconds left as the Maokai gets locked in. Still looking at Echo Fox's side to what can synergize with that. Kalista may actually be a Kennen. Gate definitely having quite a big champion pool himself, and it's the Jhin lock-in, as more people have been trending towards that.
Yeah, the Kalista Kennen is something we've seen pop up a couple times. It's got varied results, and it hasn't been super successful. Obviously, a throwback to when Kalista first kind of came in the scene, that was very, very popular. I would also say things like Braum work very well. Any sort of engagey type supports can be pretty powerful, but you can also use it as a disengage with even things that are more passive, like Janna and those sorts of champions too.
I love that ability of the in and the out. It's almost like a safe Ashe arrow. If your support has their own way of getting in. The Rumble gets locked in. They showed that a bit on the side of TSM, but it is going to be Brandini's.
Now, something we can see here is this is kind of saying, hey, we're expecting that to be a Maokai top because that's a pretty good matchup. You can now actually counterpick the Rumble and then swap the Maokai to the jungle. So you could do something like Camille, who can be a pick that snowballs very heavily against the Rumble. Also, you have very strong gank assist coming out of the jungle from the Maokai. So personally, I would like to see that. It's not actually the choice here from TSM, but I think options like that are sometimes overlooked because you've essentially got Echo Fox trying to pick 4 lane now against the Maokai, and Maokai can simply be flexed. Camille is one of Hauntzer best champions, so why not pick for an advantageous composition like that?
Absolutely. Also looking at the side of Echo Fox, seeing that Rumble actually flex into the jungle a few times, they decided to just say, yeah, Kha'Zix's Rumble, we'll take those. Obvious mid, or obvious jungle, obvious top. What does the second ban phase have, though? Froggen gets a hit from that Lucian, and LeBlanc onto Bjergsen. Do they continue with that, or do they look at that top side of the map? Oh, sorry.
And that's the question, right? You can sometimes draw more bans. This is one advantage of not taking your top lane earlier because you still can flex it, and if the second ban phase draws jungle or top lane bans, you can then flex that Maokai to the role to kind of have that additional option later. We also have to remember that Karma theoretically can be a mid laner. Very likely will be support. But Karma has kind of fallen out of favor somewhat, has received a number of nerfs over the last few patches, and people have been kind of prioritizing some of the other supports over her. Even things like Sona and Janna and so on, if you want to play those more defensive supports, or Nami, have been kind of rising above the Karma.
Imagine if Bjergsen takes this back to mid lane.
It's possible. I mean, it's not going to be now with the play coming in, but
it's one of his pentakills in the history.
Yeah, and Karma mid, I think, actually can be fairly strong, especially in a tank meta. Like, if people are playing tanks versus tanks, damage is relatively low, and shielding becomes so ridiculously powerful because you can't actually break the damage threshold to actually start punching through those shields. But either way, for now, Echo Fox definitely drafting a very damage-heavy composition. No tank at all coming through. And if they do actually lock this in, okay, so it is going to be the Braum Kalista combo. Makes some sense. We touched on that. You can throw the Braum in for an additional piece of initiation. Utilize that stun into your ultimate, into the passive stun. So it's like essentially a triple CC chain that can come out right off the bat.
I would love Anivia in this composition. Not sure how it works against TSMs, but being able to slow wall and lock everybody up would be on an equalizer in that storm. But they go for the Corki, a very safe and surefire pick here for Froggen in the mid lane. We've seen quite a bit of results from Corki and whoever it's actually going on to.
And now we're going to find out where's the Maokai going. Camille was taken off the table, so they don't actually have that option now as they left top for the second round. J4, very likely going to be top. I'm expecting that to be top, and then the Maokai jungle for Svenskeren. You do see some J4 jungle, but it certainly more often is in that top lane, and I think this can be a pretty decent matchup against the Rumble as well. Yes, you will be getting pushed in, but with that gank assist, it's very scary for Rumble to be pushing into J4 and Maokai, and they are swapping it around, so it's possible that this could actually still be Maokai top and J4 jungle, but definitely something that has not been played a lot by Svenskeren. And he actually has 0 plays on J4 jungle this season.
One of the only, they'll have 20 seconds until they can get another flop in there, and then everything has to stick. There's the last one at the last 2 seconds. They do put it back. I was going to say Moon's really the only other one, and you see putting Jarvan in the jungle quite a bit. So,
and in some of the other regions you see it, it would not be strange to see the Jarvan jungle. Just simply more common to see those roles reversed, as Maokai jungle has an easier clear. Jarvan obviously very strong with the Black Cleaver Titanic into Stoneplate combo, so that's what we're gonna see.
The coaches are heading off to the back. Change sentence structure. They are heading off. The players are ready. Hashtag Fox win. Hashtag TSM win. We'll have to see some pretty volatile team comps coming from both sides. Damage in just about every lane here for TSM, and same thing for Echo Fox. Tanks in the jungle for TSM, so.
Hey, you've got to say, looking at Echo Fox's composition, they're much more, I think, damage focused even than TSM with Kha'Zix's jungle. You know, Rumble in the top lane, pure DPS. You have Corki, and you have the Kalista. So this is a very high damage comp for Echo Fox. If you fall behind, Maokai to J4, this tank composition who's going to be supported and shielded up by Biofrost on the Karma, it's going to get really bad for Echo Fox. When you run these fragile compositions, you need to be winning lanes. You need to be staying ahead, or it does kind of shatter because the engage is so easy with the Maokai J4 combo, backed up by this Jhin ultimate, backed up by the Biofrost shield. So look for Echo Fox to push their advantage in the lanes, and if they're unable to do that, TSM's probably going to steamroll.
See how they start this one off. A little line of scrimmage, but it does look like Fox does want to keep moving in and get something deep.
Yeah, I mean,
on the side of TSM.
Echo Fox hanging out as a 5-man squad. They're waiting to see, will TSM invade for the Raptor ward? And they were stacking there, hoping that someone from TSM would step forward for that Raptor ward, and that they would be able to force out a Summoner spell, or even get a First Blood. Because if you walk that far in and get hit by a Braum Q, you are going to get tagged. Either way, TSM did actually push in for Vision on the other side, so they have a ward on Acadian's blue buff, and that will give them some intel as to where he is starting. And Echo Fox ends up with no vision at all, so they don't actually really know what Svenskeren is doing, where he's going to be starting, and for now, it looks like he will be starting on the red buff as he's stacking up his saplings over there.
See how much they focus on this pathing, how much they actually focus on the lanes. Both of these teams known to take a bit of a longer laning phase, Fox and TSM, with the lowest percentage first turret. Fox at 39%, TSM with 41. So it kind of shows you how they battle back and forth more so over that laning phase than opening up the map to start things off.
Yeah, it can be one of the cases where some teams do like to try to prioritize, things like dragons or or CS advantages over the earlier lane, so obviously force for turrets. Sometimes that can be pretty good. Sometimes it doesn't really work out that well. Svenskeren going to be able to clear this out very easily with the saplings. You have so much AoE damage coming out in addition to your Arcane Smash. So Maokai really does have a strong jungle clear and is going to be expected to be a bit ahead on that clear compared to Acadian, who skipped clearing that big Raptor, trying to move a little bit faster. And sometimes you see Kha'Zix just do a 3-camp clear on bot side and then base, because you actually will take a lot of damage doing this clear as a Kha'Zix.
Make sure you get those spikes in range for the heal. Keeps himself good to go. Good push in here. Biofrost gaining that brush control on the bot side. Acadian finishes his route. A few last shots from Double Lift. Actually pretty tough lane to play against. We see any lanes with Jin's poke, and you can just keep hitting a deadly flourish and stun the other team up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a range support versus melee as well, right? And while Braum has great gank assist, great team fighting, great all-in, Braum does not play well passively. If Braum is sitting back, you're going to get poked out, and that is why MASH is missing a fair bit of the CS, because they're getting pushed in on a turret, they're getting harassed out, and Gate, you have trouble sometimes prepping the minions as a melee support, simply because you're going to take damage every time you actually step up to try to do that.
Right. I think Braum's one of the final few not on coin. Even the Threshes are switching over at this point. For many reasons, of course.
Yeah, Coin
always that helpful for position in lane is also a great thing. Waiting for this to pop up to the turret before they can really do too much more damage to it. MASH should have a few. Gate can just kind of sit back and allow him to farm this.
But look at even just that Mantra Q, kind of zoning him back a little bit, trying to push him off any of those minions that he possibly can. Bjerg's actually taking quite a bit of damage there from Froggen, and Froggen is running Warlords, as has become really, really popular on these mid lane Corkis. People have pretty much swapped entirely away from Thunderlords, and having this extra sustain, you can sometimes win out in the mid lane in the early phases simply because you have the extra regen from your Warlords, plus the Doran Shield, and as Bjergsen maybe runs out of mana on Taliyah, you're not going to have that issue as much because your auto attack is kind of more powerful, and you can kind of continue to trade and stay around long.
Bjergsen looking to back there with no mana. Has to stay for one more wave as the fan vote comes in. Acadian looking to sway that. A little bit of pressure here. I know Bjergsen's low. That might be a flash he has to burn, but the sixth sense, not easy to say.
Yeah,
comes into play.
He's going to be able to push in Froggen, so does actually shove out the wave, allows himself to get that nice base, grabs Darksteel, some early items as well, and going to be able to refill that mana and run back to lane. And Acadian has outspotted Sven, and we'll have to get out of there.
Bramble Smash love tap between both of them. Acadian's going to harass knowing that Bjergsen's back for now, but no extended stay. Froggen also wants to get out of there because he has no mount. Push up in the top lane, still even in CS there. It's the discrepancy for Doublelift to match in that bot lane, 40-23 so far.
And I mean, it's okay for now. Yes, he can kind of catch up if you don't allow that to continue extending. If you can kind of keep it around that 10 CS mark, it's not the end of the world. This is certainly a significant advantage, though, for Doublelift and Biofrost, and it means they get the earlier base. They are going to get probably the better buy as well. Like coming back to lane very quickly with that serrated Dirk. If you can mess up the back timings of Mash and Gate, you know, Biofrost is going to try to freeze this wave here and force them to stick around, or give up even more CS. Because if Doublelift actually gets back before they can head back to base, then they're going to lose a lot.
Quick hit. Trying to get a little damage on both. Back hits. They won't have too fast of a push on this bottom lane, but Biofrost and Doublelift will be able to get the wards in and actually may be able to do something with Svenskeren as Mash and Gate return to lane.
Yeah, and they are electing to just kind of hold the wave. So it is going to push eventually, but they're going to deny some of the CS away from their opponents by doing this, allowing, you know, the minions of Echo Fox to kind of get killed off by their own. And now they do decide to shove, so they will push this in and maybe wanting to try to get a little bit of vision around the dragon. You know, Biofrost is going to go back to base. So either way, TSM's bot lane definitely doing very well, and everywhere else it feels pretty even across the map.
Haunter, yeah, as you were saying, across the map, feeling pretty good for himself. You check out some Froggen stats.
Looking good.
Yep. First in solo kills. This is the guy that goes very hard. Your rapid fire TF that's making plays by himself. We haven't seen it this season. He's kind of more timid in those picks, but still, the damage dealer of the team and a lot of compositions can be built around him from what Echo Fox does.
Statistically, he's one of the best, if not, you know, at the very top for mid lane. So Froggen has been having individually a very impressive season. That's, you know, another reason why people are like, well, why is he getting subbed out? Why is the Monte coming in, you know? Especially this late in the season when they're trying to play to stay in the LCS, right? They're trying to not get relegated, which is a reality for this team at this point. And Acadian going to be looking for the invade. This is a level 6 Acadian. Svenskeren is only level 5, and Haunter is pushed in, so Svenskeren playing very intelligently, backing off, and he should have spotted him there, but we'll see if he can get out.
Skirmishers as well. He's looking to take this fight all the way home. Equalizer doesn't allow them to actually grab the kill, but they do get the flash on Svenskeren. That's not Acadian's first roam into the jungle. He will be back.
Yeah, traded flashes, but they get the red buff. They're getting the experience lead, so this is nicely done. But when you have the push in those solo lanes, you can afford to do these kind of invades because they knew Haunter could not actually come down without losing a lot up in that top lane. So Haunter stays with the wave. They invade as a 2v1, and Svenskeren going to be pushed out of the jungle. We could see Acadian even go try to meet him at the blue buff if he wants to look for that.
As we said, it shouldn't be too bad for Mash. He's actually closed that CS gap just a little bit as this wave looks pretty equaled out.
Yeah, it's not going to be the biggest of deals, you know, that early CS, as long as you don't continue to fall more and more behind. And where it becomes a real problem is if you actually give up a death on top of a CS disadvantage, because then the game can super start to snowball. We'll see what Doublelift and Biofrost are going to want to try to do with their added pressure.
It would be impressive if they get a kill. A Kalista Braum is pretty magically difficult to kill. You're going to have the shield, the Glacial Fissure, and then Mash just Fates calls Gate out when he really feels like it's a bad situation. The roam down from the bot side is just giving Acadian a little bit of love for him to get pressure. Brandini with a teleport up. Haunter did use his to get back to lane. That may become something big on the objective, but the Cloud Drake may have to sit for a while before it joins the party.
Yeah, both teams seeming pretty happy to kind of sit back, play passively, and I agree, now that the Kalista is level 6, it's very difficult to really look for those kills. Even if a gank comes down, it can be really tough. And they are looking to invade heavily on this blue buff. Froggen, once again, pushes in, so Echo Fox has the push, and they're going to get a kill on Svenskeren.
Right over Nature's Grasp. They give him a nice big hug. Svenskeren goes down. Bjergsen looking to pinch them in here with Biofrost and Doublelift, but it's already Gate and Mash that actually had that route inside the jungle. Fast movement from Fox to pressure the blue, and they get it with a kill.
And they're going to look for first turret. They've TP'd down Brandini, so it's 5 members of Echo Fox down here. TSM, I mean, Doublelift is now completely cornered. He didn't back off. He's dead, too.
This is bad news, Bears. Not long for this world. Doublelift goes down. Acadian picks up a kill. That's Froggen and Acadian. The full team's going to be grabbing some gold onto this as Haunter tries to push that top wave. Remember, his TP was down for this engage.
I mean, they knew that that was going to be coming, but Doublelift doesn't back off in time. Tries to stick around, maybe got zoned off and couldn't actually leave. Biofrost is able to get out, but a really good play there for Echo Fox. Getting a couple kills, first turret, they steal away another buff, and Svenskeren being abused pretty heavily here in the jungle, but it's not really just on him. It's the fact that Echo Fox's solo laners have been pushing in TSMs. Yep. In the top side, they invade with the top laner. Now, Froggen shoves in Bjergsen. He invades with the package, and this is something you have to really play around because they knew Corki had the package, and they knew he's missing. But Svenskeren really wants to try to get some of these buffs, doesn't want to fall too far behind, and then the TP's coming in. Doublelift and Biofrost at this point just needed to actually leave, but Doublelift wants to go back and try to pick up some of the CS, and just a little bit too greedy. I mean, you walk back to the turret, where do you think they're coming next? There are 5 men on the bot side. I think that one was a little bit obvious, and Doublelift gives up a pretty easy kill.
Fox is more than happy to have it, a team that can grab an early game lead. It's not beyond them. They definitely can find these kills. Froggen with the solos. This time it's all about the teamwork, and that's really what we've been looking from Echo Fox as they kind of swap these squads in and out and look for that core 5 as they come into the end of this split. I mean, maybe they continue to swap it out, but right now, solidify this, it looks pretty good towards the early game.
Yeah, it's certainly looking good in this game, and we have to remember this is what they needed, right? They are running a very fragile composition. They need to be ahead. They need to be abusing these guys before, you know, Maokai and J4 can turn into these big tanks because TSM's composition, I think, is so much easier to execute going into the later stages of the game. So we'll see if they can continue to press the pace. For now, they have a good advantage, but they can't sit back on that. They want to continue pushing. They want to continue getting these advantages because if TSM is given time to scale, I think it still becomes very tough for Echo Fox, even from a lead.
Absolutely. TSM's ability to fight towards
here
the late
comes Soul Laners.
becomes huge. Brandini, not in a great spot. Going to look to get the rest of the farm that he can before going down. That's what you got to do. Get everything you can. He'll be back in 26 seconds, but he's going to have a long walk, and Haunters gets some free farm on the bot side. We'll see if Gate and the rest of the team now with that pressure bot can make anything happen top.
I mean, Sven is up here. They could look for a play. Acadian is actually on the Rift Herald. They do not know that just yet, but Gate missing. Now they suspect that, and they should have an idea that this is being started up. We'll see if TSM wants to move over and actually try to contest this, or if they're going to be happy to just give it up as Haunter is pushing on the bot side.
They might be as well. Bjergsen low on mana, just use that ult to get a kill in the bot side. And we will have a quick pause as we come into the game. Echo Fox getting a little bit of momentum towards that top side as they're going for Rift Herald, and we'll see what panned out from the pause.
And Gate is having some audio issues, so we're going to get that looked at. Hopefully no lingering problems, and we can get that fixed up very quickly and hop right back in. But we will let you know as soon as we know more. Either way, Echo Fox definitely off to a good start. TSM aware that they are on the Rift Herald now. And it is something that you have to kind of take into consideration, right? The pushing lanes is a very big deal. You talked about Bjergsen maybe being a little bit lower on mana. He just made this roam down. Very well executed. They know with Bjergsen and Haunter here, Brandini knows he really has no chance to get out in the long lane. I think ulting the wave is actually a pretty good choice because that means, you know, there's no real option for Haunter to push out and take a turret or anything like that. So best of a bad situation, but either way, Bjergsen back in mid lane. He is being pushed in by Froggen. So if TSM decides to contest in the 3v3, Froggen should be able to get over there a lot faster than Bjergsen. So it could turn into a 4v3, and I think that's one of the things that TSM will have to be taking into consideration when they're deciding, do we actually go over and contest this Rift Herald? Are we willing to give that much up? Because they are down, not that much, but I mean, if you lose the Rift Herald, if you lose another turret on top of that, the lead can become pretty big.
That's right. And we kind of mentioned in the beginning of the game, these are the two teams with that slowest first percentage turret. Echo Fox raises theirs a bit. And also, Bjergsen gets one more kill closer to the 1,000, so he's 4 away.
Not bad.
At this point, and it might happen in this game. But for the Rift Herald, they say, I don't think there's 4 kills there. My ult's down. Let's hang
Quadra kill. I mean, 4 people could come, right? Get an easy Quadra, get 1,000 kills would be pretty nice.
Say, let's hang out for now. But there are some spikes that really are allowing Echo Fox to do these things. That Triforce just finished up. Acadian has his skirmishers finished up as well, warrior style, so he can do a bit more damage. And everybody could make this move. It might just be a good fight for them if TSM decide to take it.
Yeah, I mean, the Triforce is a really strong point, finishing it this early, for Froggen. A lot of times, if the Corkis are not doing as well in lane, this gets delayed quite a bit because people kind of take a sidestep and go get a Hex Drinker or things like this. But because he was doing very well, because he picked up kill and assist, as well as the global gold from the turret, he's going to be able to get very quickly to that Triforce and actually completed it, pre-12 minutes. So that is very, very fast pace for him. The Skirmisher Saber, it's interesting you point that out because almost no one is going anything but the warding totem, actually.
Trackers, yeah.
Tracker's knife. So this means it's a playstyle based thing, right? We saw how much Acadian is actually invading, and if you're going to go Skirmisher Saber, you need to play that sort of style because you are not providing vision through wards. You have to provide vision through pressure, right? You have to be in the other jungler's face. That's how you track him. And this does give you a very heavily dueling advantage, having that Skirmisher Saber. So the 1v1 should go very heavily in his favor, both based on champion and based on item build. So he's going to be looking to follow Sven around as much as he can, pressure him in his jungle, and that's how he wants to keep his team safe.
Absolutely. And it fits his play style as well. Acadian going in, he's the kind of guy that likes to do something by himself, get that kill, almost like a not bother his team situation or don't have to wait for anybody. Sure, he'd love his team's help, but he would rather be in and out, and this just fits it right in the wheelhouse. Still looking to fix up Gates audio as we continue this one. TSM. Talk about their past weeks a little bit, falling back and forth as they come back from MSI. Feeling obviously pretty strong from that, but at this point, or I'm sorry, Rift Rivals. But at this point, kind of looking to find their footing again.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Like, I still think that they're probably the best team in the league.
Yeah.
They did not have a good game against Dignitas, and Dignitas is a team that people have been very high on, then very low on. It's kind of hard to tell where they are. I mean, they started the season 5-1. People are like, hey, maybe they're one of the best teams in the league. They're tied for first. Then they lose 4 straight series. They go to 5-5. Now they make a roster swap. They seem to be surging again. They crushed TSM yesterday. They are looking very good. But throughout the season, I mean, as far as actual total losses, TSM is the team with the least. People are still looking at them as a very strong team.
Yep.
And we have to see how can they actually adapt to this patch, right? We saw how another top team performed against Echo Fox yesterday. CLG did play against them and absolutely trashed them. They won in under an hour of gameplay. So you're looking for those sorts of performances from TSM against a lower tier team, because this is a team that's fighting to be the best team in the NALCS.
Absolutely.
Going up against a team that's fighting to not get relegated. And it should be, one-sided affair. We're getting towards the end of the split, and these are the stages where you don't really get to have that luxury of saying, oh, okay, well, we'll fix that later, right? It needs to be fixed now because you're getting to that playoff level.
Luxury for Rift Herald is Acadian and team. They do have a chance to pick it up. It can't be stopped. Nice flag and drag through 3 members of Fox, though. TSM do want this fight, even though we are talking about that item spike for Fox. If TSM has the positioning, they can route Fox on this Rift Herald. It's still going to be up there for Acadian, but what a fight for TSM to just kind of strangle them down.
Yeah, nice job by TSM coming in, getting the kill. It's only the 1 kill, and you get the 100 gold for taking the Rift Herald, plus the Rift Herald bonus of actually being able to drop that and hopefully secure a turret. So I would say it's worthwhile for Echo Fox, especially when you consider teleport and stuff was blown there too, but there were a number of summoners used in retreat for Echo Fox. So it just comes down, who's going to be able to get more from the extended trade? Can TSM actually get more out of these summoners being down? Or will Echo Fox get a lot from the Rift Herald? So Acadian grabbing that Rift Herald, but because he sticks around to do so, he's going to get chased down. He will get killed. The rest of Echo Fox able to actually retreat out, but this was a nice TP play, and you see the combination, how powerful it is of the Maokai and the J4. Throw out that Maokai ultimate, you CC them up while it is traveling towards them, and then they're going to get stuck in this long route.
The separation as well, the chance when Haunter does have a chance to TP back to that play becomes a bit different. Brandini's was just on the way up. So again, their mismatch, maybe it becomes Fox's next teleport play. It just has to keep kind of folding over for Fox in that way. If, like we said, if they don't continue those aggressive fights, Svenskeren and Haunter just get too big.
Yeah, and Haunter, because of the fact that Brandini, TP'd bot for that 5-man play, while Haunter TP'd back to lane, Haunter has actually gotten a lot more experience. He's gotten a lot more farm, as well as the kill that happened on Brandini, on the bot side with Bjergsen. So these are things that has actually put Haunter a fair bit ahead. If you look at the CS, he's quite a bit up and back into another pause, unfortunately, as the Rift Herald is being summoned.
Rift Herald to the mid lane. Still waiting actually on a minion wave. I'm trying to figure out where it is. Just setting.
Yeah, so Gate is having another issue again, having some audio problems there. So hopefully can get that fixed up very quickly. But either way, yeah, Hauntzer opening up a lead for himself. The experience is I'd say, a bigger deal than the CS right now. The fact that he's actually 2 levels up gives you so much more power. And, you know, while Rumble, you're more about the team fight than the split push, you need to be able to stay relevant because you're the person who has to try to match Hauntzer if he decides to go for that split push route. And, you know, Hauntzer building pretty heavily for the 1v1. I think it's a smart build to grab that early cowl to be able to survive through the Rumble because the solo laners are both going to be dealing magic damage. You know, Corki will as well. Yeah. It looks like he wants to go towards the Black Cleaver and then Titanic after that. And if you hit that sort of item breakpoint at a reasonable time, the 1v1 is going to be very strong for you with some MR and some solid damaging items. So Brandini definitely needs to kind of keep pace and try to keep up in the experience. Because if you make too many team plays, if you're grouping too much and you're not really crushing down the opposing team, then they will be, just by nature of farming all the different lanes, getting more experience, getting more CS.
So interestingly enough, like what's the best way for Brandini to manage this? Because usually you can expect the mid laner not to be there as fast as a Taliyah on a wall, or even with Taliyah wall down that passive towards the bot lane. So how, if you are trying to push solo with just wards, do you make that safer, or do you have to play it very timid?
A lot of it is about vision, right? And if you don't have the vision, you have to play scared in one of those circumstances, because if you cannot spot where Taliyah is, then you have to kind of assume that Taliyah is coming towards you and back off, right? And it's about playing it safe. It's about, you know, pushing your limits as much as you can, but taking the information that you have or the information that you don't and making the best assumption of where they could be, what they could be doing. You know, it's also one of those situations where if you do not push out waves before you teleport to a fight, then you're going to lose farm, right? So the early play, while it was very good for the team as a whole, you know, they got 2 kills, they got first turret. Brandini only got an assist, and you know he didn't get any of those kills, and he TP'd away from lane while Hauntzer had already TP'd back. So Hauntzer is getting more individually out of that play. So that puts Brandini behind, and then you're kind of reliant on your team to really make good on that, right? They got the advantage, so they have to be the ones who are doing well.
And I wonder how much it is going to be Fox enabling these fights, able to take TSM off guard, because as TSM engages these, that equalizer is what's just about jumped off by everybody. Taliyah's going to be off that, Maokai's going to twist and advance off the equalizer, and Hauntzer's going to be able to flag and drag right to the back line. So Brandini has his work cut out for him when they do get into these fights to place down that red carpet in the right spot.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, you're going to be hoping that Gate can lock people up inside that, or that, you know, you can Fate's Call, throw in the Braum, and then he ults them, and then you ult on top. And if you can lock them up inside the equalizer, that makes it much more powerful. It looks like they're actually trying to make a play to the top side with this Rift Herald. Drop the Rift Herald, and then Akaadian actually catches Biofrost on the way up, and now they're pushing double lift off the turret here too, so they're going to be able to use that Rift Herald to get pressure mid, and then actually net their turret advantage on top side.
Oh, and there's the play again to Brandini on the bot side. Flashed over the wall, he'll be able to scrap shield himself to safety here for a quick second. Actually tries to go for the fight. Puts himself back in the frying pan as Hauntzer will now be able to pick up that kill instead of exiting down the bot side. A fight in mid. His top is still being taken. Just went down. A few last shots from Froggen, but Svenskeren is not rooted as big as he is. He's able to walk right out of there.
Nicely played from Froggen. Dodges 3 out of the 4 shots there. Forces the flash out of Svenskeren. Almost kills him off in the 1v2, so nicely done. And you know, even for Brandini, he does go down, but here's Akaadian moving up, and this is a very strong Kha'Zix. He actually was spotted on the ward, but I guess Biofrost felt like he couldn't run through the Braum, so kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, and he actually did flash. So really, in retrospect, he should have just flashed up over the wall towards Doublelift, and that would have gotten him out. But either way, TSM making the play to the bot side. Brandini, nice flash. He actually flashed out before the Cataclysm landed, which means it does not deal that damage, and then tries to get a turnaround kill here on Bjergsen, but the heal is still available, so he will get run down and taken out.
Item still slowly coming in, almost has that Liandry's. Hauntzer as well, coming up quickly, 1,700 gold in his pocket, so he can go ahead and finish a few of those when he goes back.
And I mean, he's almost that much ahead as well. Like individually, he's around 1,400 ahead, just in that 1v1. They are picking on him very heavily, and this is something that Bjergsen and Hauntzer have done very well together. You know, thinking back to last week, Bjergsen bringing out the Galio mid and using that in combination with Hauntzer's Camille. They like to utilize these roaming mid laners to get advantages in the side lanes, and if you can put Haunter enough ahead, it doesn't really matter if the rest of Echo Fox is a bit stronger, because if no one can 1v1 this guy, he draws so much pressure and he can create so many disadvantages for Echo Fox on the map.
Really taking the right situations at the right time. That has put him up now about 50 CS, 40 CS towards that top lane in 2-0-1. Seems like they swap back the pressure. He'll push up and try to grab the turret here as TSM does a great job defending mid. This already got Rift Herald once, and Echo Fox fell a little short on that one. It's going to be tough with Taliyah clear.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Taliyah has very, very good wave clear. That is the majority of their wave clear, though. You know, the rest of them are not going to be as strong. Yes, they can obviously contribute, but certainly they're pretty reliant on Bjergsen in that case. And Echo Fox roaming up to the top side. Haunts are going to be taking some pressure here, but TSM is coming up, and if they chase too far, Bjergsen has the ultimate, so they need to realize that Taliyah could roam up there pretty quickly, and that TSM could even look for a dive. I mean, it's 4 men strong now here. They could actually go for this, and Maokai ultimate going to get popped.
Yeah, seeing Brandini on the bot side says, go, go, go. Rooted as soon as he goes into the Valkyrie. That's going to be Froggen going down. Gate lives only because he has a bit more HP. He goes down at the end. 33 seconds on these timers gives TSM a lot of time to gain map control. It's going to be top turret and maybe even a bit more.
Yeah, really nice dive there from TSM, realizing it was only the 2 members, and they were able to execute that dive very well. Froggen does not actually avoid the Maokai ultimate, and once you get tagged by that, you're going to get CC'd up for so long. It's an easy seismic shove for Bjergsen. That's pretty much guaranteed, and the follow-up damage so high. They're able to burst them down, take a turret, and get back to mid lane to defend. So nice job by TSM.
Flash over the wall. Nash starts 1v1ing with Bjergsen, but gets shoved back now. He's got the world against him, trying to live. The curtain is called, and he is put down in the end.
You can only dodge so much, Riv. I mean, there's 5 members there. He's dodging almost everything.
2 more kills.
He's getting close.
Full kill participation throughout this game for Bjergsen and Haunter. How do you get that from your solo laners? You're only 18 minutes in. Those guys have been everywhere and anywhere they can be at this point. We'll see this again.
The tag team duo and Svenskeren setting up the Maokai ultimate very well. See, Froggen, I think he thinks he can actually Valk past it, but he gets rooted up, and he's going to get seismic shoved right out of that. Once you get hit by one part of the CC, you're going to be locked up for so long because there's the knockup from the Q, there's the root from the W, root from the ultimate, flag and drag from Haunter, and the seismic shove. So definitely really powerful team fighting, and TSM, they now have not only eliminated Echo Fox's early advantage, but they have gotten a little bit of one for themselves. And from this point, it gets very hard for Echo Fox because their composition is so much harder to execute. It's not just run straight at them and start fighting. You have to be able to find skirmishes. You have to be able to split up fights because you're all so squishy. Anyone who gets CC'd up is going to die, and that's the advantage of running these sorts of compositions that TSM is. I mean, you open up a curtain call, you hit CC on the closest person, and you just kill them. It's like, that's as simple as it gets.
And a lot of times we've seen teams with that, say a curtain call, and then there's one engage that's too far, but they have the flag and drag and the Maokai this time. 2 people can go that far in these engagements. We've seen some teams get into a bit of a chaotic situation when they can't follow up as fast with these tank comps they create. But like you said, Echo Fox starting to fall behind a little bit without being able to get that early game damage. What's the way back? Because it's basically TSM has to go to a barbecue on the equalizer during a fight.
I mean, the way back is creating vision, you know, getting vision over your opponents, finding picks, right? You have to get these fights that are either odd man fights or that you can actually split up the fight. Because, you know, high DPS members can skirmish very well. They just don't function as well in the 5v5, generally speaking, because, you know, if a Maokai is fighting 1v1 against the Rumble, maybe the Rumble wins, right? But you're in a 5v5, Maokai just CCs you up and the team kills you. So it's about splitting up fights. It's about utilizing this Kha'Zix, who is very strong, to find picks through vision and through pressure like that.
Cadian being able to find maybe even Bjergsen on his own could ult around and really get that speed.
The other option is if you can kite out a fight well enough, right? If you evolve the Kha'Zix W on a Cadian and you just try to kite backwards and focus down the tanks, if you can avoid the CC, which is obviously a lot easier said than done, then that is a way to win fights. But it's so tough with point and click CC coming out of a couple of these members.
Cadian just seeing that ward, has to place one of his own. TSM feeling comfortable about moving these pink wards up means they're ready to protect them as well. Bjergsen gonna go ahead and take a side lane now. They're going for the 1-3-1 as they know they're getting just powerful enough.
I mean, when your 2 solo laners are the strongest members on the map, you can go to that 1-3-1, right? You know, protect double lift, allow him to continue getting that farm, just shove out the side lanes, and then you can have them collapse, make plays. Bjergsen can always ult in to the mid lane or anywhere else to try to make that play if they want, and we're getting towards the Baron stages of the game, so look for TSM to try to establish vision around that Baron and really start to kind of threaten taking it to force Echo Fox to come in and then start a fight. Collapse is coming here. Haunts are moving up, and they could look for a fight.
Takes a few hits. He may not see Brandini just on his bottom side. They catch him now. Flag and drag out as both teams kind of break off this fight. Looks like it's going to be the wave clear. Froggen and team kind of controlling mid towards this Baron objective. Just to jockey for position, really, and gain control of these waves.
Yeah, and it's all about the mid lane control. We talk about that so much, but if you can actually push up the mid lane, you force them to respond to those minions or lose their turret, and then you can move to the Baron. And Svenskeren can check these bushes, but
yeah,
the team is a little bit behind him.
That's what they needed, the bushwhack. There's the equalizer, the barbecue for TSM, and they try to leave right away. Last to the party, first to leave. They start firing back, though. Svenskeren goes down. Gate is also on the floor, but they're able to get back out of this one. I figured TSM was going to run down mid and take turret because Fox almost gave him that position.
Yeah, I mean, TSM was obviously worried that Echo Fox was just trying to rush down the Baron. They do have Kalista, so you have to kind of be scared of that, and Svenskeren didn't even wait for his sapling cooldown to come back up. He was really worried that they were already on it, they were already just burning it down, so he wanted to get over there. You know, in that case, it may just be worth actually burning your ultimate, throw that out there, and allow that to kind of check a bit for you, because he wasn't even able to get that off. And he checked the first brush with his sapling, but the cooldown was still up and couldn't actually check the second. Either way, they just lose the one kill, but it's a nice pick from Echo Fox.
Little here, little there. They got to put the pieces together. It's not going to be one big fight.
Yeah.
As we see this again.
So he checks the first brush with the sapling. They spot everyone. At that point, you just try to have to hope you can somehow get it out of there, throw your ultimate, run away as fast as you can, but at least TSM does trade back a kill. Yep. They take out Gate.
Here the division can be pushed up. Fox is kind of just positioned now on their own side of the map, squeaking one or two wards just behind the red buff, but they can see Acadian placing these, so they're only going to go down. Again, Fox positions themselves topside, don't have to worry about mid now, as they can just flank TSM if they do it again.
Oh, but Brandini's going to get caught out. It's what we talked about, right? Echo Fox trying to play the vision game, trying to create these picks through vision control, and that's why they're doing it on the top side of the map. TSM does have a response now, though. If they want, they can look towards the Infernal Dragon, and that's where Bjergsen and Haunter are right now. But Echo Fox can always go back to the Baron and threaten this. If both of the members of TSM are down there, they could even just start it up. I mean, they do have Kalista. Infernal goes down, and I think Echo Fox will just start the Dragon, or start the Baron, rather.
Rend come in, Smite is there, Bjergsen goes up, and Svenskeren's obviously going to try for this. 2,500 HP, very low on the backside is Acadian. He goes down before Baron does. TSM secures the objective. Bjergsen getting one of these kills. Bjergsen getting a second kill. 1,000 kills for Bjergsen. And they get the Baron. 4 members of Fox are down. TSM running strong. That's the ace from Doublelift.
What a way to do it as well. 1,000 kills for Bjergsen, the first mid laner in the NALCS to hit this mark. And he is crushing it this game. TSM get a clean ace, get the Baron, and they have all but wrapped this one up.
What a way to pull the trigger. The team's down baiting the Infernal, and they speed to the top of the map. That's what these guys are made of, is mobility. Bjergsen being one of the first ones there, as he was at Dragon, and the entire team, like we said, can be behind each other on these initiations with that range.
And I mean, it's a risky play from Echo Fox, but they know they're going to lose in the long game. They need to make some sort of play.
You gotta make...
They're playing around vision. They just lost the Infernal. They say, okay, this is a risk, but it's a calculated risk with the Kalista. Unfortunately, Acadian gets focused down. Look at Doublelift shooting all his shots. The Maokai ultimate hits Acadian, and Doublelift gets 3 free ultimate shots on him and bursts him down. Mash rendered it to a reasonable range to actually be Q smited by Acadian, but Acadian is already dead. So not only do they mess up that, but Svenskeren gets the Baron. Doublelift able to clean up the last kill for the ace, and they're going again.
Doesn't look like it's gonna stop. The batting order's back up, and here come the pitches. TSM looking to get thrown a curveball here. Fox able to slow that one down, but Mash, both summoners down immediately after that fight. and now he's got to heal back up. Home guards are there 24 minutes in, but TSM is knocking on the front door faster than Fox can heal.
I mean, they're just going to keep pushing here. They're so strong, so far up in gold, and in the strength of their composition at this point. Echo Fox needs to try to look for something, some sort of play that will get them back in, but I mean, TSM is grouped up as a 5-man squad. They have the more powerful front line, and they're poking them out.
Oh! Downtown goes Svenskeren. He's going to be able to take the turret for quite a bit of time. You can see all of TSM not seeing the turrets. They just walk right by them. They'll be able to turn around and get them whenever they please at this point. 25 minutes in, they start to break the base of Echo Fox and might just look for those Nexus turrets.
I mean, they could theoretically end the game here if they want. Top side is pushing in, but they're going to go for the kills.
The instant root, the instant kill. 3 more members now in the eyes of TSM. Froggen with the Gatling, trying to poke in a bit of long range with MASH and his javelins. And it looks like they stave off TSM for a bit longer, but it's only so they can get more minions to pile into the base.
Yeah, going to knock down this second inhibitor, and it's looking pretty hopeless for Echo Fox. You cannot fight TSM straight up 5v5 as this composition. There's just no way to fight through the J4 and the Maokai. So it's so hard once you're backed into a corner like this. Like, there's no surprise play to really make.
Absolutely. Fox with a pretty decent early game, and then it was kind of TSM finding those skirmish kills one by one around the map, making sure Hauntzer was big, making sure Bjergsen was big. And still those two very, very close to having full kill participation. Bjergsen just 1 off.
I mean, Bjergsen even bought up a Mage Eyes. He's feeling pretty strong at this point.
He's had so many stacks on that Dark Seal for a while. Why not now that he has the extra money?
Either way, TSM looking to play this very smart. They're going to clear out all the vision from the jungle. You eliminate all these wards. That takes away any possibility of a flank, and then you push back and go for that third inhibitor. So Froggen would have to use the package on the exit. Yeah. You can see Hauntzer shoving in the mid lane minions so that people from Echo Fox have to come over and answer those. And then as soon as they do, you either take the turret or you simply just dive and take those kills because you know it's going to be an odd man fight.
Slowly walking it in now for the last inhibitor turret. That could be bad for Acadian, but it looks like they just do that. Enough pressure to keep Froggen out and the inhibitor down. Deadly Flourish, Flag, and Drag. There's so much crowd control for just the first person locked down. Cataclysm just creates an entire home for Fox to live in there. Fish in a barrel coming in from Doublelift, and it looks like they are now able to take the inhibitor. They're able to go for the Nexus turrets ever so slowly as they chase Froggen out of the base to make sure he ain't coming back.
Doublelift wants that 4th shot. Kill so bad on Froggen. But Froggen not going to give it to him, and TSM looking to clean this one up. 30 minutes, very strong showing from them after a good early game from Echo Fox.
Absolutely. Slowing things down, making sure they had the composition scaling just a little bit stronger than what Acadian could bring in the jungle as he had Svenskeren's number, but the team prevails. TSM goes in strong, and they come out with the first win here in the series. TSM over Echo Fox.
Good stuff from them, and congratulations to Bjergsen once again. 1,000th kill, finally hit. He's the 4th person in the NALCS to do it.
Regular
following
season?
up, yeah, in the regular season. Following up Wild Turtle, Doublelift, and Sneaky. Those are the 3 others who have actually completed that achievement.
Can't wait. I want to see if I can go back and figure out who they are. Who got the most of that flag?
Yeah. Who died the most times out of those 1,000 kills?
Who did Bjergsen have?
There's just one guy that has like 400 of those deaths.
I hope I'm not that guy. So looking at that game, TSM coming out quite strong, just kind of going with the tank line, back and forth with the Maokai Jarvan, and they did that in the beginning to just start off the flex, say you're not really going to know what we do. Pretty simple picks and bans.
Yeah, I think their pick and ban was very strong. I think that they draft a much more easy to execute composition, right? And it's not that Echo Fox's composition is bad. It's not that it can't work. Right. It's just harder to do. And
you gotta put a timer on yourself.
Exactly, right? That's exactly what it is. And I think that it's a tough situation to be in, but if you think that, hey, early game is our strength, the best chance of beating TSM may be one of these early game snowbally comps. You try to get ahead, you try to close it out fast. You know, once they kind of started stalling out, TSM got a little bit up. They felt that they had to kind of 50-50 this Baron, or hoping that TSM won't respond early enough and that they can just guarantee it with the Kalista, but it didn't work out that way.
And we have to remember Bjergsen, as we just said, getting all of his kills in this game. Now, he needed the 5. He was able to grab just that many, and they were able to grab a few with this combination. Hauntzer and Bjergsen working so well together this game.
They really were, and I think this is the key for TSM in this game. The fact that Svenskeren's getting invaded, the bot lane is getting pushed in 5-man, but the solo laners are being very effective. They're able to team up as this kind of 2-man squad, roam to the side lanes, get very, very strong with Hauntzer and Bjergsen. And this combo, I think, was so key to stabilizing the game and then eventually securing that win for TSM. And here is that Baron attempt, the fateful Baron attempt that they did go for. Look at that Maokai and Jhin ultimate combo. That is so nice. Akaadian, as soon as he gets rooted up, guaranteed shots coming in there from Doublelift, and bursting him down, the target selection there meant there's no way for Echo Fox to actually really get that Baron, or even if they did get it, they were going to die on the way out.
Flash bang! 796. Felt it on this side. Hurts a bit. We have to remember Echo Fox continuing to switch up that roster. Seems to settle back with some of the main crew this time, Brandini and Mash, but Akaadian back in, trying to kind of make that staple mark in the early part of the game. A very aggressive Kha'Zix this game.
Yeah, I mean, they have a couple subs in there still, or who you'd call subs, Brandini and Mash, as you said, kind of different as far as the swapped in there. Yeah. And Brandini's still searching for his first win. This split has not been able to find any just yet, but Akaadian had a very successful early game. Not only did they actually pressure Maokai off of his top red buff and steal that away with the 2-man squad, then he follows that up by the blue buff invade. They come down, they get first blood, they steal away both camps on this rotation. So things were looking good for Echo Fox in that regard, and then they're able to transition this into this kill on Doublelift, who overstays, take a first turret. Things were looking really nice for Echo Fox, but kind of in the background, you see that Hauntzer was still on the top side. Hauntzer's still picking up all this farm. He's pushing in the waves. He TP'd back to lane instead of down to bot lane, and it ended up being a situation where he got very ahead as far as the farm and the experience, and then Bjergsen kind of took that and ran with it, picking on Brandini, not allowing him to really ever become relevant.
And Hauntzer's next teleport, when he was able to use it, made such a bigger impact because the waves were in position. They get a little bit more out of that. And I feel like that's kind of where TSM strikes in their moves go a little bit further, is that they're able to get that one turret next. The fights for Fox are kind of recuperating what was happening in the game.
And a lot of that is because of better macro movements, better map control, better minion manipulation, right? If you have the waves in the perfect spot, you've already prepped it for the play, you have these slow pushes set up so as you go for the fight, the minions arrive at turrets, right? Then if you win the fight, then you take the turrets, then you take the Baron, then you get more. But if the waves are all pushed to your base, you win a fight, as you're pushed in, there's sometimes nothing you can really get after that. You just kind of, oh, well, we got a kill. Great, let's go by, I guess.
Hopefully do it again.
Yeah.
So right now, we're going to step away for a quick break, but when we come back, it's Game 2 between TSM and Echo Fox. Stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS.
The dumbass song about a girl who's telling someone no, rejecting them. Vincent can relate. He's always telling the girls no. Yeah. Bang girls.
Froggen once again pushes in, so Echo Fox has the push, and they're going to get a kill on Svenskeren.
Right over Nature's Grasp. They give him a nice big hug. Svenskeren goes down.
Okay. I got Corki. Brahma slash. Corki. Rumble CP. Brahma. Callisto's coming, but she's really far. Nice.
Very low on the backside is Akaadian. He goes down before Baron does. TSM secures the objective. Bjergsen getting one of these kills. Bjergsen getting a second kill. 1,000 kills for Bjergsen.
what's your blind pick 5v5 mega team comp for this patch?
I'll start. Singed, Cho'Gath, Malzahar, Tristana, Janna. I think you have everything.
I was going to go Maokai jungle because I think he's better for team fighting.
Okay.
You had Singed top. That's a tough one because he's so strong.
Oh, but it's
he
blind picks.
doesn't
Are you going to
necessarily
like?
team fight.
Are you
Yeah,
going to
exactly.
blind Kennen?
I think I'd blind Jarvan because I
Okay.
think he's there.
I'm okay
I
with
think
playing
I'd
Singed
blind
for that.
Malzahar because I think he's an OP mid laner that everyone's sleeping on. I would then do Sona because I feel
She's
like
more well-rounded.
you're going to ball up and that, and then the AD carry is actually really tough. I'd have to check.
Yeah.
Trist is generically.
I
speaking
love
good.
Trist, and she's a good tank killer.
Yeah, or Callista.
Yeah, I mean, Callista's fine too.
Yeah,
I
she still
personally like
plays really hard.
super love Trist, but yeah, I mean,
You have
Callista's
one?
clearly.
Yeah, I mean,
strong.
I think that like it's tough. It's tough between like Cho'Gath and Singed for me because I actually think that both of them are so good top lane. I
Mhm.
think Maokai should certainly be in there, top or jungle. And then I think you essentially put Cho'Gath in the other. And like,
Playing Cho.
Yeah,
yeah,
double
like-
tank.
Okay.
like
Because you need double tank, but then you also need tank shredding, right?
Yeah,
I think.
and I think that like I'd probably be something like Cho'Gath or Singed top, like Maokai jungle. Like I'm super on the Malzahar hype train and have been for a really long time, and I think it's like actually bizarre that it's not played in pro play because it's like
It's
still
not like his
in-
matchups exist. Like Azir would destroy him, but Azir doesn't exist right now.
Yeah, I mean he's insane. Even like Azir champions like that who are annoying. Once you have essentially like level 5 in a lost chapter, you can play a completely non-interactive mid lane,
So
and
thing
there's
is,
like
he'll
almost
one-shot void links.
it actually doesn't matter once you have enough levels because you EQ the front line and the front line just dies.
fair.
It's like it's hilarious how easy it is to push lanes on this champion. Like I've
That's
played
fair.
a lot of Malzahar,
That's
so I
fair.
definitely think him. I think Jhin is really good, but like and Malzahar kind of bridges the gap as far as like tank shredding because I think Malzahar actually can do that well. So you
Mm.
could play someone like
You can get away
Jhin
with Jhin. Okay.
and then like I don't know Sona or whatever, right? Like I also think you can play playmaking supports with that. Like you can play
Yeah,
a
Bard
Thresh
Thresh.
Jhin or a Bard
Yeah.
Jhin, and
Thresh is
like
definitely
have,
in there.
have like a kill lane, and then you have Malzahar to kind of melt tanks, and you have a big front
Yeah.
line.
The reason I like Sona or the squishy enchanters on this is because your tank boy builds Locket. So if they try to assassinate the Sona, you shield it out, and then Sona gets to continue to sustain. That's where I think the OP synergies exist on this patch.
Something else I'd kind of like to talk about a little bit is tank itemization, which I think is actually
same.
super cool.
I
Now.
love this too.
and I really like tank itemization in this patch because there's
you want to
actually
talk about them?
Pardon?
Do you want to talk about the items that we think are great?
Yeah, sure.
All of them. No, I'm
Yeah.
just kidding.
Well, it's like Abyssal Mask and Spirit Visage are super good MR items.
Yeah.
Like, as of 715, I think Abyssal Mask or Adapted Helm was probably okay. Like they're super good like armor items as well. Like Knight's Vow is actually super good, and people are learning that. Like Gargoyle Stone Plates in there was a possible option. I think like Righteous Glory is not too bad with like Glacial Shroud in there as
Righteous
well.
Glory can be really good. Like there's
Right.
there's
Lock
ac-
is super good.
like almost all the items actually feel like, hey, there's a situation that I want this, and it's the best item, and that's actually really fun because coming from someone like when Tank Top was meta last time, it's like, okay, well, what do I build? Okay, I'm gonna build
Sunfire
and a Visage,
Yeah.
and
And then-
an Iceborne.
And a Guardian Angel.
Maybe I'll build the Iceborne first and then the Sunfire second. That would be nuts, though.
Whoa!
like
Spectre's Cowl first. It's Rumble Lane.
Yeah.
But now it's like there's actually like all these different options. Like there's I actually still think Iceborne and stuff is totally legitimate. Like okay, I'm bullying my lane very hard. I can snowball this. Like my my early damage as a tank is actually relevant because I'm ahead. Great, I'm gonna go for this. Like oh, they're very crit heavy. Randuin sounds super sick. I have a strong carry. Well now I'm actually going Knight's Vow second into a Stoneplate Locket. Oh my team is very AP heavy and I want to help increase that. Well I'm going Abyssal Mask to be able to actually buff up my team. Like it's really cool and there's intelligent choices that I actually like when I'm optimizing it. I feel like I'm winning games and I feel like really smart because of that.
Yeah.
Which is cool. When I'm fighting against like a tank who just has his Randuins and his Spirit Visage and his Sunfire, and I have Knight's Vow, like Locket and an Abyssal Mask for a team that has 4 AP or something, I'm like,
Yeah.
sweet. I'm smarter than you and I'm gonna
like
win.
Oh, man, it's over already? Oh, well, guess we'll have to go to LOLesports.com and watch the full thing. Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Echo Fox and TSM. Last game, player of the game. I think we can hold him up there on that with 1,000 kills. It goes to Bjergsen. Played very well. Haunter and him obviously having the Bash Brothers competition there, but coming out on top, able to solidify the 608, 781 damage per minute. keep the rocks out of this guy's hands.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing super, super well. I think that there's a couple people who could have been players of the
Yeah.
game. Bjergsen, to me, was really the one who was the kind of playmaker, moving to the side lanes, being extremely effective on the Taliyah, also doing very well individually in his lane. Extremely impressive performance from him, and gets 1,000 kills to boot.
It's got to feel good. Echo Fox as well, going to be fielding the same composition coming in, and we'll see if they go for the same strong composition, trying to grab early game. Maybe they aren't feeling as confident about late game, so they'll go back to it. It's all obviously up to them.
Yeah, you gotta decide what's your best chance to win.
Exactly.
Do you actually win a game where you go super late against TSM, even if you have an even composition?
Yeah.
TSM's probably a much better macro team. Maybe your best shot really is, hey, let's draft winning lanes, let's draft a jungler who can invade, and hope that you smash them.
Yep. Take him down fast. Hope they don't see it coming. Zach, Talon, almost said Taliyah. Talon ban. Probably will see a Taliyah coming back into this game, whether she is banned or left up. The team's probably taking their time here to make sure they get everything they want. Nothing missed.
And not that many tank bans coming through just yet, so we'll see what all gets over to first pick. People have had some pretty different options. We've seen Caitlyn first picks. We've seen some of the powerful supports like Thresh early first pick. We've seen Kalista first pick. We've seen Cho'Gath and Zac and Maokai. And so there's a lot of different options for that kind of first pick, and it really depends a lot on what you're prioritizing. Again, we're in this situation where multiple of the OP tanks are still available. You'd expect Maokai to be selected. Maybe Echo Fox says, hey, okay, we'll ban that out because of that. But then there is still Kalista, there is still Thresh, things like that. You can even go for Cho'Gath. I'm not sure that TSM is really playing it. That is one of the champions that I think is super OP that not every team is on just yet. But some teams are playing it and are prioritizing it extremely highly.
Oh no, they didn't ban Yasuo. What's going to happen?
It's not going to get picked. Spoiler alert.
Ah, you're such a good analyst.
No, thank you.
Thresh getting locked in for Biofrost. Plays from the bot lane to be coming in here in the very near future. And what is the answer? They're usually okay with picking the top. And just kind of hanging out, not showing too much, but that flex top.
I mean, you certainly can go to the Cho'Gath. I'm going to stop talking about that because it seems like none of these teams are interested in playing him. Either way, we could see bot lane going in. Ooh. We saw a priority on Kalista from them last game. That could go something like Blitz Kalista. I think that is a solid duo bot lane if they want to keep that away from Doublelift. They certainly have the option there. And Trundle is a pick I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about because I think it's something that should come back into the meta, in a tank meta, because his ultimate, is so powerful into these tanks. You can shred them up and makes you the super tank in the fight, and also is essentially providing a massive amount of like armor pen and magic pen against these guys.
He's one of my favorite pickups because then he starts to flex around as well. Sometimes when they grab a bunch of tanks, you see him at support. It's pretty tricky to have your damage reduced a little bit. What's going to happen? Is it the pick? Yeah, they're going to take it away. It's either Blitz Kalista or they take the Kalista Thresh. That feels a little bit better to not give it up.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista Thresh is kind of considered the premier Kalista 2v2 lane. Has a ridiculous amount of kill pressure, a lot of utility, and once you're 6, I mean, you have not only the Kalista ultimate to save the Thresh, but you have the Thresh Lantern to save the Kalista. So this really has it all. And generally speaking, people do not want to give over that bot lane to their opponents. That's why TSM banned out Thresh in the first game. They did get, the Braum Kalista, but it's something that's not quite as powerful. So now Echo Fox certainly going to have a tough bot lane on their hands. And if they don't pick their AD here, they have the ability to actually target that and try to put them on some sort of champion that they really think they can abuse.
Froggen decides to take that Corki Acadian back to his Kha'Zix. See if he goes skirmishers once again to try and get under the skin of what would be Svenskeren Gragas, we would think.
Yeah, likely going to be Svenskeren Gragas, but again, flex picks. This can go top, this can go jungle. So it could be either. You are expecting Froggen to be playing this Corki mid lane, but there is a possibility that it could go AD carry as well. So we'll see where TSM is actually going to focus their picks and bans.
Let's see that. When I think of MASH, I think of like Kog'Maw, Corki, a few of those AD carries.
The Rumble pick to me tells me that it's more likely right now that they're thinking of playing Gragas top because Rumble actually is a very good matchup, generally speaking, into that Gragas. So that could be something that they want to try to deal with. Also, I mean, just really if you want to play any tank, that is something that Rumble deals pretty well with in the early game to push you in pretty heavily.
Jax was banned out last game as well. As you can see, Rumble taken What is the final ban here coming from TSM? Might be just at Brandini to make sure he doesn't have too much in that top lane.
That's certainly possible.
Oh.
But they are going to do one of... I think this makes some sense, right?
Yeah,
if
it
you
does.
feel like, hey, ban out one of the AD carries that is A, very effective late game, and B, that maybe could actually survive in the early game, and Mash is going to go to the Draven.
Okay.
Wow. And this is a super aggressive bot lane here. I mean, even just with these 4 picks, it actually doesn't matter what the last pick is for Echo Fox. They are all in on the early game, essentially.
Heck yeah.
Like, with Blitz and
We
Draven...
said, are they going to do it again?
Yeah, I mean, Blitz, Draven, you have Kha'Zix early invading jungler. You have this very powerful laning phase, but if you are not effective in that laning phase, then it's going to be tough.
You usually don't get that like abrupt of a kill lane in LCS. I mean, Callista Thresh obviously has a potential to kill, but this one just gets into lane and they're going to keep hitting you with axes, keep trying to pull you. They got the work cut out for them on the side of TSM, as the final pick coming through could be that Taliyah. Bjergsen feeling comfortable on it coming out of game 1. They already have that Jarvan locked in.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You called it. That They can go right back to this combo. This is the same solo laners from the first game. And you can certainly expect them to look for the same sort of plays, right? To be able to spread out the map and look for that. Camille is going to be the pick here for Brandini.
It gets through.
That is a pick you expect to be able to outscale and out 1v1 Haunter in the later stages of the game, but he has to get there, right? And that's certainly something that does give them a later game win condition if you can get this super strong split pushing Camille. But that being said, I mean, a lot of focus has to be on the bot lane, right? This is a Blitz and a Draven who are going to be hyper aggressive, taking the Ignite for now, and it's going to be tough for Doublelift to actually trade into the Draven because Draven's short trades are so much more powerful. And if the Kalista ever gets hooked in early, that could be pretty devastating. Even Biofrost on the Thresh does have to be somewhat careful. But if they can play this safe, wait for their jungler to come down, it's certainly something that you can look to take advantage of.
It's always interesting when a team kind of has that factor of being better in the early game, so they continue going for those early game compositions. I love seeing it because they kind of put themselves on that line. It's always a bit more pressure. Hashtag TSM win, hashtag Fox win. We'll see if Echo Fox can keep this series alive.
And one thing that is going to work up against them a little bit in the early game is you expect Jarvan to be able to push in the Camille, generally speaking, so they don't have all pushing lanes anymore. You know, we saw the first invade coming out of Kha'Zix from Acadian in game 1 was because Rumble had top lane pushed up and he evaded Rumble and Kha'Zix, go push out Svenskeren. This time, if the Jarvan is pushing into your Camille, then it's much scarier to invade on that top side because Jarvan will respond first. So they're going to have to be cognizant of that, and we'll see how Acadian can play around this if he decides, you know, to maybe go for that Tracker's Knife this time if he doesn't feel he can evade.
All right, we are on to the Rift for game number 2. TSM now on the blue side, Echo Fox coming down from the top side of the map on red. And we have basically the same comp we're looking at here from TSM with just a few changes in that AD carry and jungle position. Still basically the same kind of abilities you get out of it.
Yeah,
long range and a lot of damage.
Essentially, they have the double front line. They still have Bjergsen on Taliyah, and then they have their bot lane, obviously a little bit different there, but still, generally speaking, it's a similar type of composition. I would say the scaling's not quite as good, you know, on someone like the Gragas compared to the Maokai. The Maokai is certainly a superior pick, I think, but Gragas does offer a ton of playmaking, offers, I think, more early pressure because of that, and also the ability to knock people like the Draven in later in the fight. So we'll see if they're going to be able to pull off any early plays with that.
Minions have spawned.
TSM trying to deny the actual Wraith Ward Brush, and they're looking to actually move forward here. Have been spotted, though. So both teams are trying to kind of play around this now. TSM last time was able to actually deny the Wraith Ward, and now they're going to go for kind of this super leash that we have talked about, where you start leashing this, and then the bot lane backs off and starts leashing the red buff. Then they go over to that. And look where Gate is actually setting up. Gate sitting in the Dragon Pit. He's hoping that TSM bot lane takes the greedy path here. Then he will try to hook Doublelift over. And they're going to try to go for a play here. Or Biofrost. He does look in Biofrost. So Biofrost has to flash now. 100% he has to flash.
Fantastically played.
Really nice.
1-2s. I mean, that's what you get out of playing Blitz in the beginning, right? Why not make that play?
Yeah, it's really smart. But the question can be asked, if your AD carry is not taking the greedy route, why are you, right? Like, Doublelift went the long way around. why is Biofrost going that way, right? So if your AD carry is going to try to rush the lane, you're going to try to really fast push it, then maybe it makes sense that he walk that way. Either way, it takes a greedy path. They force out the flash. Smart stuff from the Echo Fox. And now they have flash down on Biofrost. So they can look to pressure even more, right? You're going to have to see them play a bit more defensively because if Biofrost is getting hooked in, if the Cadian comes down there, that could be a free kill.
It did mean...
Nice trades.
As he's going to clean up the CS coming in here. Double lift bet to the CS early. I'll have to see if those levels actually start to make a difference in lane. The flash down for Biofrost could mean they play timid. It's Brandini and Haunts are going back and forth.
And Svenskeren already here.
Svenskeren, the flash in. Brandini still has his. There's the slow. Hook shot gets him just to safety. But they know, he knows he's going to be getting a bit more pressure now.
And that's the advantage of that Super Leash, using the flash body slam there. Our body slam flash very early on, but Brandini gets out, and it's 2 summoner spells down for TSM. He's able to TP back, so well done by him, and he's going to be able to collect the CS as it comes on in, so it could be turned around, right? Because now we have a Cadian with the flash. If you didn't want to invade before, he certainly could look for that now, right? There's a flashless Gragas that you could look to abuse.
Brandini looking to go refill immediately. He's like, I'll just get this potion. You just start stacking up the money. Good push back onto Froggen as the lane resets and trading back a bit of equal damage. Looks like exhaust to heal in that lane. So the kill pressure's there, but they'll probably get out of the situation before either of them actually go down. Let's look at Mash quick. Obviously not too much has happened, but he's at 39 adoration stacks. So we'll see how much he has when he actually cashes in.
Yeah, that's something that we haven't talked about yet, but it's so pivotal for Draven. You know, he gets gold based off of every stack that he has when he gets a kill, and he loses half his stacks, I still believe, when he does die. So it's one of those situations where you're trying to stack as heavily as possible. You get a stack for every CS, I believe, with Axe, as well as every time you catch it. So you can stack them up pretty quickly if you're very good with it. And if you get to like a couple hundred stacks and you get that kill, that gold injection can be so big and can be enough to actually snowball the game out of control for the Draven. But Svenskeren is here.
Get him in with the Dark Passage. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be going down to the light this time. 5 minutes in, they put a bit of pressure bot side, so Svenskeren has been coast to coast now, trying to make this work.
And that's the gank assist from the Thresh, right? No summoners have to be blown there from TSM. That means Blitzcrank is down a flash, and if Blitzcrank cannot posture aggressively, cannot play aggressively, that support is worthless. Like, you don't have any pressure if you're sitting back under your turret. You need to be in the bush. You need to be threatening these hooks, and taking that flash away really limits the ability of Gate to do this.
It's much easier to read that Blitzcrank's positioning as well. Hooks are easier to dodge, and as soon as the hook and the flash are down, the respect goes away. Cadian trying to disrespect in the jungle a little bit here. He calls help from Froggen, and that's that lane push. Bjergsen's a little late to come here as he's kind of dealing with a wave at the turret.
Nice sidestep.
Biofrost comes up to help.
No hook,
Hold
no
over.
flash,
Biofrost, yeah, flash from the early game, still going in, and Biofrost is going to go down on the roam from the bot lane to mid. First blood for Cadian.
Gate having a laugh about that one. Hooks him over the wall again. And this time, no flash to bail out Biofrost. And Cadian with such a nice little sidestep. His team had backed off, so Biofrost had no backup there. They're able to get first blood onto the Kha'Zix, and he's going to look to invest probably in some early aggressive pressure. So really good sidestep. Svenskeren walks off. He gets hooked in. Talia's under the mid lane turret. So at this point, this is just a dead support. There's nothing they can really do for him. And you can see Bjergsen even already basing, knowing that Biofrost is going down.
Last cone just a few more steps away, but then again, you're Thresh, so you have to actually stand on it to make that work. Serrated, Dirk, Boots, and Vision coming in from Ashe on the bot side, so he'll be able to put a bit more sting on with those axes as he starts catching them. Double lift. I think he'll come back with not too much just yet. He's on 1,600 gold, so he's just waiting to back.
Yeah, probably a Bilgewater Cutlass would be the buy, I would expect. We'll see where he decides to go, though, if he wants to go to that Blade of the Rune King or do something different. Either way, it was actually the Tracker's Knife on Cadian, so we talked about the fact that top lane maybe getting pushed in, and Gate now looking for a roam. We'll see if he can get a summoner out of Bjergsen.
Predict the flash, hits him. Oh, catches him out of the air. Beautifully done. The charges take him down. Biofrost tries to get there in time, and that's 2 summoners and Bjergsen down.
I mean, that was very well done. Gate with the early Moby Boots. just runs straight in, and Bjergsen not wanting to early flash, trying to respect the hook and hoping he could actually force him to use the hook, then reactively flash. But if you get punched up, the hook is guaranteed, and this costs a lot for Bjergsen, who goes down, and now Froggen is off to a good start. And
Alley-oops him out of the air.
He's hoping that the speed boost was going to end before he actually got the punch off.
Yeah.
And if the speed boost ends, then he has to start the hook, and when he goes for the hook, you flash it.
Yeah.
In this case, Gate makes another nice play, and he's been on point with the Blitzcrank so far.
Blitzcrank was banned second phase first game by TSM, and maybe we see why now. It's just the chaos it controls in that laning phase. They want to keep going for a while.
Level 6 Gragas down here, though, and Flash is back as he's a flashless Blitzcrank, so they could go for the play, but they don't know where Acadian is, and I think they are scared of the 3v3.
You see Biofrost start to hover the top side of that lane if they really wanted it for the Lantern drag. And a switch over to Froggen here as he's going to get blue buff and wait for a lot of those missiles to charge up in lane. You can see that capacity just under his health bar for Corki. Brandini pretty good on the trades once he gets that passive back up. He always gets a bit of a shield for Hauntzer's damage. And he's actually going in pretty well. Haunter not able to stand toe-to-toe.
Really nice trade.
Pretty much the spot he wants to be farming at. He can't farm at now.
Yeah, I mean, Haunter not able to actually hit that Flagon Drag, and then Brandy does land a stun, does land the full combo. And now Haunter has to be pretty careful, but he knows that there could be focus coming over from TSM. Thankfully for him, they have a ward by the blue buff, so Brandini knows Svenskeren is coming. You still have to stand very far back. It doesn't matter if you know that it's coming if you still die to it, and Jarvan can set it up very easily with the Cataclysm. So he is backing off and showing that respect.
Not so quick, Drake.
No, they are very low, but TSM can't really respond. So it should be their Dragon. And just fight that away. Ooh. Nicely done. And that's an Infernal, so that is a big one. And the fact that Froggen had package makes this an even better time to go for it, because they know if any fight breaks out, he can very easily respond with the package. And I like playing around that cooldown in ways like this. A lot of times you can't actually get a kill with the package, but you know what you can do? You can force an objective. You can get vision in your opponent's jungle. You can threaten these sorts of plays. And TSM now making their move on the top side and the bot side.
Yeah, they want everything here. Quick dodge. He felt he would hug the
Going for the dive on top, though. Froggen is coming up. I don't know if he still has the package to get here.
Brandini ultimatum. Now he can hook shot out of this one. Beautifully played, but he actually goes back in. Trying to get Froggen the kills here. Haunts are going to be going down, and now Svenskeren has to go toe-to-toe with Froggen. The blue buff is there. He can continue to sling out the spells. Flashes over, but takes the slow from the cast, and that may be enough. Valkyrie just putting him in range. A few more, 3 charges up, and he's not going to be able to get the last one off. The big one not doing enough damage to Svenskeren.
And TSM tried to pull off that play. I talked about how you usually cannot get a kill when the package is up.
Yeah.
But TSM goes for the play. And Froggen using that package to get back up there. Fight on the bot side, though.
Quick hook in. Gate is 5. Mash is 7. His Gate hasn't been getting the experience in lane. I guess Biofrost is sitting at the same spot, but that silence isn't there yet, so they have to be careful about taking these fights. Doublelift can just keep dancing around. We'll see this top fight again.
And the reason Froggen gets there so fast, that's the package. He utilizes the package to get up from mid lane, and then really nice dodge on the body slam from Brandini. They go straight over onto Bjergsen. Bjergsen took aggro on the turret, so multiple mistakes there from TSM. Svenskeren should have been the one tanking that up, so Bjergsen could actually finish off the kill, but they notice the turret is on Bjergsen. Immediately, ultimatum goes down on him. They focus him down. Very good target selection and play from Brandini and Froggen. And TSM probably shouldn't have gone for the play in the first place when packaged up, and B, should have had aggro on a different player.
Echo Fox answering very well, adapting to pretty much everything as it happens on the fly. TSM with those invades, very deep wards to the top side, so they'll know where Acadian is if he heads there. They are going to try to go in the mid lane on Froggen now. That Valk's down, he's going to just head out, or hang out, I should say, in mid. Acadian back and forth. Should be able to jump over the wall and get out of this one.
He actually got Bjergsen pretty low. I mean, I know Bjergsen still had heal, but you can see the damage already coming out of this guy. Is this time it's a pre-11-minute Triforce, so that is very, very fast for Froggen, and he's certainly going to be really strong and going to be looking to try to carry this game.
Pretty ridiculous CS as well. 116 to 95 there at the 11-minute mark. Only not farming now because he went down. So expect him to clean everything up in mid lane and keep that lead. We'll see how this happened again. TSM was kind of sick of nothing happening, and they say, let's bring the team.
Yeah, really nice roam there from Biofrost. A bit of an oopsie on the hook, but he already hit the flash play, and the body slam was there too.
Known as a zoning hook.
A zoning hook. He could not go back towards his base.
He could not go back towards
That's
his base.
true. Either way, really nice play. And roams have been kind of the name of the game. Both supports have been getting involved, moving towards the mid lane, and now it's, both sides have been able to actually execute on one of those kills. Biofrost here again.
A lot of wards on the side of Fox. They can't even really enter this Dragon side. Infernal, they want to stop that second one, as it were, to come up. Still has quite a bit here, but TSM is making quick work of that vision. They moved it from top now to bottom to prioritize here.
Mash sitting at 270 or so stacks. Going to be going back and looking for a Ghost Blade here, I imagine. Could be Dust Blade too. It will be the Dust Blade. So now he really wants to cash in. You complete that first item.
Yeah.
You try to get a kill. If you can actually cash in before you die, that will be a really big injection of gold because you'd get over 500 gold from the passive plus the gold from the kill. So that can be so big in actually snowballing you and getting you very quickly towards this next lethality item if he decides to go for that.
Those games feel super good. When you leave the base with 20 gold, you go back with 1100, you're like, and another
serrated Dirk. Get that right in there and go for it. But TSM knows this, and they're trying to set up a dive onto the Draven. They want to be able to take him down before he can actually cash in. There are 4 members of TSM down here on this bot side. 4 members of Echo Fox responding, though.
Hook for a hook. Oh my word. Gate taken down immediately. The rest of that is going to slow the team.
Camille's here though, and Haunter is not TP'd.
Brandini right around. That's going to be Hextech Ultimatum. Oh, he's going to get one locked in onto Doublelift. Fate's Call pushes him right back into Brandini. Doublelift has the room to keep the fire going. Cataclysm on all 3. He actually gets the flag and drag in before he gets that down, and Doublelift has the chance to dance around the outside and continue to take down Echo Fox.
I mean, Mash couldn't follow up. He didn't have his flash to go over the wall, so Brandini just goes so deep there. Had Draven been involved in the fight, they would have smashed it, but he could not get over the wall, was not able to actually join in, and it means Brandini dives too far, and TSM comes out okay.
Great cover on everybody chasing down. Once they kind of located Brandini, they knew what the priority objective was in that fight. Bjergsen now 2 kills, Doublelift with 2 kills on the Kalista, and we'll see this once again.
I mean, it's a good start to the fight from TSM, but then Camille's TP'd in so much earlier. Like, look at him get first down, seismic shove, just deleted. Camille's here so much faster. Yes, they have the strength to go for the play, but look where Mash is, right? How is he actually supposed to get over here? He kind of hesitates, he goes back around, Brandini comes over, but look how long it actually takes Draven to get down. So it's really just the 3 members here. And then all of TSM has arrived before Mash has actually even gotten into the fight. Doublelift is back to his turret. Now Mash starts fighting, but Bjergsen is here too, and the fight has already kind of gone south a bit. They almost take down Monster, but imagine if Mash was there. 1 or 2 more autos, he could have picked up.
Oh my word, Bjergsen had about 3 hits before he was dead. We only saw 1 of them, but they are going to be going for Dragon now. Mash kind of teetering on knife's edge of where's his front line, where's his back line, because those axes need to hit. Right now they're waiting for Gate to pull somebody to the back line. It looks like they will concede this Dragon. You see the damage from the fight.
Yeah, they would have loved to get this second Infernal, but Brandini went top, and Haunter walked down. So when your top laner does not have TP, they were not willing to take the 5v4, and I think in that case it was the correct decision. You also pair that with the fact that TSM has done a good job actually getting vision around this Dragon, like 3 pink wards around that area, multiple wards in the river as well. Brandini does cash in on a turret though, and they're hoping to get him to a spot where he can win these 1v1s, and that's going to be like a big deal for Echo Fox too. You have a really strong mid laner right now. If you can get the Camille to where he's winning the 1v1s against J4, that's very good, and then you're just trying to really get the Draven going, cash him in.
It's a good thing he didn't go down last fight. Mash did stay alive, so those stacks continue to go up. A lot of money sitting in that pocket. Top lane being pushed in by Haunter. All teleports are down, so we could actually expect to see a little quiet time here for the time being.
Lane swap's coming out from Echo Fox though, and they're actually going to try to make this happen faster. They're going to look for the pick on Haunter and then try to push down the turret, but I mean, TSM's already on the turret. Haunter should know this is coming. Maybe caught out regardless. They can try to get this kill on Mash. This would be big.
Oh, Cataclysm back. They might be able to drop a Cadian, but since Garen actually didn't go for the fight as well, they all wanted out. They do get the kill over onto Haunter. Pressure on the bot side grabs the turret though. And 1 for 1 on structures.
Yep, Brandini had already knocked down that top turret, so TSM collects the turret here. They do get a kill, but still I think you prioritize the turret kill over that kill in this situation. If you had cashed in MASH, maybe that changes up the math because that is so much extra gold injected in. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the kill onto the Draven, so he's going to push out the wave, and we'll see what the lane assignments are going to be for Echo Fox if they decide to actually swap their bot lane back, or if they're happy to have them sit up in the top lane.
Gate always roaming. He just wants to back safe. Good wards push forward here from Fox. Helped Froggen stay on these last few minions in the mid lane because it's quite quiet for him. He doesn't have too many teammates that would be able to help at this point. And they need to keep him alive. There's good damage coming from Acadian and Froggen. Those two huge in this fight until they can get MASH going. And that's what we're waiting for. Fox can usually control this a portion of the game and before this, but this is where TSM usually starts to out-macro them once they get back onto the map.
Yeah,
20 minutes.
To Echo Fox's credit, these are some of the best early games they've shown lately, because while they traditionally have been a good early game team, in the last couple weeks they have not been. They have not been a good team at any time of the game. So, I mean, the fact that they are actually going toe-to-toe with TSM is encouraging. It is, you know, kind of showing that strength again, and I think partly it's because Acadian and Froggen are back in, and those are really the guys who have been dominant in the early stages. You know, Acadian getting those early kills, and Froggen with ridiculously good laning stats. So we'll see if they can actually transition this into a strong mid game and into a win. So far, they are in a decent spot. They have a lot of kills on both Acadian and Froggen. Brandini is scaling up pretty well, but MASH has not really been able to get involved and not really been able to cash in. So it could be tough for him when you get to these team fights if he's not really ahead. Like Lethality Draven, once it gets to the point where Hauntzer and Svenskeren are stacking armor, and you are just getting dove by a Gragas and this J4 and the Thresh in your face, like it's so hard if you're not really, really strong to actually get through that front line and get to the squishy targets that you want to take out.
Bit of a spike here. Brandini now 2 Triforces on the team. We know Froggen has had his for the past 8 or so minutes with the clip that he farms at and able to grab his resources. Not too much of a gold lead. 300 here. 30 seconds onto that Baron as TSM does start the Rift Herald. I thought this was going to go to the wayside this game with the pressure. But TSM using a little bit of that macro to stretch the map thin are going to get this one without any contest.
I mean, they do a really good job of setting up vision around where they want to play. You know, when they wanted that last Infernal, we pointed out 5 or 6 wards in the bottom side river. Now they wanted the Rift Herald. Look where all their warding is, all the way up into the jungle near the red buff. They have a line of pinks, 3 pinks across that river, so they know they're safe to do this. They're doing their due diligence, great preparation on the vision, on the warding, that lets them know, hey, we're safe to actually take this objective right before it goes down. Ooh, nice sidestep.
Sidestep or myth? I'm just kidding.
A little bit of both.
Little.
It's always a little bit of both.
Takes 2 to tango.
Yeah, exactly. When I see them moving like that, I like to give the credit for the dodge as opposed to just the straight up miss. But
I always thumbs up. I always thumbs up the aggressive dodge, the forward dodge.
Well, Brandini's won the fight now, and Haunts are going to be taking a lot of damage here.
The who's in whose head on this fight. Oh, Froggen making it a 2v1, and Doublelift can't get there in time. Late to the party. Fox looks like they actually wanted to join this one with Invite, and they will back off to say that's good enough for us. 40 seconds on this Dragon. Let's actually gain the pressure, and they already have enough pink vision.
Another nice roam there by Froggen. It looked like Hauntzer probably would have won out on that 1v1, but Froggen gets in there and does actually take him down, so well played by him. He has been very active this game and having a very strong game for himself on the Corki. And Corki does scale well, so it's not like they're not going to have good late game damage. It's just about, once again, the composition with the front line does make it tougher. But they have Blitzcrank, they can look for picks, they can burst people down, and that's what they're trying to do.
One slow. There's the flash. Take him down before the hook goes through. This is Doublelift going to be going down. Hook shot straight to him. Very nice flash to keep himself alive for the time being, but it's all a futile attempt. He goes down, and so is Biofrost.
And what good timing. Right as the Infernal does spawn, so they can go for this. They have to actually respond a little bit to TSM in the mid lane, though, too. As the Rift Herald has been dropped, this turret should be going down, but if they can at least defend the secondary turret, which it looks like they will be in position to do, and get that Infernal, they're in a pretty good spot because Brandini is pushing bot. They're doing pretty well here, and nice hook.
That was pretty sweet.
Rift Herald can be CC'd. You can make it pretty useless sometimes.
takes it right back. But that also plays into the favor of kind of what we talked about last game, is where if TSM is able to get something at any moment, it seems like their waves are right there and ready. Brandini had to push this one up a little bit later. Now he's grabbing it, but it still happens. It's just a few seconds behind, and that's where TSM kind of starts to grab a lead.
And that's exactly it, right? It's like, when you look at this situation and you say, okay, Echo Fox made a great play, they killed multiple people, of course they get much more, right? Well, they lost 2 turrets. They actually lose a fair bit because of that. I still think it's a good play for them because they got a turret of their own, they get the Infernal, they get a couple kills. But TSM is always a team who is ready to make the best out of a bad situation. And when they have a really good situation, they get even more. And now they are on the Baron. There is a blue trinket available for MASH, but I think this is actually just going to be gone because Acadian is pretty far away. I don't know if they can get here in time. We'll see if they go for the play. Brandini has no TP.
They have the Whirling Death.
Kalista can look to secure this.
MASH throws in Whirling Death, and he steals it with the ultimate Whirling Objective Stealer. And it's 10-5 now as TSM leaves bewildered of where the Baron went.
They have the Kalista Smite combo. And MASH just throws in the ultimate casually, takes that down. That could be the key to actually winning this game. I mean, that should have been a TSM Baron and them tying up the gold lead, having the better composition and taking the game. Instead, that's 2 turrets and the Baron for Echo Fox. They are now very far ahead.
See where they go with this. A few of the minion waves are in position this time around. That bot wave respected by Hauntzer now may leave Bjergsen open in the mid lane for just enough time. It seems like they might just want Hauntzer and the turret if they route down to the bot side. They're waiting to see if Brandini pulls in a bit of aggression.
Yeah, and I mean, MASH has cashed in now. He got his kill, and he didn't die. He has so much gold on this Draven. They're just going to bum rush this inhibitor turret. That is gone, and this is going to be an inhibitor at 24 minutes for Echo Fox.
Look where TSM is as well. Turned on top of their head for this play, thinking they had time, and that's how dark the map is for them on that bot side. Fox was on that side of the court the whole time.
So well done for Echo Fox. Definitely a big thanks over to Spence Karen and Doublelift for messing up the Baron.
See it again.
This is a great play here from MASH. He goes for the attempt on the steal, throws it in. The Rend came in, but the Smite did not, so it was not in sync there. And he is very happy about that one.
Brandini. Great job, MASH. We're taking this one home, buddy. All right, 25 minutes on the clock. Now, TSM, like we said, they're going to try to make the best of a bad situation, and that one basically put their backs against the wall for a moment. They still can have some map control. They took out 3 turrets before that, but did now lose
Brandini,
6 of their turrets.
Super strong now, has the Ravenous Hydra. He's going to chase down Hauntzer.
Hextech ultimatum after the flag and drag. Where did his health go? Brandini coming up huge, and the super minion there to help take down Hauntzer.
I mean, that's that scaling on Camille. You get so ridiculously strong. Look how much AD he has as a flat BF sword going for the GA.
346.
And he has the Ravenous Hydra. This guy is very, very strong right now. And I mean, Echo Fox have gotten more than far enough ahead to actually take this game.
I mean, that's the ticket, right? They continue to build these early game teams, but now they have that safety in Brandini to scale up if they don't get the early game they wanted. They kept it even with TSM and were able to catapult an 8,000 gold lead. 1.5 minutes left on Baron, and they continue to turn TSM's base into shambles.
It's a tough one for TSM. I mean, they were still within reach until that Baron went wrong, right? And that Baron really lost them everything because they had 5 members there. Brandini was split pushing. They lose the Baron. They lose multiple turrets. Now their split pusher can't 1v1. Like, they just got so behind off that Baron play. We'll see if they can actually slow down the pace of the game, because if they can, they still can, you know, pull it back with their composition to a place where they could win, but it's going to be very hard. Echo Fox has 2 inhibitors, and they're looking to quickly close out this game.
They want to put a little bit of pressure on. Fate's Call goes back in, throws down the box. What a hit from Team Solo mid. Brandini gets deleted. Froggen still alive, trying to put the damage back onto Hauntzer, but Gate's already running. His mana shield is down, and that means he's going to be taking more damage as it falls. MASH goes down. That shield is gone for Gate, and he's got to stay out of the way of the damage. These guys absolutely got jumped on, and we said TSM can always make the best of a bad situation. You got to be ready.
Yeah, what a good combo there from TSM. Great engage, but their base is under pressure from these super minions, so Bjergsen needs to get back and defend this. Should be able to keep the turret alive, you would expect. They will be able to do so. Either way, this just buys them a bit of time. It's a good play, but it's a 3-for-1 in the kills, and they are still massively behind. Waves are still crashing in, and Froggen is going to be able to go back and buy, and these guys are so strong.
How long have they been out? About 1,500 to 1,300 in some pockets, as we see this fight one more time.
The Weaver's Wall was just so sick. Into that face call, knocks up 4. They have the Kalia combo on multiple. Svenskeren in there for a great ultimate, but look how fast. Doublelift actually got deleted there by Froggen. He went down in almost an instant, and then Froggen doing a good job, kiting back, able to chunk some of these guys out. They do take down Mash, but Echo Fox does not get completely routed there, which was certainly important. If you go all 5 kills, TSM can get control back on the map, but TSM needs to continue making good plays like this. The next Dragon, they should not fight for. They should be playing around their minion waves, and Sven looking for a pick, though.
Can't stop, won't stop. He's got Hauntzer right behind him. One more body slam in just a few seconds. Mash uses the adrenaline rush to get himself some distance just out of range of the body slam, but he's got 5 members chasing him down.
They're chasing so far, though. Brandini's in the base, and Brandini's going to go for the end. All Echo Fox has to do is delay now. If they can stop these bases, Echo Fox wins the game, and Acadian does stop the base, and I don't know if Hauntzer can do this by himself. We'll see.
That's one hit. He can't take too much damage from the turrets. Brandini needs to work the minions in. He might want to get back with his team, is what they're saying. Double
Echo Fox
close
in a bad
to going
fight,
down.
though.
Acadian hops out of that one. Gate's going to be able to take one down. Can he get another one? That kill actually going over to Acadian before he went down. Gate not coming up with much more than grabs here. It's still a 2v1 as they teeter back and forth. TSM on the wrong side of the fight, and Brandini going for the Nexus as they are coast to coast. And what's happening right now, he's got the GA, so he's coming back up with super minions right behind him, tries to get the last bit of armor. Hextech ultimatum as he feels like he can drop Hauntzer anyways, and it's Brandini taking the game for Echo Fox, and the team behind him all the way there.
What an end to that game. That was insane. TSM chasing so far on the Mash, and they can't actually lock him up with their CC, unable to hit the flag and drag, unable to get him knocked back into the team, and they got stuck over in the enemy's jungle. Only Hauntzer could get back to base, and at this point, he has been outscaled. He's not able to actually hold Brandini in that 1v1, so great job by Echo Fox closing out the game.
Absolutely. They had to come out a little bit stronger. Bjergsen, again, a 5-kill game. Froggen said, we all need to do more. Froggen with 7. Brandini coming up huge at the end. The Kazakhs working again. It was a very big rinse and repeat here for Echo Fox because they knew they had that early game. They just had to have that card in the late game where they could say, got that ace in the hole, baby. We're playing this one, Brandini's Camille.
Yeah, I mean, Camille got to the point where there's nothing J4 can do anymore, right? There's no way that he's really going to win that 1v1. I mean, Brandini started actually fighting Hauntzer after he was at like 30% health and still wins the 1v1, so that's always going to feel bad. But it was well played by Echo Fox. You certainly have to point to some of the mistakes, though, from TSM. I mean, that Baron secure really should have been theirs. Losing that to the Draven ultimate, when you have Kalista ultimate plus Smite, that's a combo you need to be able to pull off, and we've seen teams fall prey to that. Earlier, I believe this weekend, we saw Cho'Gath and a Kalista get out-smited by Reignover just kind of wandering in and smiting that. So
we'll see this go back through the game a little bit here with Mash's take of the Baron.
I mean, it was a good Baron call. Brandini's on the bot side. He has no TP. So, well, he's like, well, okay, I guess I'll keep split pushing, right? The problem here is that they do not execute their Smite Rend combo. There is the Rend, no Smite comes out. That needs to be synced up. You need to do a countdown, basically, and immediately do it at the same time. And if you do not, you open up for these kind of random steals to come in. And Mash, you know, good timing, also some luck, steals that away. And that meant not only does TSM not get that, they're losing stuff on the bot side. They don't have the Baron buff themselves. They lose that gold, and they lose their mid turret. That was the game-defining moment.
As well, they kept putting things into play where they were in position with Brandini to roam. Those minions were there. It was funny, as we kind of pull back to Mash for a second, that it wasn't the adoration stacks that came out from the Draven. He controlled lane a lot, but in the end, the ult to really help pull them through. And what they did in the early game was so strong. Continuing to go around the Kazakhs, again, pressuring very hard onto TSM. For Acadian.
They're putting on a lot of pressure, I think, with the Acadian Froggen combo, playing it very, very well. Biofrost had no flash, from some level 1 cheese or creative play or whatever you want to call it from Gate. He did a really nice ward over the Dragon Ball, and Biofrost walks a greedy way, gets hooked, loses flash, repeat, get that hook. Now he's dead. Then the roam up here from Gate, really active in the early game. Bjergsen thinking he could get away, loses both his summoners and dies. Then this is another big mistake, I think, from TSM, where they go for 3-man dive. Froggen had package. Not only does Froggen have package, but Bjergsen is the one tanking the turret. You need that to be on a Svenskeren. And I think what actually may have happened there is because Brandini avoided the body slam from Svenskeren with his ultimate, that was what they were expecting to take aggro on the turret. So then Bjergsen starts attacking, thinking that the Gragas body slam would have already hit, but it did not. So he gets aggro. They focus him down. Those couple plays, some mistakes from TSM, but also some great plays from Echo Fox, really did turn around the game.
And one last great play from Echo Fox. While one was in the base, stopping the backs was huge. And you don't get to do this very often. So it's almost a new experience every time. You're just trying to get away.
And I mean, TSM chasing very heavily onto Mash here. Hauntzer expended his ultimate actually onto Acadian. That might have made a difference if they could have just killed him off right off the bat. But they have Camille in the bot lane. They're saying, well, end the game. All we have to do is actually stop here. Acadian gets up, stops Doublelift's base. Yes, we did see Hauntzer get back to base, but then they're able to actually force a fight. They know they're pretty strong here. All they really have to do is keep them around. They don't need to actually win the fight. And Froggen is so strong that they actually are able to do so. Both TPs were coming in, but then were canceled, and Camille ends up staying around. It's just the one Nexus turret to defend. And from this point, Froggen and Gate don't actually ever need to kill TSM's members. They just need to keep poking them, keep them here, and buy enough time. And that's exactly what they do as the turret goes down. Camille's able to win the 1v1 and eventually end the game.
It's like, I gotta go, my people need me. Not enough.
It's the golden glue. See ya, nerds.
Yeah, see ya. Too little too late there, but great win for Echo Fox. Really lighting a fire under themselves, adapting and finding out what wasn't working in that early game composition. And they actually got two things that were banned out against them last game. And they actually had a pretty big impact this game, that Camille and that Blitzcrank. So big stuff coming in from Fox. We are going to be heading into a game 3. When we return, we'll see if Echo Fox can pull out the upset versus TSM. Meet us back here after the break.
Audio for Bjergsen.
Yeah, it's just
doing audio for Svenskeren.
Oh yeah, man, that's so bad.
No hook, no over. Biofrost, blast from the early game, still going in, and Biofrost is going to go down on the roam from the bot lane to mid.
Okay. I'm on this guy. I'm on the way, Brandon. Okay, Gragas solo. Take this. I got him.
Pushing away.
Yeah.
Throws down the box. What a hit from Team Solo mid. Brandini gets deleted. Froggen's still alive, trying to put the damage back onto Hauntzer. Tries to get the last bit of armor. Hextech ultimatum as he feels like he can drop Hauntzer anyways. And it's Brandini taking a game for Echo Fox and the team behind him all the way there.
This is Kayn, the Shadow Reaper. Kayn's not alone. The scythe he wields is possessed by a Darkin named Rost. Each time Kayn steps onto the rift, he has to fight Rost for control. Inevitably, one will consume the other. You choose the victor. Welcome to the Kayn Champion Spotlight. Kayn's passive is the Darkin Scythe. At some point during each game, Kayn transforms into either the Shadow Assassin or the Darkin. For Kayn to conquer and destroy Rost, he must become the Shadow Assassin by damaging ranged champions. Meanwhile, fighting melee champions will empower Rost, which enables him to take over Kayn's body and transform into the Darkin. Once either form has won, return to base to attain your final form. This process will amplify most of your active abilities, as well as replace the Darkin Scythe passive with an entirely new one based on the form you took. The Shadow Assassin's new passive deals significant bonus damage during the first few seconds of combat with champions, while the Darkin heals for a chunk of all ability damage dealt to champions. No matter which form wins, you can simply wait a few minutes to choose the loser instead. Kayn's Q is Reaping Slash. Kayn dashes, then swings his scythe in a circle. Both the dash and slash damage all enemies they hit. This ability deals bonus damage to monsters. If Rost wins the struggle, Reaping Slash deals bonus % health damage against all enemies except minions. Kayn's W is Blade's Reach. Kayn rears back and slashes in a line, damaging and slowing all struck enemies. If Kayn becomes the Shadow Assassin, the range is increased and a living shadow will strike for him, allowing Kayn to move freely after casting. If the Darkin is in control, Blade's Reach will knock up its foes. Kayn's E is Shadow Step, which grants a burst of movement speed and the ability to walk through any terrain for a few moments. When he first enters terrain, he'll receive a heal and significantly extend the duration of Shadow Step. However, the extended duration won't be granted if Kayn's in combat with enemy champions. As a Shadow Assassin, Kayn gains additional movement speed and immunity to slows when activating Shadow Step.
I am everywhere.
Nearby enemy champions will be alerted of Kayn's presence while he's inside the terrain. Because the base duration of Shadow Step is rather short, make sure you're close enough to a wall to actually phase through and extend the duration. When you plan out your ganks as Kayn, think about how you can use Shadow Step to invent creative jungle and ganking routes. You have completely unique pathing as Kayn, and learning that is extremely important. Even the rift itself isn't big enough to hold back the Shadow Reaper. Kayn's ultimate is Umbral Trespass. When activated, Kayn leaps inside an enemy champion he's recently damaged. While Kayn's ghost riding his whip, he's untargetable and has the option to jump out early. Upon exiting his host, he deals massive damage to the target. In Shadow Assassin form, the cast range is increased and it refreshes the bonus damage from his passive. As a Darkin, Umbral Trespass's base damage is replaced with max health damage, and heals Kayn based on his target's max health as well. Basically, use it to chomp on tanks. When you trespass into an enemy, it's like they're a train and you're the world's scariest freight hopper. You go wherever they go, and then you kill the train.
Even Zed would be impressed.
Regardless of which form you gain access to first, think about which of Kayn's transformations will benefit your team the most in the mid to late game. Does the enemy team have a lot of squishy carries you can burst? If so, go Assassin. Or if they have big bruisers and your team is lacking crowd control, consider choosing the Darkin's Slayer.
Take a look at this!
As Kayn, you're the only champ that can fully change roles in the middle of a game. Choose wisely. The Shadow Assassin excels at flanking and picking off high-priority targets when they least expect it. Use Blade's Reach to engage, then dive in with Reaping Slash and dodge their big abilities with your ultimate.
There was a time to run, but you missed it.
The Darkin is, just like in his lore, real strong against assassins. Between his built-in sustain and crowd control abilities, the Demonic Force is extremely hard to kill. When the situation gets tight, you can heal up with a carefully timed trespass, then knock up your pursuers and slip away into a wall.
Armed and ready.
Thanks for tuning in to the Kayn Champion Spotlight.
Click the links below or I'll eat your soul.
Welcome back to the deciding game in this series between Echo Fox and TSM. Seeing beautiful Kayn run around the rift, really, and Contracts has done that for us. But
When are they gonna stop teasing us and lock it in?
I know. Last game, the beautiful one flying around the rift was Froggen on that. Corki coming out big for his team, player of the game, coming into that second one and keeping Echo Fox's hopes alive. But really, the whole team played well last game. So on top, Froggen was able to put up those numbers, though.
Yeah, they certainly did all play well, but it seems to often be the case that when Echo Fox wins, Froggen is popping off. This guy really has been very, very good for the team this split. You know, hearing even some of the other players from other teams talking about him, I know when they were going up against Envy, Seraph was saying, hey, the only person on the whole roster that you have to worry about is Froggen. So Froggen's not playing, it's an easy team. If he is, then you have to be concerned. And you know, this is the kind of praise that he's getting from some of his opponents.
Well, he's back in. Well, back in. They're all back in again for the game. No subs in for Echo Fox. And we'll see what this lineup can do one more time against TSM at the top of the standings. 9-4 versus 4-9. We're in game 3.
And this is the first time in, it seems like at least a couple matches that they haven't been making subs. You know, even after wins, they've been making subs. So they're sticking with this same 5-man roster the whole way through. This makes a lot more sense to me. Give the team some time to adjust from game to game, to try to learn their opponents, to try to, you know, react properly, and we'll see what they can get done. Picks and bans may be pretty important, as we have seen, you know, some things kind of fall to the wayside. As you said, Echo Fox was able to get a couple of the picks that were banned out in game 1 in game 2 and be very successful.
Huge. The Camille coming online exactly when it needed to. And the Blitzcrank really starting things off. Biofrost Flash, they blew at like 1 minute and 30 seconds. Did come up with a kill at 5.5 just before he was about to get that flashback. He felt safe to roam.
I mean, that's what got them the first blood. That's what got Acadian ahead. And these are all the little things that have been able to make a big difference for the team. I think that Gate did an excellent job roaming around. A lot of focus on Jax. People really kind of respecting Hauntzer's Jax, and I do believe he brought it out against Dignitas in a 2-0 loss for TSM, though. But people still obviously showing their respect over. He must be doing well with this in scrims, and people are afraid of Hauntzer on that carry champion.
It's one of those late game time bombs. I mean, how do you match that up against Camille Jax? You guys solo each other
Jax
to
is
lane.
actually very good into Camille.
Yeah.
I do think that if you want to play Camille, you should be banning Jax. I think that is a very favorable matchup. And mostly it's because of the interaction with hookshot. So when he's going for the hookshot on you, you simply press your counter strike. He stuns you, but he can't actually get any follow-up damage out onto you during it, and he will actually get CC'd out of that, and then you can return the damage. So it's very hard for him to effectively use his hookshot on you, and your scaling can match very, very well. So it's like, it becomes tough for the Camille in that 1v1.
I was wondering, it has been left up finally in this matchup. The Elise gets picked. Obviously, that will not be a Kayn, but it's still fun to hover. But yeah, the Elise actually through a lot of matchups is seen on that blue side fan face.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, above Cho'Gath, above Nunu, above a lot of these tanks that we've seen some teams be very successful with, really the only person I'm seeing bring out a lot is kind of Dignitas for Shrimp, bringing out Nunu a fair bit. They're having a lot of success with it, but a lot of other teams are not replicating that, or not actually bringing it out themselves. And to be fair, I think that Nunu is a champion that requires you to be pretty practiced on it. While the mechanics of it are very easy, you need to really understand where to go, where to be, how to counter jungle, like how to do these at a very, very high level, and know your limits. Because if it does fall apart, then you really don't add anything.
Yeah. Adding a little Lee Sin into this game. Acadian switches off the Kha'Zix 2 straight plays now onto the Lee Sin as it's still available, but he is up against the Elise now. So might want to be able to match the aggression Haunter could be coming into his jungle with.
And we're getting back to the same kind of opportunity that TSM had in game 1. where they could have gone for a Camille here and elected not to do so. In game 1, they actually went for the Karma as that third pick. Camille can match up pretty well against the Rumble, can outscale and win that 1v1, especially with jungle help. We know how good Hauntzer is on the Camille, but they are going to go for their support pick here once again, not deciding to prioritize that pick.
Tahm Kench gets locked in. Doublelift gets some extra safety this game.
Yeah, to me, the Tahm Kench does not make that much sense in this case. Yes, there is some CC coming out, Fate's Call, and you could hopefully eat up your AD carry so he doesn't get kicked in and things like this, but it's not a Thresh, it's not like an Elise and things like this that have a really obvious kind of big long CCs that you can eat them out of, or even Morgana. They maybe try to push them away from drafting that kind of stuff so it still can work. And you also could be saying, okay, well, if they're not going to get Thresh, what are they going to draft? Maybe a Braum, right? Well, Tahm Kench matches up pretty well with that, so that can make some sense. Maybe a bit of a preemptive pick.
See how they ban out. Before we get to those final picks, what will be available? LeBlanc for Froggen. He might just go back to that Corki, as a safe pick for Hauntzer gets taken out of this side as well. A few more seconds left, looking possibly back at the mid lane. If they ban the Corki, he gets something else that he likes to play, and he may even just get the Taliyah if they don't take it on the side of TSM for the first pick.
And Bjergsen has been very happy to play that Taliyah. They're going to keep banning out the Lucian, which has been kind of a Froggen special. So we'll see if he's going to go right back to the Corki, and if TSM doesn't take it, very likely he will, right? There's no real reason to not just keep picking the Corki when Froggen is very comfortable on it, and it has been very effective for them throughout this series and really throughout the season. Has been one of the best picks for Froggen.
Doublelift's pick. He begins to type. What did he type? Patience. Oh!
Okay, Camille was not banned out in the second phase this time.
Now.
So that is a change from game 1 where Echo Fox did actually second phase ban out the Camille. This time they decide to leave it up, and TSM does go for that option. They have a strong early game jungler. They now have Camille, which is a pretty good matchup into the Rumble, especially as you scale further into the game. And another thing that is going to make it really tough for the Rumble is Tahm Kench actually roams around the map very well and can help in those side lanes. But Alistar, not a pick we see a lot.
Not at all. A little bit more lately, trying to fit a tank somewhere back into the composition when you need one on this meta. And it looks like we will finalize a pick on Team Solo Mid. 10 seconds. It will be the Galio lock-in. It's going to be Bash Brothers party here for Hauntzer, Svenskeren, and Bjergsen.
And this is something that I had actually talked about from last week that TSM did. They ran this exact combo. Look for Bjergsen to constantly be ultimating to the side lane with Hauntzer. They are going to try to snowball Hauntzer against Brandini on this Camille. That is pretty much inevitable. A lot of it's going to come down to how well can Brandini play, how well can Echo Fox play around this. Because you have two semi-global ultimates with Galio and Tahm Kench, who can both go to the Camille and try to put him ahead. You have Svenskeren, one of the best diving junglers on this Elise, who can look to try to put him ahead as well. And if Camille gets too ahead, there's no one on Echo Fox who's going to be able to answer him in that 1v1 at all.
And this really lines up with actually what we saw TSM doing in the game 1. It was a Jarvan on that side lane with a Taliyah roaming down each time to take Brandini down. Like you said, now it's going to be a Camille and a Galio going to that side lane. So they keep the same kind of structure to keep playing that way within their compositions here. And now into game 3, hashtag Fox win, hashtag TSM win, as we are almost onto the Rift. Sure, Echo Fox is feeling very good about coming off that last win. I'm sure TSM is kind of in a middle mode right now, saying we should not have let that happen. And I feel like they're going to come out very strong on this one.
And I think TSM can point to a couple key moments in the game where they made some mistakes that they could actually fix up, and not going to have to worry about that too much as we are going to be getting into the game. But I mean, Galio, you touched on it. It's a very similar kind of a role to Taliyah as far as being able to roam the side lanes. Obviously, very different type of champion. Yes, it is a tank instead of that mage, and different damage profiles and so on and so forth. But it's filling a similar playstyle where he can threaten the side lanes and he can try to combo up with Hauntzer and really get him ahead. He can also threaten to kind of go bot lane and try to put that lane ahead. So I think it makes a lot of sense as a pick for TSM, and it's nice that TSM has really been able to kind of move into this mode where they're able to play so many different things in the mid lane and play them effectively.
That's what we were looking for. The crowd has a fever.
Only cure, some more cowbell riff.
That's what it is. Looking at the bot lane, interesting starts as we see. We've talked about it a little bit. See Wild Turtle and other Jhin starting with the ring. Doublelift chooses the sword this time, and Doran's Blade, not huge. You're kind of getting the same damage. Just helps your mana regen in lane, and your grenade has a bit of that ratio on it.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where we're seeing some AD carries start to actually go AP blues and stuff. Even on some of these champions, we've seen AP blues on Jhin. We've seen that on MF. So people are starting to mix it up more. Certainly the most common is still, Doran's Blade or a Doran's Shield and just magic resistance blues. People are experimenting more with it. Certainly has its pros and cons. I mean, when you're playing against an AP threat and you have no flat MR and you don't build a Hex Shrinker or QSS or anything, you really can get shredded down if they go flat bend.
It's all about that. Who did something different? Are you running one crit rune in your jungle page? Are you going to get that kill because of the crit rune? I find that stuff super interesting when players come up with something new.
Yeah, if it gives you that advantage, it can be really, really big. And this top lane matchup is going to be pretty important. Yeah. As we're going to see Brandini trying to shove in Hauntzer, but when you shove in, you put yourself in that vulnerable spot where Hauntzer can set up the ganks for Svenskeren, and tracking jungle pathing becomes that much more important because of this. We also have to remember how explosive the engage is going to be from Echo Fox with this Alistar and Fate's Call combo. That's nothing we've seen a lot. It's only the 4th showing actually for Alistar this split. So someone who has seen some play, but not a lot.
Pressure here from Biofrost, keeping brush control. It's easy farm though for Mash as it comes into the turret. We do not see Acadian actually heading for Svenskeren. They're on basically the same jungle path, so it could get a little spicy towards the top side here as they meet if they do decide to go for that gank and counter gank.
Acadian going for the full clear, not something that you see that often from Lee Sin. A lot of people will actually skip the Krugs. We do see Sven doing 3-camp clear bot side, taking his red, and he could already be going up this top side. He was spotted out by the ward, but Brandini not backing off.
They might say take it because Acadian's just on the backside. Oh, Hauntzer knows he's coming. They decide to turn it back after they see him on the ward, but it's still the fight.
What are they doing?
It looks like Hauntzer didn't want that, and Svenskeren went right back in to try to kill Acadian.
I mean, they were completely on a different page there.
Yeah.
You see Hauntzer actually going for Acadian. Svenskeren is going back in onto Acadian again after Hauntzer running out. Like, they are completely split on targets. The Cocoon is used on Brandini, while Hauntzer uses the hookshot on Acadian. Then Hauntzer's running out while Svenskeren's going in. That was a mess from TSM.
Nice lockup by Gate. He gets the roar in.
Either way, another first blood over for Echo Fox, and good job by Acadian to be able to pick that one up. He has been able to get the early advantage in the jungle every single time, but, I mean, Acadian is spotted out. They know that this is coming. So look what Hauntzer is doing. He is going back to peel over and attack Acadian. Then Svenskeren goes all the way in as Hauntzer is just trying to run out, really. It doesn't look like he wants to fight at all, and he just gets absolutely melted there.
That was almost perfect, too, for Brandini. He just Flame Spitter overloaded and was able to get all that extra damage in. It's perfect timing for them.
I mean, you're so squishy on the Elise when your Repel is already down, your Cocoon has already been used. Like, what can you actually get done there, right? Not a lot.
Good attack by Hauntzer. He needed to get that shield back for the magic damage. But still, Harpoon after Harpoon pushes Hauntzer back to his turret. Teleport is still up for him, but he's going to have to use it to get back. As Bjergsen gets some aggression in the mid lane. Great taunt flash to get out, but Acadian's pressure a little better here from lane to lane.
Certainly is. I mean, having that better pressure push on. We do see that Svenskeren going to catch him out.
Ooh, this is how fast it turns, though. The moment you think you're safe, the other team tries to grab the advantage. He's able to get out. Quick little safeguard to get himself back into a position.
He needs to be careful. He could actually get eaten up. Had that root hit, he would have gotten actually eaten up there.
Yeah.
And, may have been in a lot of trouble. That is a good combo. I mean, if you can actually get the 2 stacks, Jhin roots you up, you can apply a 3rd stack and then utilize your Devour, and that's almost always a summoner or a kill in the early game if you can actually get one of those off.
It's like the reverse Jinx Tom Tenchling. Yeah. You eat him last instead of spit him out onto the stun.
There you go.
Or the lockup.
Bot lane doing very well for TSM. They have been consistently throughout this series. Has to be said. They have been able to always open up these big CS advantages. Yes, Echo Fox often is able to then kind of minimize it or catch back up, but still, you never want to be 23 CS down on the first base, right?
You don't?
Like, no, you don't. And I mean, especially because that
Yeah,
first buy is
of
that
course.
much weaker then, right? Like, yes, a couple longswords is not a bad buy, but Doublets is able to get his refillable. He's able to get a lot more there.
Wow, the rinse and repeats. They just kind of walk into these engagements, and Scaren's going to be able to do the same thing. Huge damage coming into Acadian. Bjergsen said, can we wait this one out? And Sven was definitely on board on the same page this time.
Yeah, he was there and able to come in and take down Acadian. Biofrost is here now as well. Froggen could be in a little bit of trouble. Will back off. And that was just simply a case of not having enough damage. Like, they had the CC and Gate is kind of locking him down, but Froggen was not there. Had Froggen been there, that would be a great play to go for. You know, attacking Bjergsen on this flashless Galio, but he's still very tanky, even just with the passive damage reduction when you're channeling your taunt. That plus Courage of Colossus is going to make him pretty hard to actually take down. So the fact that they didn't have Froggen there meant they didn't have enough DPS in the tank to actually get a kill.
Let's see this one more time.
So, I mean, the CC is actually charged up. He's chaining his CC very well, knocking it back in. This is all great, but Acadian doesn't have the damage to actually finish him off. And if you cannot burst him down, they can't kill him at all.
Squad of minions there as well.
Yeah.
That's going to do a bit more damage. They take down Acadian, so he gets a kill and a death. But Svenskeren gets himself back on the board with the same as they continue to hit the same clip in the jungle. However, on opposite sides this time, looks like they're going to give a little bit of safety to Acadian as he tries to get a roam in. Nope, he's going for Scuttle. Wrong call. They did swap lanes, though, putting Mash and Gate towards that top side.
Yeah, trying to shut down Haunter maybe a little bit in this 2v1. They also have the Lee Sin up here. They could look to try to set up a dive, but you see Tahm Kench, Biofrost running up here very quickly. Svenskeren is coming up too, so they are looking to back up their top laner, and it was definitely an important kill for Svenskeren to get, you know, both for confidence and just kind of keep him relevant as far as the gold game goes. But this is a pretty smart swap. Mash and Gate were losing the 2v2, so just go straight up to top, get this damage down on the turret, and try to find some sort of an advantage.
Is the Cloud Drake yet? Or next, I should say, to start things off, so that'll just hang out for a while. Back to lane goes Froggen. He's going to be zooming back this time, almost coming out with the package. Mid lane coverage, actually 3 members here for Echo Fox. So they look like they're going to try to swap the lane back. They're just saying, hey, we'll get a bit of damage on the top side. Then we're going to go bot and swap Brandini in. And he may be able to take that down himself as we go ahead and fight Haunter in the bot side.
A little bit late on the swap, though, and the wave didn't actually get fully pushed into the turret. So Brandini just kind of stacked up a wave for Haunter to actually farm there. And then goes top, where he's going to probably lose most of, if not all of his wave. So they are a little bit slow on their actual lane assignments and on their swaps. And if we can look up to the top side, yeah, we're going to see that the whole wave is actually going to go down before he gets up there. They're going to be losing some turret damage. But eventually, in this 1v2, he can actually throw his equalizer down to clear out a wave. That's what he's trying to do. So Biofrost is trying to zone him out. And he will be able to clear out the wave. So they're hoping that that gives them enough time to actually then knock down the turret on the bot side.
Still looking for that first turret blood. It's such a back and forth in this one, and they're gonna have to wait for the minion wave. Froggen being chased in mid lane now. Hextech Ultimatum is gonna keep him very locked in. Hero's entrance from Bjergsen. It looks like they may be able to lock this one down, but he gets out. Flash Valkyrie gives him enough distance, and that aggression pulled around TSM's resources, and first turret goes to Fox.
Echo Fox able to pull it off. I mean, despite losing that 2v2 bot lane, they do manage to have the Rumble clear out the waves, buy them enough time to get that first turret. They have fallen down kind of and stayed at the deficit in the CS, but despite that, getting the earlier turret is going to be nice for them, and they're actually dead even, a little bit up in gold, maybe 50 gold, 100 gold, whatever. Either way, things are looking pretty good for Echo Fox in their early game, and TSM also going to be pretty happy about this. Anytime you can have a relatively passive game, as long as Haunter is getting farm on this Camille, like that's really going to be their big win condition that they're looking at.
Any of that CS discrepancy right now is just a double lift to Mash. Everybody else is near even across the board. Maybe 1 or 2 CS as they continue to farm out and damage each other in lane. It's the game we were not expecting. I should say series here from Echo Fox as well, but TSM towards the end of the split also starting to slide a little bit themselves.
Yeah, I mean, at least yesterday, right? You know, this weekend you can certainly say has not been their best. I mean, even if you win this series, you saw how well some of these other teams were able to deal with Echo Fox, how easy they made it look. And TSM is having a pretty highly contested series against Echo Fox. So Echo Fox can be happy with that.
Yeah, credit to them.
And they could still take this series, right? This could be an 0-2 weekend for TSM, which really would be tough for them and kind of hurt their chances for that first place finish. You know, they certainly want to buy, and there are 3 teams right now that are kind of right up there, Immortals, CLG, and TSM, and getting that playoff bye can be big.
See what the spikes and the caps are coming into game. It's been a bit slower on the kills here to start. At this point, Froggen last game had a few kills, over 120 or so CS. A better clip. You can see how things have kind of calmed down.
I mean, Froggen was already done his Triforce like a minute ago in the previous game because he had picked up 3 kills and had all that farm. Certainly not that accelerated pace this game, but he's still doing well for himself, farming it out quite well. And is going to be looking to scale up here. Hauntzer going straight for the Triforce this time. You often see people actually go Tiamat into Triforce on the Camille to have that additional wave clear, but he wants to go straight towards the Triforce, and that will give him more 1v1 power against Brandini on this Rumble when he does complete it. So definitely going to be a scary point in time for Brandini when that's actually completed.
He is playing this bot lane as well, much, much safer. Bjergsen without enough time to roam down, dealing with Froggen in mid, and Brandini's been able to stave off what kills actually got TSM very much ahead in game number 1. Hauntzer looks like he's going to get locked up, popped up, and knocked down in the end on this one. A 3v1, a bit too much. And that's only 26 seconds for him. TP is up to get back.
Yeah, pretty far up there without proper vision in the river. So he is going to get taken down. Nicely done by Echo Fox to pick him off. Fortunately, they couldn't give the kill over to Mash. Would have been nice to get that onto the Kalista. Wasn't able to really get involved and pick that up. But they are going to look to try to pressure the turret. I mean, the turret is very low, so they want to try to knock this one down. But they know Bjergsen can roam top. They know everyone else is missing on the map, so they do have to show that respect over to TSM. They can respond to this fight. And it's a pretty straightforward one. The ward not actually spotting Lee Sin go into the bush, so Hauntzer thought he was backing off with plenty of time, but the ward was just misplaced a little bit. Had it been a bit further out, he would have actually spotted entering that brush, and maybe he gets away. Either way, it's going to be tough, I think, as Akaadian still had his flash and everything and could have committed that too.
Again, Tracker's Knife for him, so the team can keep the vision on the map, but that is won now by TSM this game. Svenskerian's Elise in this early game has been a bit more abundant from lane to lane, maybe not with the pressure, but kind of finding out and tracking Akaadian to make sure TSM has that macro.
Yeah, certainly trying to do his best to fight for vision against Akaadian here, and both junglers are going to be going that Tracker's Knife. And it's always really nice on Lee Sin because it's both kind of the offensive and the defensive option. Yes, you can get vision, but you can also use these wards to actually pull off your aggressive plays, and that's why people pretty much always will go for this. You used to see people sometimes go like chilling or challenging Smite, and then get a Sightstone with it, but that's very, very rare these days.
That's a very early adaptive helm from Bjergsen to come in. Interesting buy.
I mean, it's going to work
Still
against
gonna help.
Corki, you know, with the Gatling gun, also
Equalizer.
With, you know, the Equalizer and all the Rumble damage, plus some of those repeated rockets, I suppose.
Oh, chomps him up. Not what's for dinner this time. Looks like he should be able to get out. His ult's just about to wear off. They may be able to finish him if Fate's Call is pulled in, just to be sure, as they had that timer as well on the side of Fox.
Yeah, they were hoping they didn't have to use it, but they end up having to expend both of the ultimates. So some of their playmaking ability is down. TSM is pushing, and the Rift Herald has been dropped. They're actually TPing at the same time to the bot side. They're going to try to pick off Brandini. This is the 2-man solo lane play that TSM always is going for.
Fighting right on top of it. Bjergsen with the adaptive helm. Is he healing? No, I'm just kidding, but he's absolutely not taking any of that damage with his early shield. Hauntzer are able to pick that one up. There's the Bash Brothers squad of Bjergsen and Hauntzer to Brandini in the side lane, just like game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Bjergsen, he uses the TP, but he still has his rank 2 ultimate.
Yeah.
So he can actually utilize that to get back to mid lane if they were looking for a fight, or he can utilize it again later to repeat that gank. And you also saw how he backed off and wasn't trying to get the last hit for the kill. Wanted to donate that over to Hauntzer, and TSM looking to start up this turret. Will be able to knock it down as Echo Fox backs off.
Yeah, they try to adapt here by sending Frog in top, but saying don't get engaged on in mid. be very scary if we do. It seems like they hold off and engage themselves. That's the ultimate down for Gate still. They felt like they could get maybe leaving kills as TSM were going to straggle out one by one.
Yeah, I guess they were hoping that TSM was more kind of staggered on their bases. Maybe that some of the people had already backed off, but Gate goes in. Mash cannot save him with the Fate's Call. Both those ultimates were down from the earlier play, and that's just a free support kill donated over with the Mountain Dragon coming up. So TSM could look to make a play around this. Hauntzer's on the top side, but has his TP, and Bjergsen coming from base has the hero's entrance.
Scryer's Bloom sees everyone but Gate. They know he's actually just basing from that fight. And it looks like this Drake.
TSM can take this fight, though. I mean, they're going to walk in, and this could be a tough exit for Echo Fox. We'll see if they can get out.
Froggen just uses Valkyrie to try to dodge out that cocoon, so he's actually in a bad spot. Flash forward, headbutt, pulverize. That's Svenskeren coming back down. Great job by Bjergsen to absorb the front of the fight, and Biofrost as well. Fox hasn't been able to find too much, but TSM is also kind of left with nothing on this fight. Dragon does go to Fox. TSM may not stop. The red carpet's laid out. Coming in from Brandini. Are they going to fight on it or fight around it? Doublelift now in the front. A very scary spot. And Haunter takes that place for himself.
Really well played fight from both sides, actually.
Yeah.
TSM so much patience playing around the equalizer, avoiding that. And Haunter, though, may get picked off here. He's trying to get out.
Everybody's going to get out in time. Bjergsen with no pop-up on his entrance. And again, they absorb a few more of the ults. It may make it safer for Fox to stay a little longer.
Yeah, you can see how effective Gate was against Bjergsen on this Galio, actually headbutting him out multiple times and he's trying to channel up that taunt. So doing a good job denying some of that crowd control coming in.
Actually a really nice lock-in. You always see you think of a Kennen, you're like, oh, Janna's good against that. But you haven't really seen that Alistar Galio matchup, and it is working fantastic to keep him at range of that taunt. He gets a little bit of armor for himself, Glacial Shroud, as well as that cooldown. So Bjergsen stacking up a lot of just very helpful utility items for himself. He's going to be big soon.
Yeah, I think he can go straight to the Frozen Heart. There's double 80 carries on this team. Using that attack speed will be very, very effective, and it's not going to be bad against Cadian by any means. So a super strong item, and it does get you very heavily up there in the CDR, so you can make those plays, and you can look for those roams a lot more often.
Leandri's a bit more ability power for Brandini. His equalizer has actually been very good throughout these games. And making sure he can keep himself at least the top of a situation that goes wrong. And Knight's Vow already coming out as well for Cadian. He's had it for a bit, but now they get a bit more safety for their team.
That's interesting pie. You rarely see Cadian go for those kind of really defensive, supporty builds on someone like we've seen this early. Most players are just rushing towards a Black Cleaver, especially with a couple early kills on the team. But I think this build makes a lot of sense, especially because you can have Gate go for a Knight's Vow as well. I think that the build you want is you want one Knight's Vow for Froggen, one for Mash, and you actually double Knight's Vow these 80 carries, and that's extremely, extremely strong. Because if you can keep Froggen and Mash alive in the fights, that's your sustained DPS. That's your ticket to really winning the fights. And it actually does make you quite a bit tankier too, not just because of the stats, but because you're getting healed for a percentage of the damage they deal. So it's a very effective item.
Look at Bjergsen, he's ready to take out Brandini.
For the engage.
But they aren't down there. They're in the mid lane. Gonna be hard to take down Biofrost. Puts on that hardened skin, but he is going down in the end. Bjergsen a little late to get to the fight as they were gonna try to take down Brandini on the bot side.
And trying to
that
dive
is
here.
Still actually happening. Brandini did make his way to the lane, seeing that fight, thinking it was safe. And once again, rinse and repeat, going after him. Fox is going to keep getting more, though, off of this.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue to push. If they can't, I say this is very good for TSM, and this is the combo we expected them to go for. This is the combo they are emphasizing. Now a couple kills onto Haunter, and he's going to be at that tier 2 very soon. No one is responding from Echo Fox yet, so could be tough.
Spider right in his face. Couldn't get that
coming
shot off. Haunter is going to stay as well for his fight. And that's Gate going down very slowly. There's Brandini finally back to base. What does TSM decide to do off of this? It's going to be Fox grabbing the vision so they know if it is going to be a Baron.
And Haunter, not only does Bjergsen help him get that kill, he gives him solo gold on both turrets, it looked like. So much gold going the way of Haunter, and Bjergsen really focusing on getting him ahead. Here's the play in the mid lane once again. Nice engage from Mash. They're looking for Doublelift, but Doublelift is playing it pretty far back, and they can only actually get over to picking up Biofrost since Gate didn't have his flash available, and then kill on Biofrost. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, Hauntzer, such an easy setup. You land that, you hit the ultimatum. He cannot exit at all. So the Galio ultimate comes in for free, burn him down. Bjergsen just starts heading back to the team. Solo gold on that turret, solo gold on the second turret. Now, Hauntzer has gotten a lot of gold into this build and going to be working towards likely that Titanic Hydra. Could go for the Ravenous as well, like Brandini did last time. But most people will go for Titanic just for that kind of added tankiness in a team fight. Because Ravenous Hydra leaves you very squishy.
The Taliyah, the Galio, almost kind of saw it in the Xerath when they tried to get a little bit of long range out of Bjergsen, but him being able to go back and forth to the side lanes is just controlling the macro for TSM so well as they now start to jockey for the top side of this map.
Echo Fox needs to start Baron now because they're not actually answering Hauntzer, so their only option is to start up the Baron. They need to try to get Hauntzer to TP to this fight. If TSM can push them off without him coming, he will just go for the base, but instead they're going to TP him in. They're going to look for the fight.
Equalizer down. Gate says, I'm going in first. Froggen puts himself right next to Hauntzer for the Hextech ultimatum. Froggen getting help from Acadian. They kick back Hauntzer. The kills are coming in as Biofrost is low. Double it, flashing over the wall, put himself in the middle of the fight with the rest of the team. If they're all there, they're all going to be safe, and they start picking up the rest of the kills. Mash, the only one left, and Double Lift with the triple kill. And the ace on Echo Fox.
They do kill Svenskeren, but it doesn't matter. There's no one left alive here, so they're just going to start up this Baron. Biofrost can simply Tahm Kench ultimate right back to it, and these guys are eventually going to knock down this Baron, I think. I don't know if they're calling it off, deciding that they can't do it in time, because Brandini does have his teleport, so they want to be a little bit wary of that.
Can't wait to see that again. 10 flashes. Look at the cooldowns. Almost blown at the exact same second.
It's an explosive team fight. Again. But look at that burst out on Double. Froggen gets such a good chunk, and this gives them the confidence that they can take the fight. The equalizer thrown there over onto Doublelift almost burns him down, but no one from Echo Fox can actually get to the backline. Bjergsen buys a lot of time, zoning Mash out, kind of pushing in here, and then as these guys start getting lower, they flash in. It actually, was that a kick over onto Galio, over onto Froggen? Looked like
they kicked back Hauntzer from that position of
So
Froggen.
it was just the flash then. The flash taunt over onto Froggen. As soon as he goes down, the fight is pretty much done. But Double is full commitment going over that wall.
It's a heck of a lot of damage from Svenskeren. He got all the spiders, the volatile spiderling in there, the entire team damage.
It's pretty rare that you see Rumble out damage. As we're going to watch Brandini get outscaled.
Just a bit.
Feels bad, man. It's at that point. There's not much he can do in the 1v1. He needs to know where Hauntzer is, or he can't be out there like that. You have to be by a turret. You have to be with a teammate. This is the goal for TSM this whole game. Get Hauntzer to the point where he cannot be 1v1'd anymore. They have arrived in the late game. And now Hauntzer are going to be knocking on the door of this inhibitor turret. Someone has to answer him, or they're just going to give up that turret.
Looks like they gave it to Froggen. Acadian's going to make his way towards mid. He said, let's put the crowd control together. Maybe they can kick one of these members back. Hopefully not being Bjergsen, but they're going to kick right to the faces of Echo Fox, not even giving Acadian a chance. Gate, close to going down. Winds of War sweeps the rug out from under his feet, and Acadian's going to be the next one locked up by the Deadly Flourish, gets himself to a safeguard. And this second tier turret goes down. They didn't even need Hauntzer to really start this one off. He just flanked to boot.
Yeah, that's a great dive from TSM. As soon as Froggen shows up bot, they execute the dive. They know that one man is dead, one man is bottom. That makes it a 5v3. The clean engage there from Bjergsen makes it an easy couple kills, end the turret, and TSM getting even more gold in their pockets. They have vision control around the Baron, and they definitely are in full control of this one.
Could be just about time to do the dance. I don't believe they'd go to take it. I mean, Acadian can fly over the wall. They already know about losing Barons within this series, but this fight, TSM did not wait.
Yep, as soon as you see that show of Froggen on the bot side, Svenskeren with a really nice cocoon threaded in there, nails it onto Mash, and the dive is underway. They take out Gate. They've already killed off the bot lane, and that means the turret is easy pickings here for TSM. You're going to be able to knock that one down as well, but it's Echo Fox looking for a pick.
Relentless. That could be the way Fox gets back in.
Oh, they're going to keep going for more.
A great repel. Gate misses on the Fate's call as he was pulled in by Mash. Now the answer. Hextech ultimatum to the bot lane, and he's going to get pushed out immediately. Hauntzer has to get the safety. Bjergsen goes in. Two-man taunt. and the back line is trying to deliver over the shoulder of Bjergsen's tank wall. Brandini gets himself into a sticky situation, and Echo Fox cannot control the late game fights.
Yeah, Brandini was split off from the team, and now TSM is going to continue to chase, knock down another member. The first pick goes to Echo Fox, but it's TSM that comes out on top.
Cleaning up the waves now in the mid lane. It's just going to be TSM feeling pretty good about the map pressure they have. A few more setups like this, and they will be fully inside the base of Echo Fox. Echo Fox, though, not giving up. The moment they have a bit of vision to themselves, they'll use that advantage. We just saw it.
Yeah, they definitely got to keep looking for these plays, but TSM TPing in both members.
Oh,
They're looking
dear.
to catch Froggen, or maybe even Acadian.
Is that the TP into the ult? The Galio ult is actually down. Bjergsen just walking over, so he gets to kind of tango with Froggen for a little bit, but Fox is so all sorts, they can't even react to one play like that.
And get the kill out of Acadian. Now they can go to Baron, and they'll go straight over for it, knowing that it's not a 50-50. The jungler is already down. We'll see if they can secure this one with Svenskeren.
Gonna say yes.
What do you
Unless
think?
Gate comes in, Mash can't get any javelins. Bjergsen says you're getting taunted or you're not getting any closer. Baron goes down. They're actually able to turn on the fight. A few members left. Straggling for Fox here. Could be the first ones to go down. Fate's Call keeps Mash alive. Haunter again to the back line. One objective for him. Disrupt what's happening in the back for Fox, and he keeps doing it. Bjergsen's able to follow up just after, and TSM full control of this game now.
Yeah, TSM, such a nice play there. Big item completions came in. They got the Ravenous Hydra. They got the Stone Plate. A lot of big buys came through. They executed double teleport play, kill off Echo Fox's jungler, and they're able to transition that into a very easy Baron and then a team fight win, and now they are so far ahead. They just need to play patiently.
Yep.
Give Haunter time in the side lane. Brandini does have the teleport. There's no chance he can 1v1 anymore. So really the only way TSM loses this is if Echo Fox finds, like a 5v4 play. They just need to play patiently and not get engaged on, because it's thousands of gold ahead just on Haunter. Like, he's 3 levels up and so far ahead, and this is good target selection from Haunter. Go for the jungler. The follow-up comes in from the Jhin root there on Doublelift. The ultimate came in from Biofrost, like collapsing from all sides. That was really, really well done.
Head towards the top.
And I mean, once
See
the
this one
jungler
out.
is down, they know they can go straight to Baron. Echo Fox doesn't feel that they can give it up, so they're trying to actually challenge and hope for some sort of a miracle fight. But TSM able to actually zone them out pretty heavily here. Bjergsen goes and plays blocking duty along with Biofrost while the rest of the team closes this out. And then Bjergsen Stone Plate into the middle of the team fight. He's just going to take almost no damage in there, and just no way that Mash can actually punch through this massive front line. And Haunter really playing this very well against the heal tactical sweep, and now they're diving on a Brandini. He lost half his health in a hit.
That was ridiculous. Haunter coming in with that Triforce hit. And his teammate being finished off, able to just shred down Brandini, even through a scrap shield. TSM toying on the front doorstep of Echo Fox's base here in Game 3, just sub 30 minutes. Gate, being the tankiest one in the team, keeps starting these fights at 10% health when his ult goes off. And that's just not going to continue to help here. They need to be the ones initiating. TSM just won't give them the chance at this point.
No, they definitely won't. They're pushing in. I mean, Froggen's still very strong. He has a lot of farm here. He is on free items, but he needs more, and Gate's going to go in, but I think that's a one-way trip.
Froggen's actually about 100 gold up on Bjergsen and could put out that damage. He just needs to be able to get somewhere on the front line. It's so scary.
They did burn down Sven, so they at least got the kill on Sven, that Deathfire touch, and equalizer damage coming through. And even though he got eaten up by Biofrost, he goes down, so that buys them some more time. And they are trying to get to this point where they're really, really strong. We'll see if they can actually make it there.
Weather the storm.
I mean, it's just so tough, because even if you win these team fights, the scaling just kind of goes more and more in the favor of Haunter in this side lane. And we've already seen Brandini can't even come close in a 1v1 now, so it's only going to get worse for him.
Yeah, he got it. Svenskeren got Dragon. So looking at what they can do, Fox has that building up equalizer. Looks like it's going to be a Void Staff next. They might be able to lay that down just past Svenskeren and Bjergsen. Don't worry about what they're going to do. Make sure Doublelift has to walk away, right?
Yeah.
Maybe eating up and spit back over the equalizer, but you're denying him some of his damage. You just need to buy those few moments.
And hey, I mean, if you can get the Void Staff on Froggen and Brandini, that's a big deal, right? That's a lot of extra damage that's going to be coming through for the team. maybe then you can start to hope to burn through this front line. You know, once Mash has his Lord Dominix, which just got completed, and once Froggen has his Void Staff, that gives him some kind of penetration to actually maybe kill Bjergsen. Because for now, he's pretty much untouchable.
Is this the kickback? Akaadian almost looked like he wanted it. Froggen from the side. A good hit coming in from Gate, but Bjergsen not taking much damage. Akaadian doesn't get to look at the fight as he gets soloed by Svenskeren on the side with a bit of help from the team. And now the hits on again to Gate, going down at the beginning as the biggest one on the Rift. TSM has the priority in their eyes. Now it's Froggen. Hextech Ultimatum drops him down, and it's going to be Brandini following quickly after TSM putting the final touches as they go to the bot lane.
Yeah, push it in through bot lane. The inhibitor's already down. That is going to be that for TSM. They're looking to take it 2-1 over Echo Fox.
22-7 overall on this one, just getting over that 30-minute mark. Mash doesn't want to get eaten up by Biofrost, and TSM getting taken to 3 games on this one by Echo Fox. Will find that yellow brick road and head all the way to the Nexus, taking it down. They take down Echo Fox 2-1.
Good finish there for TSM in game number 3, playing very well. Really, the bot lane, I think, shined for TSM throughout this series, always seeming to get very, very far ahead. We saw Doublelift have a great game, but a lot of it just comes down to how the solo lanes are playing for TSM. The fact that Bjergsen is constantly going to the side lane, putting Hauntzer ahead, and that Hauntzer had the scaling advantage in this 1v1 meant that once Bjergsen got him enough ahead, there's nothing that really Echo Fox can do to actually match him in that 1v1 and put them at such a disadvantage on the map that TSM is able to utilize that.
Right, I think Echo Fox identifying that kind of early game they can find a foot in the door. It comes from playing their own game. The Blitzcrank play, back to the Camille up top for Brandini, doing things in the early game that TSM is usually, scrimming against other teams where you're in the laning phase, right? These two teams were the lowest percentage of first turrets taken. So for Echo Fox to do things in the early game probably threw TSM off pretty dang good.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Echo Fox had not been having those successful early games in the last couple weeks. They had been struggling, bringing out some different support picks with the Blitzcrank and the Alistar, trying to mix things up a bit. The Alistar certainly not that effective, though, as 0-7 and 5 for Gate. He was having a rough game, and Brandini definitely having a tough one here on the Rumble, too. 1-7 definitely doesn't feel that good, but it was a lot of credit to TSM, I think.
It was a big focus, right? It was either the Jarvan Talia playing in the bot lane. Bjergsen had a very fast way to get down, or it was we just saw the Camille and the Galio, which they've already run before, but they're playing whatever composition can then, once that side lane becomes a solo, play that 2v1, 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 and get Bjergsen if he didn't, or get Bjergsen fed if he didn't get anything during laning phase.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to say,
or Hauntzer.
It's pretty rough going up against a team that can play the same styles and the same strategies with so many different picks, because it's very hard to stop them from doing what they want to do. Maybe Echo Fox is regretting, the Renekton ban in the second round. Instead of the Camille, they banned it out the first game. This time they let it through, and we see why people ban it so much.
I believe we do have the endgame replay one more time, as it was much different than last time. It was just kind of TSM taking control, and Akaadian gets a little hit out here, not expecting Hauntzer.
I mean, look at all the damage that Bjergsen doesn't take. Like, he's still at full health.
Yeah.
Froggen was hitting him pretty much that whole time. There's just no way for them to actually get through the front line until they have, all the armor penetration and magic penetration that they need. Even then, I just don't think they were really going to be able to win this game from the point they were in, as long as TSM played it out well, and they played it very, very well, I think, from their lead. So all credit to TSM for having those massive advantages in the game and being able to close it out.
As well, we kind of see in picks and bans where they may have been a little lackluster. Obviously, this could be a trap game for them, seeing what they have to go on to do, but definitely need to see that these games don't actually give them too many problems, because this is uncharacteristic. Yeah, this week has been a little shaky, but we expect these guys to come out very strong and be one of the top teams, as we said.
Definitely. I mean, TSM is trying to show their playoff form, right? They are not looking to just pick up a win against Echo Fox. They are looking to dominate Echo Fox. They lost against Dignitas. They had, a 2-1 series. Yes, it's a win, but it's not what they were hoping for this weekend going into playoffs and trying to prove they're the best team in North America.
Well, let's hear from them. To hear more about that series, let's check in with Degon and the newest member of the 1,000 Kill Club.
That's right. I am joined by the mid laner for TSM. It's Bjergsen. My man, 1,009 kills. Does it feel as great as your first one?
I mean, it feels pretty good. I
I realized I got over 1,000 kills actually a couple months ago, if you counted my kills in Europe when I played in the EU LCS. But reaching this milestone just in NA LCS exclusively obviously feels really good.
So how does getting 1,009 past 1,000 kills in the regular season in North American LCS prove like how dominant you've been able to stay on top of throughout your whole career?
I mean, I could also just be kill stealing a lot. It's kind of hard to say whether it's because I'm carrying a lot of games, but obviously when you're in a carry role like Doublelift and you're gonna get a lot of kills usually. And I've just played so many games. 1,000 kills is a lot to even think about.
It's definitely a lot. Let's take a step back and talk about your match earlier in the week against Dignitas. You had a tweet that said, you know, you guys were a little bit further behind. Big props to Dig. What changed between that game and this game against Echo Fox?
We just have to think out some of our picks, especially when we played against Dig in the second game. They had a really good counter pick for our bot lane, and they pretty much just choked us out using that bot lane the whole game, having pressure and having item advantages. So it was mostly just about like, what champions can we pick to make sure we're not getting counterpicked or they're getting this early pressure, because we saw a lot of Cinderhulk junglers in scrims and in other regions as well. But in these games, we're playing against a lot of Kha'Zix and against Dignitas. We played against Graves, so it was a little bit different. They played kind of a different style, and we weren't prepared for that.
And one of the big things that helped you win today, you went back to the TSM Galio in the mid lane. Talk to me a little bit about that pick and why you guys have really stuck with it.
I mean, I think it's just obviously a really powerful pick. It has a really high win rate in Korea. When I watch the games, the champion just looks extremely dominant. It has so much pressure, and it's so safe. So it was just a champion that, regardless of community backlash, is something I wanted to continue to put time into, because I knew that once I and my team masters this style, this is something we're really good at, getting pressure through mid and extending it to making plays in the side lane. And I think we finally got to the point where people will see us pick Galio, and they're like, yes, TSM pick Galio. So it's a little different now than before.
Well, congratulations to you. Well done on your victory against Echo Fox. For more on this series, let's send it over to Dash and Mark at the Analyst Dojo.
Thank you very much, Degon. TSM clinching their playoff spot with their 2-1 victory here over Echo Fox and narrowly avoiding their first 0-2 week since spring's split of 2016. So, of course, that record still persists for them. But within this, I think there's a lot to unpack, both from a champion select perspective, from, hey, where is TSM in their power ranking right now as a team, and then conversely, what is our opinion of Echo Fox? So let's work through this one at a time. We heard the Galio discussion. Galio finds its way back into the mid lane here. What are your thoughts on how this champion select played out?
Overall, I'm surprised a little bit at the lack of Galio so far in 7-14. I think some teams have seemingly, it tends to happen. You refocus on something new and new shiny. You're like, oh, I want to try this thing out. And then you kind of forget about Galio. And there are some bad top lane matchups for it. That's why I was starting to lose favor up there when things like Gnar, Kled, Renekton, J4, all these physical damage dealers were bullying it a little bit. But mid lane, it's always been fine. I think it fits very well in the meta where you might start seeing more tanks in other positions. And he just kind of fits that style where he's going to roam and make side lane plays. He's another initiation tool. And if you have a Maokai, what's more annoying than a Galio coming on top of it? So I think there's a lot of comps that can still work with Galio that we just haven't seen yet.
Exactly. Okay. And so while I'll admit we're mostly still uncertain about 7-14 and what is the established meta. Again, I had the opportunity to talk to Mike Young during these games in the back years. He's preparing to join the cast with us a bit later. But I got to speak to him a little bit about what he thinks the meta is shaping up. And he kind of confirmed some of our suspicions, which is that teams just don't have a good read yet on what is actually OP. And that's why we're seeing so much experimentation. But if there's one thing I can say confidently now, is that if you see Jhin picked early in a rotation in Champion Select, just pick triple tank. Don't do this, whatever the heck this is. Don't do this. Pick 3 tanks, make them useless.
I can see a world just to play devil's advocate.
Do it.
Where
play devil's advocate.
And I'm still gonna be wrong at the end of this. But you can't give up your whole early game to be like, let's comp around Jhin, because then
that is a good point.
You can sacrifice your jungle, you can sacrifice your top lane, your mid lane, just to stop something in the bot lane, and then it's like, well, that's not even an issue anymore because you're losing these other lanes.
Right.
I still don't think that's the case because you're taking the Rumble early. I actually don't think Rumble's that that strong of a champion right now.
That feels to me like a Brandini thing, specifically with Echo Fox as well. He has played this champion a ton.
And I don't get me wrong, I think Rumble's still fine in the right situation, but I don't think it's a second rotation draft in the first phase of the picks where then you just get countered out by the Camille this time around. And we know Hauntzer plays a number of things that are good into the Rumble. You can take the Renekton, you can take the Camille, you can take a lot of different things. You can take the Kled. He's been playing that a lot. So I think just taking the Rumble early is setting yourself up to get counterpicked and destroyed.
Very much so. But then again, we can move into the gameplay itself. Echo Fox was able to mount a couple early leads throughout this series that was mentioned by the casters, and we have to make note of that. Again, they at least were able to build leads against one of the top teams in the league. But then it was very clear that you get to that mid-game and they don't really seem to know exactly what to do. Here, choosing to hard commit to a Baron and a Baron fight at 21 minutes into the game.
I'll be honest, I just have no idea like what the shot calling is for Echo Fox. It feels like there's very little strategic depth to their choices. It felt like, okay, Camille has gotten to a point where it's going to snowball on the Rumble, so we want to force around Baron with our 5. They get the TP in, and rather than backing off and taking the teleport advantage and kiting out to the top side a little bit into Bjergsen and maybe like laying down a zoning equalizer and kiting out and using some ultimates to disengage the fight and take your global advantage, they just hard commit to the fight. And this is what seems to happen when I say there's no depth, is like there's one call and that's it, and that's what we're doing. We're finishing Baron. We're turning. And they have a hard time adapting the call in the middle of the action. And this is an example where you're on the back foot, but the gold is relatively even.
Absolutely. And then even within that fight, and then in particular, the final fight with which the casters broke down there at the end of the game, you see their inability to deal damage to these tanks. And then without having a front line of their own, they're just on the constant retreat. And you've got a Kalista getting half health by a Galio while doing absolutely no damage in return.
And that's the thing, is the Kalista needs a little bit more time before you get to some armor pen. And while she's not like a hyper scaling champion in any means, if the other team has 2 armor items completed and you have 2 AD items completed in a Runeans and a Blade of the Rune King, but you don't have your Last Whisper yet, you need to wait for that next half item power spike. And they just don't seem to play around these kinds of things very well at all.
A player of the game going to Doublelift this time around on the Jhin. Again, we have some suggestions of how you deal with Jhin, but if you don't go ahead and follow through on those tanks, then things like this happen. A 5-0-12 lethality build out of Jhin here. Very strong performance out of Doublelift today.
Yeah, able to snipe out a lot of people in that game, and that's just the thing, is you have 4 squishy targets. Only one you don't want to hit is an Alistar, and that's only really with his ult up. So he was able to pick up a lot of kills.
As well, Bjergsen cresting that 1,000 kill mark. So we'll take another look at the all-time leaderboards. Doublelift, his teammate, as well as Sneaky and Wild Turtle, all 4 of our members over 1,000 still playing in the LCS. And you know, D gone through the question of Bjergsen. What does this, mean? What does this speak to you as a player? And in my opinion, it just speaks to the longevity of his career. Once again, if you're hitting this kind of a kill mark, it just speaks to the fact that you've been a starter. You've been a consistent top performer in a league for a substantial period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the next closest there you see is, I think, Darshan, about 150 away. And he's the first mid laner to do it for Bjergsen.
Yeah.
And the next closest behind him was, I think, Pobelter at 850, which, I mean, they've actually been playing roughly the same amount of time. Both of them have been playing in NA since Season 4. So you got to give your, tip of your cap to Bjergsen, the fact that he's 150 kills with what would probably be his closest competition.
Exactly. Quite a bit of separation there. And of course, as was mentioned, they finished the week 1-1, do clinch that playoff. So although they're probably not too happy about being out of the first place discussion, at least as of right now, we'll be happy to have clinched that playoffs, knowing that they got 2 weeks left to get some work done in terms of maybe shuffling back up into one of those bye slots. Do you think that this TSM, though, moving towards the playoffs, yesterday we said they were the best team in the league. Do you think they are still that while not being represented in the record?
I would say, just in terms of potential, yes, I think that they are, if they figure out the meta, they figure out what they want to do with it, they will be the best team in the league. But when there's a volatile meta, I don't think TSM has ever been a team that adapts quickly. You even saw, Bjergsen in his interview referencing the Galio. It took him a little while to figure that out. It was a meme at a point with like, oh God, TSM picked Galio again.
Right.
But now it's like, oh God, they picked Galio again, then we're going to get smashed. And I think, you give them enough time, 7-14 will end up the same way, where it's like, oh my God, here's TSM with Maokai again, but it's just not the case right now.
TSM grabs the victory, and that wraps up our first series, but we've got more coming your way. Up next, Team Envy takes to the Battle Theater versus FlyQuest. Don't go anywhere.
They might say take it because the Acadian's just on the backside. Oh, Haunter knows he's coming. They decide to turn it back after they see him on the ward, but it's still the fight.
What are they doing?
It looks like Haunter didn't want that, and Svenskeren went right back in to try to kill Acadian.
Oh, I'm gonna Corki. Leave. Corki no flash. I'm on the Kill me. Kalista? I got you, Vincent. I'm alone with Kalista. Going Kalista? No, Kalista. Okay.
Hopefully not being Bjergsen, but they're going to kick right to the faces of Echo Fox, not even giving Acadian a chance. Gate, close to going down, Winds of War, sweeps the rug out from under his feet.
I'm an ally though right now. He's free kill. Yeah, kill him. Okay, we should dive. Okay, Corki. I'm ulting Kevin. I'm W here. I'm Cocoon. I'm
Welcome back, everyone. I'm still ripping to business the third, and after this cast, Aiden Zymri Moon is joining me for a rendezvous with Star Command. We are jumping into our second match of the day. Team Envy versus FlyQuest. Are you ready to beam up?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. On Friday, Team Envy lost in a heartbreaking fashion to Team Liquid. So they're going to be looking to right the ship here and fashion a win.
Those were kind of, from a jungler's perspective, very heartbreaking games because those were essentially decided by an unfortunate Baron steal in one game and an unfortunate Elder Dragon steal in the other. It did go to 3 games, like you said, but really kind of Lyra, the guy that we're always looking at as a big carry for them, kind of dropped the ball in those gigantic moments alongside Apollo, who was in charge of the Rend there. So it was very questionable that they had lost those matches, but the news doesn't get much better for Envy fans because after this match, they have to face TSM, CLG, Immortals, and Cloud9 if they want to secure a playoff spot. So right now, Envy are currently in 6th place because of what happened on the other stream in terms of like Cloud9 winning. Right. So they are right now in the position where everybody is gunning for them for their spot. If they lose here up against FlyQuest, they're kind of like the underlings are going to start coming for them.
And FlyQuest, they're kind of in the same boat. They're looking to pick up these wins, especially after a tough loss to Immortals last night. Shake it off. Let's go.
Yeah, and FlyQuest is kind of interesting because they took a first-place team to 3 games after their best win streak of the split, and after that loss, Hai and the rest of the team looked really kind of heartbroken, and they'll need to recover quickly because they need every win that they can get if they want to return to playoffs. But this is technically not a must-win for either team, but like I said, with the standings as volatile as they are right now, every win brings teams closer to securing their spot, and FlyQuest is one of those teams at 4 wins, 3 matches behind Envy right now. So they are one of the teams that could catch them.
They need to start stacking them like piles of money. Let's see what they can do. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is gonna be Team Envy. Can they start stacking the wins? It's gonna be Seraph in the top lane, Lyra roaming around in the jungle, Nisqy in mid, Apollo at bot with support Hakuo, and Coach Violet for picks and bans.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've been over here since the AR on the other stream, so no fancy lineups here. But on the red side, it's gonna be FlyQuest. He's fancy, he's up at the top lane. It's gonna be Balls, Moon in the jungle, Hai in mid. Wild Turtle's been performing quite well in the bot lane with support Lemonation and Coach ThinkCard.
And Lemon expanding that champion pool ever so slightly each game. FlyQuest trying to pull out a few different things here. Balls on the Rumble as of late to try to get him that comfort in the top lane because he's been quite a big focus and pushed out of that lane a bit because teams just
It's funny because Balls is actually quite good right now. He's been playing really well. But then he'll have one game where he's going off, and then one game where he almost goes off, but the enemy team is like, wait, we need to shut down Balls, and they stop it, and then he looks really bad. So Balls has kind of been all over the place in terms of what his performances look like, but I do think he's been performing pretty solidly that teams do have to focus him. And I want to talk about pick ban right now as we're getting into it, is FlyQuest and Envy, 2 of the most interesting teams to watch in terms of pick ban, because I never know what's going to be coming out here. Envy sometimes draft the tankless composition with Seraph in the top lane, sometimes they over-index, sometimes they look like one of the best meta teams, and then FlyQuest, I don't even know what they're going to draft every meta. Doesn't matter. 7-14 is another thing where maybe they can get an advantage, or maybe they're just going to hamstring themselves and overthink it again.
Seeing that they do pick all that aggression, try to get ahead of the game early. We kind of saw the same thing just between TSM last game as they played Echo Fox. Continuing to put something scaling on the top side allowed those picks.
Oh, this is crazy.
First bans end. Caitlyn gets through with the Jhin being banned out for Turtle.
But Maokai. So they leave up Caitlyn and Maokai banning the Thresh away from Hakuo. Caitlyn first pick for Apollo. I expect the Maokai here for FlyQuest. Will they take Mao and Cho?
It's locked in. Can still be.
Because I think that picking both Maokai and Cho, you don't know which one's top, which one's going in the jungle, and that's actually super interesting that they're not picking it up there and they're taking the Kalista instead. Because there is no kind of rush to take Kalista right now because of the fact that you already see the enemy AD carry, but they're thinking Team Envy might pick their mid laner here, and you'll have to pick it in your 3rd slot before it gets banned out.
Will be the choice. That would be an interesting play. We haven't seen much more than who he's Aurelion Sol, but I feel like it would switch still. The Karma gets locked in here for Envy, actually. Let's see where that can go. Obviously, looking at a support, but they could decide to flex it.
Yeah, Hakuo's always kind of struck me as that lane dominant support, right? He loves playing Karma with Ignite or Thunderlord. Right. Even when he would play Rakan, it was Thunderlord's Rakan. So trying to get whatever advantage you can there. And there's the Janna for Lemonation, who already got a player of the game on it yesterday, I believe.
Yep, shield on shield. That was actually a very long game, but towards the end, he was keeping Moon alive on this Cho'Gath. That's actually what really helped them to scale into a position where they could walk over the opposing team. We'll try to put that together here one more time. With the Kalista, they have a bit of objective control, but I don't know about that lately, as we've seen some of these Rens and Smite.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 20 seconds left here. The ban phase 2 begins, and Envy has their first second phase ban now.
I can't believe Maokai actually has not been picked or banned so far. That's actually...
Believe it, sister!
I mean, that's shocking to me. That it's made it to this second phase, and nobody has taken it. They've figured the Gragas is a better jungler right now for Envy. That FlyQuest with the Cho'Gath either going top or in the jungle is good for them. But I actually think that Cho'Gath, I've talked about this before, where he's a better disengaged champion than most other champions right now in the meta. You try to walk through him, the Vorpal spikes, the new reworked E is 3 slows for 1.5 seconds each, and it's a wall of slow. And then he has a silence, then he has another slow. So getting past a Cho'Gath is practically impossible, and you're gonna get kited around by the Kalista. So you have to go through the Cho'Gath first in order to reach them, whereas Maokai kind of does a little bit of the same thing in terms of locking people down, but has more engage power. So Cho'Gath, more of a frontline that kind of makes sure you can't dive past him instead of engaging himself.
It's like a nice big wall.
Yeah.
While Turtle looking to lock in that Corki for high, tried and true lately for him. He actually was one of the ones to start bringing it out after they had it back and forth in scrims.
Actually interesting, I just got told in my ear that neither of these teams have actually played Maokai so far this week, so it looks like the priority on that champion is really low for both of these guys.
There's a few as well. When I was casting Immortals with Jat, they actually banned out the Cho and the Maokai at some points when they were on the blue side. So I think a lot of these teams hasn't put them in their compositions to synergize as of late. I think it'd be a good idea, though. Syndra gets locked in here for the side of Envy. Niski bringing some power to the mid lane. He looks pretty happy about that matchup.
I look very happy about that matchup because the Cassiopeia and the Taliyah being banned away, the Syndra is a champion that does not make it past the first round of bans frequently at all. LeBlanc and Syndra kind of get banned away in those first rounds. He's trying to make sure that, look at that, 65% ban rate right now for the Syndra. And there's the Renekton for Seraph in the top lane, who's had those kind of wishy-washy performances, right? Seraph is still all over the place, and I think Balls as well, kind of those inconsistent top laners, but they both are quite strong in terms of they pull the jungler up to the top lane very frequently.
See how they swap it. Moon on Corki in the jungle. I like it. Oh. Keep going.
Twitch chat's invaded Rib's brain. Help!
40 seconds left on the clock. Remember, they can switch up to 20 seconds left. Team Envy 7-6, making some waves here this split, keeping themselves up towards that playoff spot. FlyQuest 4-9, looking to creep up to a playoff spot, but that's going to include a lot of wins in their near future.
Yeah, right now Envy are in 6th, kind of tied for 5th, pending the match result here. If they actually win this one, then they go up and they start tying near the top of the standings, but they get out of that right in playoff spot, whereas FlyQuest are tied for 7th, 8th, 9th right now. So if they win this, they're 2 matches back from a playoff spot and would be tied then with Envy if they were to 2-0 next week. And like we talked about, Envy have a very tough schedule. A lot of those top teams. Envy's remaining schedule are 4 teams that are looking at playoff spots right now. None of the teams in the bottom half.
Violet, I think Card make their way to the back. Hashtag Envy win. Hashtag Fly win. See what the players have for each other as we get on to the Rift for our second game of the day.
Yeah, you're pulling the marathon.
I love it. Let's go.
Every time somebody pulls a marathon, they start losing it around game 4 or 5.
I'm ready.
You're in 4 right now. You can monitor this.
Just keep the tinfoil hat on. We'll be good. We're about to be on to the Rift. We will actually see what these guys have prepared for each other. They come out firing, or they're going to come out nice and slow. We've seen kind of the slow play today already. In our first game between TSM and Echo Fox, they took a while to get going. Enjoyed that extended laning phase. I think we might get the same thing here. Moon's going to look to build up those stacks, get himself nice and big in this early part of the game.
So I want to play a little game here. And it's something it's something that I do in my head every single game during Champion Select, and right afterwards is evaluate winning lanes. Who wins what lane here? Because as a jungler, you always want to go, let's play to this quadrant where I have a winning lane in maybe mid and top, or maybe I have a winning top and bot. So you have to want to play around your winning lanes. So taking a moment to figure out who wins what matchup, where you can play early. I would say that the Renekton would shove in the Jarvan. That's technically a winning lane. Mid lane is actually kind of a mixture. It's an interesting one because the Corki gets to do more harassment to the Syndra. The Syndra gets to wave clear a little bit better. So it's kind of a wash depending on who gets more pressure. But I would say that, it's really coming down to a skill matchup here. Yep. Whereas bottom lane, Envy win bottom lane in terms of pressure. They have Ignite. They have the push advantage here. Even though it's a Kalista with a Janna, double range support. Yeah, we're back in this meta. I do feel like Envy win their side lanes. Yep. So when you win your side lanes like this, as a jungler, play to your mid lane early with control wards, and Lyra can then go to any side of the jungle. So I feel like Lyra has a much more advantageous position than Moon right now, because most of Moon's lanes are going to be playing under their turrets, getting shoved in. So it allows the Cho'Gath to maybe get some ganks. Yep. So it doesn't mean that you lose kind of just automatically as a jungler. Thanks for the leash, Hakuho, I guess is what's going on. But yeah, it doesn't mean you automatically don't have much in terms of your routes that you can go for. Man, he's just helping out a bunch.
What a good dude. Oh, well, bromance between Hakuho and Moon for a second. He gets his blue buff and makes his way over. Looks like he's going to skip. No, he keeps going. All right. Looks like he's going to skip and go. But he was just dragging him over towards mid lane so he can make a fast run. Back to this bot lane we were talking about a bit. That Jhin did get banned out. Yeah. I'd be much less inclined to face a Jhin Janna than I would a Kalista Janna with that grenade and the Storm Shield.
So
the last shot Storm Shield.
Always kind of a funny story, or at least a stat I like to look at, is I always go to Wild Turtle's kind of career statistics for his champions. And I look at the win rates across his champions. His Lucian is 66%, his Ashe is 69%, his Sivir is 78%, and then his Ezreal, Tristana are above 70%, his Kalista is above 70%, his Caitlyn's 89%, his Jhin, 37% win rate in his career. So I actually feel like Wild Turtle's Jhin is not that powerful from a career standpoint in terms of win. Of course, that's results-based analysis. For sure. But compared to all of his other champions that are above 60% win rate, it's actually pretty incredible that he's pulling bans on this champion. But he has been performing well lately. That's the big thing, is he almost won some games by himself against Immortals. Before that, Wild Turtle was picking up, I believe, 3 to 4 player of the games just a few weeks ago. And he's really been keeping FlyQuest in these games. And remember, one of the big acquisitions for FlyQuest in the offseason was Wild Turtle coming back to the team alongside alongside High and Lemonation. Just go through the entire team before I get the right two members.
Calibrate it.
High and Lemonation back on their Quantic days. And it hadn't really slotted in completely, but you were kind of looking at, now they have a big carry in the bottom lane who will be aggressive with them.
I think that combination is funny as well, with Lemonation having so many AD carries. It's like Wild Turtle being one of the first of those that they were able to synergize with. Head back down towards the bot lane and keep things safe. That lane is actually 18 to 23 as we expect it to go in favor of Envy so far, but they're holding strong on the side of FlyQuest.
And top lane, Seraph actually is playing defensive. When I talk about winning lanes, you have the power to shove in, but what pro players will do is say, I know I'm winning this lane and this is a winning lane for me, but I'm actually not going to shove it out because the way that Lyra path. Lyra's bottom side of the jungle, zero reason for Seraph to push balls into his turret. Because if he does, then he's just in a ganking position. And now that he sees, watch Seraph, as soon as he sees that Moon is on the bottom side, he's going to start shoving the wave out and clearing it. And possibly setting up a gank for Lyra on the top side. It's just the flow of how you play these matchups. Just play a little scared, keep it slightly frozen. Balls can't push it all the way to the turret. Now Seraph's going to start pushing it out.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm normal farming, don't worry. There's the slice, the dice, the cull.
Make it look the same. Now Lyra's going to come top, and it's been the plot, it's been the setup. Here comes the stun from Seraph.
Stacked up Ruthless Predator as well, gets it right after the flag and drag. And there might be enough damage here. Slice and dice still looking to connect for Seraph, but he was waiting on that. So pressure for Flash on balls in the top lane.
Actually interesting, because that was a very predictive cue from Lyra there. And Balls just played it safe, played it slow. And the fact that Seraph got the stun off and the flag and drag happened simultaneously kind of made it that Lyra didn't really get exactly what he wanted there.
TP back.
Yeah, got the flash and the TP though, so yeah.
See if he remembers the play.
Here comes Cho'Gath, Cho'Gath flanking.
Oh, Envy is committing to this one as well. They say, all right, we have to figure out how we're getting out of this. Apollo's going to be able to flash right over if he needs to. Gets the net off, actually, and they're able to turn this one around. Flash forward, Hakuo gets the resolve and the lockdown onto Moon, but there's too many minions as they slalom to safety on the side of FlyQuest. Great turnaround from Envy.
Yeah, it looked like there was just too much damage onto Wild Turtle there, who blew his heal early.
Yeah.
And Moon was trying to look for an auto attack onto Hakuo, changed his mind, and then went for Apollo, changed his mind, didn't get the silence off in time, and he got away. So Moon not able to really assist there, and he's actually just going to hold the wave as he gets the back. And so now Moon will actually lose his Raptors for this and be about the same experience as Lyra, but it does put him a bit behind in terms of his jungle tempo. Also means he'll get spotted the next time he's on the top side of the map due to the wards.
There are the pings going down. You can see Nisqy. He says, I'm going to give you a little help. Make sure there's no...
This might be a dive because there's no flash on balls or TP. If you kill the top laner in this situation, then...
Going to be very close to losing that minion
advantage.
wave. They're going to be fighting under turret no matter what on this. So they want to go now. Insta-kill, insta-6 as Nisqy left lane after hitting that.
Yep, and that means he's going to lose that wave. They're going to shove it into turret. He'll lose another wave. And it's not a cannon minion one, so he will lose all of this. This is going to put balls pretty far behind in terms of pressure and also just items in general.
Nisqy picking up most of that CS towards the top side, so he doesn't lose too much of the turret here as High pushes it in. And Moon doing the same thing. Moon was in the bot. Lyra grabbed his Raptors. He says, oh, I'll give you the same medicine I saw you top side. You'll see this fight one more time.
Yep. Seraph, after the first push, just got to slow push it back in. Then they just use only Ghost is the summoner spell that's used there by Nisqy to make that happen. So they have repeat ganks with Body Slam Flash. They have a repeat gank with the Flash from Seraph. So they have a lot of options here.
Turtle taking quite a bit of damage as he steps up to look to get a rend off when he stacked up that minion along with Apollo. You do get a bit of extra distance, but he still wasn't in range with that rend explosion. And good clear there by Apollo. 63 to 49 in that lane, so he is starting to separate the CS just a little bit.
Can we talk about, you know, the A-tier AD carry Apollo for a second? Because, I mean, he has actually been pretty good. I actually got to talk to him one time in the makeup room. I was like, how's it feel to be, you know, in the A-tier? He's like, it feels good, man.
Good, man.
Feels good, man. And then he actually said, I don't think I'm A-tier. He actually feels like he has a lot he can improve on, and we'll see if Lyra... Oh, wow.
Well, Apollo all right. Standing true here.
Wait, what? You're drunk.
What?
Lyra.
Okay. A little hesitation. I think they might have wanted to get Apollo another one on that, or somebody another one on that, but Lyra kind of balks his auto attack, holds back on that, and now they're able to get the turret. So pressure on the lane, and we will have to get this, maybe a replay on that.
Yeah, I would love a replay on that. Nisqy, though, gonna fight High.
Oh, very close.
Doesn't
Throws back
chase.
the ultimate.
High doesn't chase him. Pretty interesting choice there. Now, balls behind, like I said. Gonna get dueled out a little bit there as he tries to clear a ward. Holds his ground, and we'll see this one more time. Ugh. Wild Turtle went forward. He was expecting him to go back there. And then the Q onto elimination. That flash afterwards. It's just... That play just all around.
You're not even playing this game.
Welcome to Envy versus FlyQuest. Game 1.
Well,
welcome to your 4th game of the day as well, Riv.
Might lose it, might lose it. 2K gold lead here for Envy. Throughout all of this, that turret means they can start pressuring the rest of the map, getting themselves into a position to use the advantage of those summoners down on the side of FlyQuest as Turtle and Lemon Nation just try to farm up and keep this lane pushed up.
Yeah, they're just trying to kind of do damage control here because the matchup of Caitlyn Karma is just that nightmare that no bottom lane really wants to play against. And a lot of, I know AD carries were very happy when it moved away from Karma, Zyra, all these supports that were taking care of the lane and being the big aggressors in it. They really liked, you know, having somebody babysit them. But Hakuo, not so much about that babysitter life.
Nice. FlyQuest just scooting in to get themselves the first Drake of the game. That definitely helped Moon stay out on the Rift. Being very nice for his regeneration as well.
Yeah, the fact that Cho'Gath's passive, you know, helps him stay up in terms of mana and health in the jungle the whole time. Hold on, he's gonna go fighting. Nisqy's trying to play to this side just in case.
Gotta watch out for package. Get cut off really quick here.
Yeah, Lyra's actually been making some awkward moves this entire game. The top lane where he tried to predict. I feel like Lyra, what he's doing is I don't know.
Oh, they separate. Niski's ultimate
Here
is
comes
up.
Renekton.
They could choose to throw that onto Hai if they wanted to. There's one hit, just missing. Niski was trying to put more spheres on the ground to get the extra damage.
Trying to return damage.
That's going to be enough. And the last hit from Seraph. Ball's just leaving lane, thinking maybe that fight would have fizzled out. The lane's resetting. I feel like he should have been in that fight.
Yeah. He was trying to just get all the CS that was
So he
underneath the
was
turret.
instantly pushed up during that. Unfortunate for FlyQuest to not be able to rotate.
And that's why winning lanes as a jungler is so important to like think about, like when we were playing that game at the beginning of the game, because that's where you get to play. If Niski's winning mid lane and shoving it in, and when I say winning, it just means you can push the guy under the turret faster than they can clear the minions or push back. You get to roam. So he gets to roam. If Jarvan roams here, Jarvan gets to the fight, but has to get something back, or else he loses 300 gold to the turret. And so right here, Lyra, throws out the cask, but then Seraph stuns Hai. Hai already used the Valkyrie, but the cleanse was used to get out of the previous stun, and it does reduce the cooldown of subsequent stun. So he does get out of the Renekton W a little bit faster than you would expect, but still goes down.
It's pretty big wave balls that he cleared there. It actually keeps him even.
Well, he's behind, right? He got killed when his TP was down, so he's in that I can't help you. Are you kidding me? I have to farm mentality.
I feel like I hear that a lot in my games.
What do you want me to do? Lose all these minions? You're crazy.
I'm not coming to your lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I say as a jungler.
2K now. He's going to back, get some nice items for himself. Black Cleaver right up on his inventory. And Lyra and the team trying to continue this early game lead. Known for their early game leads, but extending that into the mid game. That's where they need to right the ship a little bit. Here they're already doing very good at it. They're getting their wards forward and kind of doing it in numbers. So they continue to aggress, flash, and ghost down for Hai. Why not rinse and repeat on that gank?
Yeah. I'm trying to get something in mid, making sure that they're taking control of mid and top side, so they'll have control of this area and put pressure on the top side. Because now they're playing for top turret or mid if they can get Hai here.
Scatter, no, it's just the ultimate. Hai's able to get himself the safety on this. That Hex Drinker early buy is huge for him right now.
Yeah, pretty much a necessity against Syndra as Corki. Buy that early on, make sure that you don't get burst down in a single R. It's kind of the damage control.
Waiting for what the pressure will be next. Wild Turtle gets the farm out on the top side. This is great for him. Almost that their turret went down so they could get out of that laning phase, stop being poked out. He's probably more than happy to keep farming on the top. He will meet up with Apollo shortly, though. Supports are on the roam. The catch potential is definitely there from Lemon Nation and the rest of FlyQuest. Even if you are going to be able to run fast, it won't save you from this team. They have a lot of catch potential, and Seraph is going to realize that as Lyra can't help too much. They back off in mid.
Yep, Hakuo just kind of roaming around and gets TP'd on by balls there, and that also gets the TP out of Seraph, so he won't be able to shove the bottom wave out and kind of get something back. They're going to get the Rift Herald here and try to return at least a turret in the future.
Great ward so far.
I actually feel like you want the fight more than you want the Rift Herald. I think you want to bait Envy in here and then collapse and actually go for a fight. 4v5. Like, I feel like it's not going to get much better than this.
Envy has full eyes on the team. Hakuo is the only one that FlyQuest doesn't see, but that one really doesn't matter at this point. The shields could be a big play, though, if this goes for an extended fight. Rift Herald is going to be grabbed up. That goes over to Moon. It seems like they might be able to just waltz out of this one.
Yeah.
Nice rupture on the exit.
Yeah, because of the fact that the Lemonation ultimate from Wild Turtle, the Fates Call in, was really only on Apollo, who had already started moving back, and it's Janna. There's not really a hard engage there, so if they're looking for a pick, they're looking to fish for something with like a Cho'Gath Q. If none of those hit, then you just back off. Make sure you just get the Rift Herald like they did. But that means that Moon gets to back a little bit faster than expected. He gets to cut 4 seconds off his back, so he gets to get here a little bit faster. And we'll see if that makes the difference.
Party on the top side in some capacity. Who's going to start it? Definitely in the Bramble Pit. My favorite spot, and it's going to be Balls with the Cataclysm onto 1. Seraph actually wasn't caught in that. Lyra was, and he's going to go down one last shot coming in from Hai. Turtle looking to dance this one right down that corridor. And Moon's going to shove him out of the fight before they can re-engage. Another kill coming in for Envy, or I'm sorry, FlyQuest, as Envy starts to falter.
See, that's the kind of laner Hai is. Hai says, there's a minion wave, my team's fighting, I gotta back them up. You made the right call. Lets those minions die to the turret.
Yeah.
Doesn't do what Balls had done, but it just shows the difference in terms of like how much you're integral to the team. If something's not happening without Hai, then it's not happening. Hai's got to be involved.
Very good point. We'll see it here again.
This is actually interesting because Moon wants to nom on the red buff, but I believe he actually kills or hits Lyra with it, kills the red buff anyway, but the fact that he had accidentally hit Lyra there makes the difference because the true damage on the Cho'Gath, or from the Cho'Gath onto the Gragas, allows the Gragas to die.
This allows him to dead.
This kills the Gragas.
It's not too much of a lead all around now. You know of Apollos, but Turtle still with the protection can be very, very powerful on this Kalista and also serves a different purpose with those objectives. And just map control as Ocean Drake alive once again. FlyQuest to get this could just hang out all day and continue high, able to pressure with missiles. And the rest of the team just regenning as they mill about the map.
Yeah, Wild Turtle kind of dealing with a bottom lane wave right now. Power Spike for Apollo, and kind of the rest of the team now as they're hitting some of those big items. So you have 2 magic penetration items for Niski, so he's in a really good spot with his Lost Chapter on top of that. And then you have the Black Cleaver and Infinity Edge. So I feel like FlyQuest aren't as good of a position as NB is right now in terms of items to take this fight, but if they play it correctly, they can still take it, and that's going to be the nom.
Kai says, I'm here. And it's also very hard for this point for Envy to initiate that Monsoon. They don't know if it is or isn't up. Little be known, it was just a few seconds away, so the engage could have been huge. Rift Herald down towards the
bottom side. Because everybody's mid.
They're going to run it in.
Wild Turtle's been shoving this wave. There's no minion wave there. This is actually a perfect Rift Herald in terms of how much damage it'll get off of its charge here. And Wild Turtle's going to have to be responsible for the follow-up damage. But he does have Seraph, and he also has another person here coming down with Lyra shortly.
Ooh, got right back in through each turret shot. Gets a warmed up one.
Oh, they might dive here. We'll see.
They keep it just in time. A great rupture to start. The body slam after he gets out of that. Lyra gives himself a little bit of distance. This is going to be a dead Lyra. Rends it out, but it's actually the hit from Moon, not even the chomp-in. He picks himself up another kill on this. 3-2 now as FlyQuest look to be hitting for a second-tier turret.
Yeah. Lyra actually used the body slam there to just get a little bit closer to the Rift Herald, and that's when he used it, and he didn't have it for 7 more seconds. So that actually prompted Moon to go ahead and use the Q. I'm pretty sure somebody was saying he has no body slam. Go ahead and just throw out the rupture. And Apollo might actually get dunked here.
Oh. Throws down the Cataclysm. Nicely done, but has to blow the flash. He knows the danger of being alone, though.
And you can see there, he scratches his head. Apollo, he loves to farm those side waves and get a level advantage over the enemy AD carry. But when a top laner is playing a bruiser, it's always a little bit difficult because you don't have that same vision coverage. But they just lost the bottom side of their map, and FlyQuest are actually back in this game and have a little bit of an advantage now in terms of the Drakes and the regen. Also, this Cho'Gath has room to grow. Like, the new Cho'Gath, let's take a moment to explain this. The Feast, you can get 6 stacks from eating minions or monsters, and he has 3 out of those 6 from minions and monsters, and he's at 6 right now. So he can get to 9 stacks just eating minions and monsters. The other things have to come from champion kills or killing epic monsters like the dragon that they've killed. So Moon, I mean, has a lot of room to grow. And the thing about the Feast stacks now is it adds to your damage because it has a HP ratio on your Feast. So the true damage goes even higher. And then there's a percent HP magic damage ratio that's based off your Feast stacks on his E. So for every Feast stack he has, it's going to be 0.5% more of his enemy's HP from the 4% it originally was. So it keeps going up and up and up. And so now he's actually doing a lot of people's damage, even if they're tanky right now. And when you think about the Renekton, who has no magic resistance and probably won't get some magic resistance for a while because it's the Bruiser build, he's looking at a really high damage Cho'Gath in these 1-on-1s or 2-on-2s.
True. Take a big bite out of Crime on that.
Apollo no flash from before.
Blade of the Rune King locks in Apollo. Looks like he could go down again. And trying to just get out of lane. He wasn't even at really that scary of a spot, but FlyQuest had it on their plate that they're going to prioritize that target, and now Envy has to scramble to recoup. This leaves high open in mid, and Balls is still ready to push that with him. They may be able to grab a bit here.
You don't want to actually go for something too heavy here. You have to sack that turret because the risk of defending this means Baron in 8 seconds, you lose this turret, you lose your anybody else on top of Apollo. You're probably going to go for a Baron here, especially when they feel comfortable with the Cho'Gath.
Oh, Lyra close. Doesn't even need to help the team as they grab a kill. Balls goes down. A little bit of an answer here from Envy as they're not letting things go without a fight.
Yep, just making sure that they can trade back 1-for-1. Right now, it's kind of like Niski pulling his team alongside Seraph. These two guys, everybody else on the team is kind of just picking up farm where they can. They tried to make some moves early with Lyra. people are getting caught out, and that's what this game is a lot of catches. Hakuo got caught around this area. Apollo got caught twice on the top side due to rotations. And so Nisqy is kind of trying to do the catching himself. Whereas Fly, trying to set up, trying to make those picks happen with the long-range rupture.
Oh man, another Ocean Drake if FlyQuest get this.
They're
Basically,
swimming in Ocean Drakes.
Everybody's got a Warmogs or something as they run around the map. Feels good. I get that. I got that reference.
I get that.
I get that.
I understood that reference.
This does not look like a very healthy turret. Storm Shield or not, that means that's not damage for Turtle. But it does help stave off a little bit. The roam up from Moon's going to be late. What? Lemon.
Wait, he blocked it for Turtle.
And shielded Turtle.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case, you know?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, percentage of it killing somebody then is 0. Whereas
You take your partner's hand, you say, it's okay, just stand still.
yeah, you cover all your bases there. Yeah, Wild Turtle played that well.
That was the safest.
Leaping back when the cast came out, put him on the other side. Lyra has actually not had a great game at all so far. And is this the beginning of a slump? Because
no,
I mean, Lyra slumping, right? It's like not really something that you say too much, but he does have a team that has been performing better and better in terms of individuals. But
is it a slump, or is he not marking people with javelins and pouncing on their faces?
Trying too hard? I don't know. But I definitely think like the tank meta is gonna put a little bit of a burden on Lyra because he loves to carry, right? He's played the Elise particularly well, the Lee Sin, the Nidalee, right? For sure. Lyra's always kind of thrived in those metas, kind of like Mike Young, where you can carry your team. And so the dynamic of the patch on 7.14, you do have to shift a little bit of where you play to or how you play the jungle here. One of the reasons I've been able to climb in solo queue is because I don't have to play the carries anymore.
It's kind of, doesn't take away the all-star power, but there aren't as many avenues to create all-star power with a champion like Cho'Gath. Yeah, on the Nidalee, on the Lee Sin, when you're hopping around, you can do that. But
and
you said it's a little tempered.
Exactly,
right?
and there's like different takes on it too, right? Because some teams are saying that you lose too much tempo if you play a tank jungler, whereas we're seeing teams play like Echo Fox is playing Lee Sin, we're seeing Elise, Contract's playing Kayn, we're seeing the carry junglers or the early game tempo junglers still have a place against tank junglers. But the fact that like Maokai went unpicked or banned, like nobody's playing that top for heavy engage or playing it in the jungle, just means that these two teams are kind of electing for, you know, we're playing carry junglers, but we're not playing like the same tank junglers as everybody else is. We're gonna play like the Cho'Gath here, which is a little bit common, but I would say that the Gragas and the Cho'Gath right now, not gonna emphasize like the carry ability. I don't know exactly where I was going with that. I'm gonna stop right there, cut myself off.
There's a dragon.
Yeah, there's a third Ocean Drake.
Third Ocean Drake. When you just have so much ocean, you need another, and that's the max amount you can get in one game. It's pretty salty.
Yeah, I mean, is there a special effect for the Ocean Drake when you have 3? Because I know when you have the Cloud Drake, you get that little trail behind you.
Sonic booms?
Yeah, I wish it was the old green Dead Man's Plate effect that used to be there. That was super good. But now I think it's just like a bunch of bubbles, right? You get like a bunch of bubbles every intermittently. Like,
see bubbles.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
Splash. It's when you're out of combat, so.
I see it on balls when he's roaming around. There it is as well. All right, Moon. Rubbing his hands together, getting ready for some more plays on the side of FlyQuest. And now they actually have quite a bit of time to hang out on the map. The vision isn't pushed forward, so they're kind of relegated to just clear these waves, pick up their resources until they gather here. And what possibly would be the mid lane, they have all 3 turrets down, so either working on an objective or pushing straight down one of these lanes.
Well, Envy want Baron control, so they're going to start going over towards that area because it's completely in FlyQuest's control, and you don't want that to be in the control of the Cho'Gath team and the Kalista team. Want to make sure that you have your eyes on it, but looks like FlyQuest thinking they could pick Apollo using Turtle. But they're actually going to try to gain a numbers advantage here. Lemon's going to take a lot of headshots. Oh, they're going to try to get him low.
Interesting. Fate's Call. Because Fate's Call, you only put Ace in the Hole on cooldown. And now you have a full Fate's Call cooldown.
Well, yeah, the Ace in the Hole did not leave the gun completely. Right. So when it does that, then it will go on cooldown.
A little quick.
Did it a little bit earlier.
A little quick. Maybe use that
tiny
again.
thing.
Tiny.
But now they're going to try to get Nisqy for a pick here.
Could be big after that. Turret's going to go down. Moon's on the other side. He says, yeah, I'm big, but we're still going to have to give that one up. A good pressure from Seraph as he rotates up towards mid to keep that pressure onto high so he cannot just farm it out. He's been trying to build up. He's doing a good job at it.
All right, what's Moon at now? Moon is at 10 Cho'Gath stacks.
What's that HP?
1,200.
4247.
Yeah, he has 1,200 bonus HP from Feast. That's an insane amount of HP. And the fact that when he hits level 16, it goes up even further. And he's out of stacks that he can get off of minions and monsters. So he has to go get dragons. He has to go get peoples, barons, nom them up. And his E now does 9% of the target's maximum HP as magic damage.
Well, good thing for Envy. They're not the healthiest team, but that also is kind of a caveat.
Yeah, they aren't the most magic damage or magic resist heavy team either, considering top lane has 0. Jungle has the Spectre's Cowl now. Mid lane is the 0. Nobody really stacking any at all, which means that if he gets all those Vorpal spikes off, he's looking at that 27% of his enemy's HP. That's just above a 4th, Riv.
Wow.
Did the math. And then he does the true damage bite for, 700 plus.
2 Ardent sensors now on the map. Pretty good money flowing into the supports as well as the rest of the team from these early kills. Turrets being picked up nicely, helping to spike just a little bit.
Yeah, FlyQuest trying to get control of the Baron area. Try to control the control wards. High will shove down mid. Everybody else will shove up the top lane, and Seraph and Balls still just fighting in the bottom side. Gargoyle Stoneplate actually completed for Balls before he gets Titanic Hydra. It's actually, I like that build augmentation because normally you want Black Cleaver into Titanic Hydra, but he's saying I'm going to team fight soon, and that's what my team is focused on, so goes for the Gargoyle Stoneplate before the completion of that big damage item.
I'm going to say it looks like they wanted to stay down here for a moment, but the minion wave taking a bit too long. They're going to see Balls focusing on this top side turret. Teleports are up for both teams. And there are very good wards for Envy to teleport. If they want to actually get to the back of this fight, there it is coming in from
They
Seraph.
don't see it either. That's
going to be able to get speed from the shrine, choose his target. What's it going to be? They're going for the blast cone, not there, actually, and they're going to have to be fighting this one out. Nisqy over to Moon. That's not actually who he wanted to use the ultimate on, and now Envy is getting routed in the fight. Good hits coming in from Turtle, but he gets bounced back now. Lemon Nation trying to keep his AD carry alive. Turtle in a 2v1 situation with the help of the support, and he stays alive throughout the situation. The Ardent Sensor doing just enough. Apollo focused by High and Balls now, and that's going to be the kill. Coming in for Fly High. That is definitely Baron for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Seraph actually TP'd back in the Baron pit, and then he wasn't spotted. That was completely by surprise, and Elimination goes off to the side. Brilliantly played there from FlyQuest in terms of their allocation, but Nisqy looked like he couldn't figure out what to do in that fight because it was so split. Normally when you're split up like that against this team, you're in a good spot because nobody has like enough tanks to cover all their options. But watch Nisqy here and how High approaches him from the side, because High is going to get the better position in this fight because Moon going to go cover this area, noms Nisqy, and then High is just throwing in a whole bunch of pot shots, and then while Turtle puts pressure on Nisqy, and then High comes in from the side. So Nisqy got pinched in because he couldn't find where, as a backliner, is the back line because he was flanked from both sides. And that is something you do not want to run into, especially when you have a Kalista that's flanking. You're just like, why is the Kalista the one that's flanking us? How is she able to do this? Why haven't we collapsed on her? And that was just an oddly played fight from Envy. But seriously, the damage there, like I was saying, High got the better position in that fight.
See how they continue to pressure now this Baron map. As we say, objective free. I lie, 0 seconds as the Mountain Drake spawns. And that would be even more perfect for FlyQuest to grab here. All the sustain and then the ability to take more of those turrets and structures. Looks like things calm down for the time being, but FlyQuest now basically lives on Envy's side of the map.
I'm getting excited, Riv, because I feel like Moon is about to hit critical mass where he would be able to Gargoyle Stoneplate, Feast, and one-shot Apollo or Nisqy. So I'm looking forward to the gameplay.
It's actually not a point that Moon got to with in their last FlyQuest match, and they kind of went away from the Cho'Gath after that first play. It wasn't really getting banned out either. So for these guys to go back, feel comfortable on that. Obviously, very strong as well. You can't just throw Cho'Gath to the wayside, especially when you get 30 minutes into the game. Nobody's pushing this guy around. Corki back towards mid-high, creating pressure at every point he can, every moment he can, and that is just spreading Envy thin. It's not, they don't even have to initiate on the side of FlyQuest. Envy is trying to figure out a way in themselves, and they just can't find one.
Yeah, their engage option is Body Slam Flash.
Right.
But maybe a Cask, but Lyra hasn't really been on point. He's been 0-2-1 for pretty much the whole game here. And everybody else is just kind of floundering around. They're trying to catch up, but FlyQuest are doing the right thing and trying to force some fights. They have been caught in some awkward positions, but now their gold lead is doing the work for them. And now I feel like you go get that Mountain Drake, get another stack from Moon. Oh, maybe not.
Leave the team, he's gonna hop over the wall.
The reset.
Oh no, he'll do it himself anyways, just not over the wall.
Yeah, they're just resetting the map.
No, they are gonna back. I was gonna say they gave him 3 vision wards, 4th one towards red if they were able to break that line, but they run back. I'll probably be able to get it before the team even reaches him. And then Moon will see the Elder Drake on the map. That will have to be stopped by Envy. 4 Drakes for Fly. Gonna be too strong.
Yeah, I feel like that back was kind of unnecessary. I feel like they should have gone for the Mountain Drake as a team very quickly and then gone back, because there isn't too much for them to clear.
Yeah, they don't
and then
have to
reset.
stop on the way back out.
Exactly. Like resetting, you want to always reset at a good time and get what you can on the way out. And I feel like the Cho'Gath stacks are worth so much now. No! Moon could have had another!
That's true.
I just like seeing stacks, man. Like
stacks on stacks.
Dude, I love Jenga. If you ever have a Jenga party, invite me.
All right.
If I hear about it later, I'm gonna be angry.
Side tangent, but I won't not invite you.
Wait, okay.
God, Gaia, double negative. 8K, just about 8.5 right now. And 8-3. 33 coming in. It's going to be a push here from the top side. Turtle is
gonna 1v1.
Oh my God, he's actually going to try to get in on this situation. Lyra,
this is a Turtle play. He's got his team behind him. He's trying to flex
on this because they do see the rest of the team. Heals, shields, and everything under the sun. But a cupcake is what takes Turtle down from his sweet tooth. Gargoyle Stoneplate goes down, and they are able to chop down Moon. They're not unstoppable at this point, and Ball's trying to do what he can here on the bot side. FlyQuest has to start to be careful, as they might get caught on the way out.
You'd feel after 5+ years of a career that the Turtle would eventually become tamed, but it's still as wild as ever.
It is.
And I'm actually at a loss for words, because I don't know what he's thinking, that he's not going to crit you as Caitlyn multiple times. Like, as a 1v1, Kalista versus Caitlyn, I still feel like the Kalista has to overperform and like outplay the Caitlyn very heavily to win it. And the fact that he had his support there on top of it made it even less likely to work. So I'm actually surprised, because Turtle, I know he had his team behind him, but his team was too far behind him for the amount of mobility that the Kalista has when he's in that forward position.
Also to consider, any headshots hitting you are taking away twice as much HP as you thought you'd be able to take the next few auto attacks with. So you really don't consider. You also don't know when that's coming up for Apollo. Would it be the first, or does he get 2 out of the situation? Yeah. We'll actually see here.
Oh, he gets movement speed away. He gets Eve. He gets rooted here. And then pop, pop, pop. Oh, he goes back on it. And even then, he went back on crap. And then he would have crit him afterwards and hit him with that.
Yep.
I know the Janna's behind him, but like, Janna passive lets you run backwards, not forwards. That actually just kind of took some of the wind out of the sails.
Really on this wind stuff today. Wind and ocean.
Oceans, winds.
It's a beautiful day here at the studio.
I got a song stuck in my head now.
I don't know that song.
It's a beautiful day.
Oh, right now.
Yeah, of course.
I get it.
Of course.
I thought you meant ocean winds.
No, no, no.
Oh, wow.
But Baron up in 58 seconds. Fly still have control of the game, but they don't have the same tempo or momentum. They do have the mid lane control and the push. But, yeah, I feel like FlyQuest are still in a great position now, because when we talk about scaling, like the Cho'Gath kind of infinitely scales with his stacks. The Kalista actually does scale a bit in terms of she's harder to kill. You need enough burst damage to kill her. But I do feel like Envy, better scaling, a little bit behind, but still I would say better scaling in terms of these Syndra. The Corki is crazy though. Corki, you know what? I'm evaluating this as I go. Corki with an Ardent Sensor. This is actually getting pretty ridiculous for FlyQuest.
I like it. But he also isn't near that Ardent Sensor all the time, so he's got to be careful. Seeing 3 in mid. Beautiful job here by Fly, actually controlling the jungle. Envy doesn't have a quick path from lane to lane. They got to go all the way around town. And right now, they're just going to stay in the jungle.
Yeah, 5 seconds on that Baron. They have the Kalista. They have the Cho'Gath. They have a Mountain Drake. They're already starting it. They're trying to get high in return for it. It's going to be hard to catch him.
He just took everything.
There. Oh, Moon trying to get to the back line. Watch out for the dinosaur.
He's on every line. He is on the front and the back. Seraph taking quite a bit of damage. Niski now in the middle of the fight. He is back to back with balls, and he goes down. Both of them actually fall at the same time. Moon's able to get one of those chomps down, and now they're on to Lyra. Right into the face of Moon. Tries to flop back to give Apollo more space to work, and his desk is set up. Does he get the kill, though? Signs off on one. No, he doesn't get the shot. Balls breaks vision, and the quadra kill coming in for High on Corki.
Yeah, they just get to play the team fight out the way they want, and that is most likely going to be game here for FlyQuest.
Right through. I don't even know if they need minions. They have Moon. That'll just, the minions will help the turrets, which probably will be necessary, but 20 seconds, I should say, are the fastest spawns here with Niski and Hakuo, and that's not going to be enough damage. It's too much single target. They're going for the Nexus turrets, and FlyQuest getting very big on this one. 13-5 with a 9,000 gold lead start of the Nexus, and they will drop it 37 minutes in, taking game 1.
Feel like that's a FlyQuest win that FlyQuest fans are known for. It's just like, all right, this is the type of win that you're looking at. High, 7-1-2, kind of controlled a lot of the game in the early parts, was able to reinforce his team, and the moves, the early skirmishes that sometimes don't work out for the team, worked out for him this time. You had that, it was kind of a classic FlyQuest game, right? High, able to affect some of the side lanes, able to affect, and then you get Wild Turtle having one move where it's like, what's going on? And then you have to start getting worried, but FlyQuest ultimately pull it out because they have a pretty good lead across the board through pretty much all the lanes, and I think the Envy slump right now might be starting. Like, I mean, looking at Lyra specifically, where he hasn't performed pretty well against Team Liquid. Now he's playing against another team in the bottom end of the standings. And right there, that game was definitely not one of those games that you would be like, how relevant was Lyra in it, and give him anything above, like, you know, a C or anything like that.
And you wondered,
that was pretty low in terms of his proximity.
Right, and you wonder kind of why that is. Like, top was being pushed in here. We saw a great job by Seraph on the Renekton, so why wasn't that pressure going mid? Lyra actually didn't have to do too much on the top side of the map where he usually focuses to get people going.
Well, Balls avoided some ganks early, right?
Yeah, did a very great job. We're actually going to start in with this one at the end game replay of all things, and how this one started off.
Yeah, High gets out of here with the cleanse, and then he's able to flash away and not take too much damage afterward, and then Moon just is so tanky, and they don't have too much to shred him just yet. Seraph goes in, tries to stun High and get out, and then Niski went far forward, and now Niski is caught in the Cataclysm. The only person in there tries to peel, but High walks up. First kill goes over to Moon, but then the dive in from Seraph to try and get something back. He dies to High. High's going to pick up a kill there. And now the Corki I talked about with that crazy scaling, pretty much 3 hits or 2 hits, Hakuho, and he just does so much damage if he gets that magic damage crit in there. And there's that quadra kill coming through for High.
Gotta feel good. And I'm sure it feels good for High as well, because whenever those kills are rolling in for him, his calls are much cleaner. He's doing that micromanaging. Here. Yes, we can. Keep going. We can fight this. And the team follows up on that so much. It gives them so much confidence.
Yeah, when High gets behind, you know, sometimes he gets a little bit less vocal because he doesn't have as good of a grasp on the game. And then he requires his teammates to give him a better feel for, can we win this? Can we not win this? And when he's ahead in the game is a pretty big snowball for FlyQuest.
And we see the team comp here, FlyQuest, I believe, setting themselves up for a little bit of flex next game. We know Moon being one of the few junglers to still take that Jarvan into the jungle without them playing Maokai. Maybe they kind of trick what Envy would think is going top or jungle to start things off. It's just a little something. It's that chess game of pick and bans.
Yeah, I was like, is Moon going to play it? Because they swapped it actually at the last second there. Where is Moon going to play the jungle Jarvan, which is still in the meta a bit. And you can play it with the Cinder Hulk, but they flex it up to the top. They've last picked it there. The Renekton has to play against it. And he, you know, it really didn't do too well in the early game, but Balls held on. And the Cho'Gath plus the Corki kind of made the winning combo there, alongside the Janna. I think like Janna is coming back into the meta now because of the fact that when you dive, you only have so many dive tools, and the Janna ulti makes it so, like, if you're a champion that has only one dive tool with a longer cooldown, then you pretty much get no part of the fight afterwards.
And we actually, looking at what this Cho'Gath provided for the team in the game, we have some clips of Moon continuously hitting in these fights, but also choosing the right targets, getting the silences, and this one's obviously, hey, we're taking out Hakuo. But besides this, he started stacking up.
Yeah, that was a CC chain onto Hakuo. It's what you're looking for there. And then Moon, the Nom there, I believe that was onto Lyra to deal that extra bit of damage. The Cataclysm gets canceled afterwards because Balls wants them to run out. And then the call that Lyra no longer has his body slam and he's caught on the minions. They're able to chase him down. That's the slow from the Vorpal spikes. 1.5 second decaying slow. Get 3 of them. It's pretty powerful if the Cho'Gath makes it to you. That's why people run movement speed, Quince.
Also with Nisqy on that Syndra in the mid lane, got to be feeling pretty good. Well, he kind of went back and forth with High. He was able to hold strong, and they got going early with some roams.
I feel like Nisqy is kind of back and forth right now. He's playing well, but when the team starts kind of floundering around him and they have those the momentum taken out of their sails, they end up having kind of a bad mid game. And I feel like it's not always the draft. I feel like it's not always the individual play. I feel like a lot of the times it's those macro calls. And Nisqy has been a good individual player. Even when he's playing against Golden Glue, he did well. But it's not like we're seeing Nisqy be a big failure point on the team. But this right here was the team fight that this is so hard to navigate. Where do you go as a backliner? Because while Turtle played so aggressive to put pressure on Nisqy, and he was playing away from the right side of the fight, only to kind of be in a Kalista range, and then he had already made himself super vulnerable to all angles of this fight.
It did become super. He's like trying to scatter one way, but look the other way to place another orb and pick this one up.
It's a hard spot.
Too much and too little time. You see the post-game breakdown, just under 37 minutes. But again, there's that Envy early game. They hold on to it, and they can be doing so much better throughout the mid. It just seems like it's something where the other team has that minion position at 22-minute fight, and it's either the Baron and turrets or turret after turret that allows the other team to just kind of swamp over Envy at that point.
Yeah, and it was a really kind of confusing game because Envy did have that early game lead off of, like I was talking about, their winning lanes, their top and their bottom and their mid. But I feel like Lyra didn't get his team enough off the ground. Like a 2.4K gold lead against the team composition of FlyQuest, which has engaged tools with the Jarvan. They have disengaged tools with the Janna. They have another engaged tool with the Kalista. Like, they can start fights when they're ahead, or if you're not far enough ahead to win those fights. So the 2.4K gold advantage really isn't enough to leverage, and you have to get Nisqy to a point where I feel like he could blow somebody up without having to worry too much about the Janna or worrying too much about, the invulnerability.
That's the thing. It's tough to see. The Syndra, you hope to blow somebody up and those people are walking away with 100 HP each time. You get a bit ahead and get that Hex Drinker, makes a very tough time for her. So we'll see if Team Envy can even up the score when we come back with Game 2 against FlyQuest. As we go to commercial, here's a look at the tease from the team behind Drive, this time on the veteran FlyQuest support. Then going to be very close to losing that minion wave. They're going to be fighting under turret no matter what on this, so they want to go now. Insta-kill, insta-6 as Nisqy left lane after hitting that.
I can protect you all, okay? I'm playing top. I'm hitting him. Hit the turret. Fight. Yeah, we fight. We fight. Syndra just base. She base. Syndra base. Okay, we're good. Syndra! Syndra's dead! We're nectin! We're fine. Get me. Yeah. We're nectin. No. I'm on Kaylin. Okay. I'm coming, balls. I'm coming.
Right into the face of Moon. Tries to flop back to give Apollo more space to work. And his desk is set up. Does he get the kill, though? Signs off on one. No, he doesn't get the shot. Balls breaks vision, and the quadra kill coming in for High on Corki.
I remember, I got known for bringing a notebook on stage with, information about pick ban and what the other team plays, and that was a new thing somehow. To me, that was, the most basic thing in the world. Why would you not write down a plan and bring it on the stage when you're at this super important tournament? But at the same time, because it was that way, it was such a great environment to just be friends and just have a good time.
what I really want to talk about is 714 entering the pro game.
Yeah.
This week.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff, but we're going to try and break it down into some smaller sections. Tank junglers is what I want to start with.
Yep.
Because that's what I am most familiar with. I play the most of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're even more likely to be seen because of lethality and because of how good tanks can be against lethality. So Cho'Gath received some massive buffs. He is fairly easy to play around from a pro perspective, but I think he's so objectively powerful that we'll see him. But Maokai and Sej are things that I think should be close to dominating the league if the pros have put enough time onto tanks and are quick enough to turn around their playstyles. Because power-wise, I think they're there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're really strong. Cho'Gath, like, I can see people not wanting to play it in pro simply because the Q is, like, so unreliable against people who are actually good at avoiding it and good at dodging and stuff. It's like, that's one frustration I can see with it, and a lot of players getting really annoyed by that. Whereas Maokai and Sejuani, like, they don't really have the same issues. Like, this CC is so easy to put on. Like, I've even been playing a fair bit of Maokai top, and I think it's incredibly strong top as well. So, like, these champions are just objectively very, very strong. I think that we will be seeing them in pro play. Cho'Gath, I'm not sure. Like, if someone has put in time, then yeah.
Yeah.
But I could see people getting frustrated and just giving them up.
Yeah, we already saw a little bit of Mao and Sej last week, and it didn't even have a huge amount of effectiveness, but just paying attention to high elo, NA solo queue, I think it's coming into the NALCS.
Yep.
Specifically, one of the big problems for tank junglers in the past was the warrior junglers would just build longswords, clear the jungle faster, and beat you. But when Bami Cinder is 900 gold, we talked about this beforehand, you clear so much faster, not to mention the mana increase on the item. These are the champions that it helps the most. On top of that, Bramble Vest, not Thornmail, is still a pretty good item if you're over-indexed on AD.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so talking about the champions getting played, I agree, Cho'Gath's insane. I think we should see him. I think if junglers haven't tried to learn the champion at all, I think it's a mistake. You might not find that it's good, but not trying, I think, is kind of not forgivable. Sejuani got like 6 picks in the LCK last, this week. 713 had 6 Sejuani picks in a Sejuani ban already in LCK. So, like,
and
clearly we're seeing her.
Sejuani was being played top a while ago when it first got all those buffs.
Right.
And it was being played jungle. Like, people should have played some Sejuani on the updated patch.
Yeah, the champion's clearly playable. I agree. I think tank junglers are in for sure. I think Duskblade is definitely in. Worth pointing out that the 714 is with hot fixes in. So, like, Duskblade got some damage off on the passive. It's like a 10% damage hit mid-game. It's not huge. There was, like, some minor nerfs to Singed and Nunu in there as well, because those champions are kind of over too.
Well, the Nunu ones I don't think were that minor. I actually think that Nunu's win rate
speed.
actually went down quite a lot.
Yeah, it was quite a bit. He lost a lot of health.
Yeah.
Well, let's predict then, as far as lethality. What will lethality do to the pick ban? Is Zed coming back? Are we seeing Jhin and Varus again?
We're seeing Jhin 100%. I think Jhin is going to be the top 80. Like, people were already playing him a lot. I think Jhin, people may be picking even like over Caitlyn and stuff. Like, I think that's going to be.
Well, Caitlyn got nerfed. I think Caitlyn should not be a top 3 bot laner anymore.
Yeah. So I think Jhin is like.
I think she will. I mean, this is just
her sieging strength is so good, and her lane bullying is still so good. Like, I still think people want Caitlyn for different reasons. But like, I think Jhin for sure is up there. I think that like we certainly could see some players, guys like Hai and stuff, playing Talon, because I actually think that like. The extra damage that Talon has now with Duskblade is pretty absurd. I think you can certainly see picks like that, but I don't think we're going to see it everywhere. I think it's in general like more of a solo queue thing, like picks that aren't played a lot in LCS. Things like Quinn and stuff, I think are insane with new lethality.
Misfortune.
Yeah. MF could be seen.
You might see Altec play it or something.
Sneaky plays it a lot in solo queue as well. Like if they think that it's workable, like I could certainly see that being brought out.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Kalista was the number 2 bot laner presence in pro playing 713. I think she remains a top 3 champion. Xayah was number 3. I think she remains top 3. I don't think Jhin goes from 10% to number 1. Like, I don't think Duskblade is. I mean, it's obviously very good. It buffs him. I think he goes above 10% presence, but I don't personally think he's like suddenly the best, because keep in mind, tank busting matters, right? If you're playing a Maokai and a Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Thornmail, like Jarvan in the top lane, like you don't win games if you're playing Jhin. Like, if you blind pick Jhin in solo queue and they're like Rammus, Zac, Sejuani, you're like, okay, we lost the game.
Yeah, and they Galio
can't kill anything.
Unless you have like Cassio and like people who can shred tanks and stuff.
Hey, maybe that changes the metagame further, but like you're never going to see Jhin Assassin the same team. You instantly lose to double tank. Like, I should never see that without like the jungler and top laner showing already.
Welcome back as the teams gear up for round 2 of FlyQuest versus Team Envy. Before we get into the game, we have to do our laundry list of player of the game, and this time it is High cleaning things up last game. Quadra kill to end it off, but the Corki damage again just popping off.
Yeah, pretty high kill participation as well. Very classic for High, somebody who's known as the leader of this team. So, we're seeing if FlyQuest can gain some momentum here. They actually had one of their longest win streaks of the split last week, and week before that. And then it kind of got halted a bit. But when it got halted by Immortals and, a little bit before that, FlyQuest, it's really strange because they know where they are in the standings. They're near the bottom. So when they lose, they look a little bit heartbroken, but they seem to fight in these games very heavily. They took Immortals to 3 games, but then they look completely distraught over losing. So it's that mixed bag of the wins need to come, but they're fighting very heavily for them, and they are improving from what we've seen. And they're looking to try and take down Envy here. Already up that 1 game. Top says 1-1, but that is not true. We're still in game 2, and FlyQuest are up.
It does get a little stressful to not see those results when they're almost right there. Definitely hits the mentality a little bit. We will see 20 seconds now on the side of Team Envy for their bans.
Yeah. Well, taking down the graphic for just a second. Sides were reversed.
Flip them.
But also the 1-1 FlyQuest are blue side, and they are up a match or game right now.
Right.
So far, the bans are Thresh, Elise, and Morgana from FlyQuest.
We are locked in now to Champion Select. The first phase almost locked in as well. One last one here from Team Envy. 16 seconds for their choice. They are actually looking at quite a bit of support hit here. Hakuo gaining some respect out of Pix and Ban.
Yeah, a lot, actually. Making sure that they ban out the Thresh and then the Morgana from him so he doesn't have those pick champions. They put him on, they put him onto Karma, which was pretty good for them. Now there's a decent amount of things currently left up. The Kalista, the Maokai, which was not picked or banned last game, which is kind of a crime in my mind, but that is super aggressive. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Instalock, Rek'Sai, and Varus, 2 champions we haven't really seen Envy bringing out the past few weeks.
Yeah.
But they are going to. With no hesitation. Kalista, Janna just as fast as Envy have an answer before we get thrown into the second ban phase. They may just use that full time.
This is lightning round pick and ban. So Moon going back to the Cho'Gath, I assume, could be for balls in the top lane. He's looking for those one-shot feasts. He didn't get any last game. He messaged me afterwards. He's like, I was real sad. He was ready to do it, and I was ready for it to happen. But we'll see if he gets another round at it here.
He wants it again. You know that's why he picked it.
Look at this. Envy are just going for win the lane. So we're actually going back a few patches
way
here.
back.
Welcome to the beginning of spring.
No, seriously. Let's see what these builds are. Lane control once again. We saw it was the Caitlyn with the Karma last time. You want to bring more damage to a lane. How about Varus Zyra? So Envy's going to keep that ticket in play. What is the answer here now? Second phase ban. Jarvan gets the first hit from the Team Envy. And now the side of FlyQuest.
Mid laners, I assume. Yes.
Yeah, Niski.
Yeah.
Might see a Syndra next, although
Cassiopeia, I think.
High, yeah, because High didn't have too tough of a time against that Syndra. Get the Hex Drinker in lane phase. It's not too bad. Camille getting taken away, so they don't have the scaling card for the top lane. And a final ban here for FlyQuest. Thinking about that, Cassio.
Yeah, I think you ban Cassio. You could ban Syndra if you're worried about them last picking it, but I feel like that's not a huge deal. The Cassiopeia up against tanks is probably a bigger deal. And you'd have to draft more engaged to reach her, but okay. I think
Seraph has been pulling a few J spans, even in first phase.
They don't want him to have a winning bottom and top lane, but I feel like the Gnar is going to do that as well.
Yeah.
So, what does Balls play into the Gnar? Is his Aurelia ready? He's got the Yasuo.
It's not banned. Still have the Renekton. Have the cannon. I mean, long range can be a nuisance, but if you fall behind at all, it becomes a nuisance to be a cannon. You go down very fast. They're going to go ahead. No, they have the Ori and give themselves a few more seconds to think about what will be in that top lane.
Yeah, Orianna makes sense. Another shield in this composition. A little bit of engage/disengage for them as well, and high magic damage from the mid lane. So we'll see what he's able to do here. It also blocks a Cassiopeia pick, so you don't really have to ban it, because you can just play Orianna into it, and it's a good pick.
Yeah.
A lot of discussion here.
One of High's most picked still will be the cannon. So they're going to look to shut down Seraph with the long range of Balls cannon. It's been a while since he's got to play that once again. He does love to, though, one of his favorites. Now on the side, mid lane for Niski. Still has the Cassiopeia left. Wouldn't be too bad of a matchup.
Yeah, don't know if you want to play Cassio here into the Orianna, and the fact they don't have as many tanks, this may actually be another Syndra game because of the fact that they don't have many tanks. You have about four squishy members on FlyQuest that you could really ultimate and feel good about. So the Syndra feels like the better pick here.
I like it.
It also allows you to win pretty much every lane across the board. So Envy, I think, actually have 4 winning lanes, and they have the more aggressive jungle matchup. So Envy could go ahead and just win across the board and try to invade. I'm looking at Lyra because he had a game where he was playing the Gragas, had some early moves, dies twice, and then does nothing for the rest of the game. So we're seeing him on a more aggressive pick here to try and increase the tempo of the early game.
There it is, 20 seconds, both sides locked in. And the champions revealed in their positions. High taking the Orianna to the mid lane. Excuse me. And we're gonna see the rest of the teams locked in. Seraph does take that Gnar to the top. Balls answers with the cannon. Think Card and Violet with a firm handshake. And they make their way to the back. Hashtag FlyWin, hashtag EnvyWin. Let's see who can grab this game. FlyQuest, that late game quadra kill on Corki, plus the run through of a giant Cho'Gath, helping FlyQuest get to victory last time on the crazy shell of Wild Turtle. Now can Team Envy right the ship here? Bring us to a game 3. We are about to be on the Rift.
I'm looking at some Envy stats really quickly. And I haven't looked at these in a while, but they still actually stay about the same. Envy on blue side have 15 wins, 2 losses. They've only ever lost 2 blue side games. And then red side, they've lost 15 games and only won 4. So Envy are still struggling on blue side, but thriving. Or sorry, struggling on red side, but still thriving on blue side. 15-2 on blue side. It's actually pretty crazy, because you always play at least one blue side game against every team, right? So that means they've won blue side against the top teams. They've won blue side against top teams multiple times.
They relate to home colors.
Yeah.
Feel very strong when playing under the banner of blue.
Actually, slight adjustment. Sorry, they're 14-3 because of the way the last game went.
Right.
So they end up having a loss there, even though it was a great early game for them.
It's a great loss.
Yeah, it was a great loss. It was great. No, it was a great early game for them. They were up 2.4K, and their blue side seemed to be something that was quite strong for them. But FlyQuest might be hitting a little bit of that mid-season surge. We saw something like this kind of last split as well, where they had a dip, and it was like, what is FlyQuest doing with all these crazy picks? Got things together, made it to playoffs, made it to the 3rd, 4th place match.
It's well,
yeah, 5 games.
This will be a little different, as you're saying. It's kind of like FlyQuest started in spring almost near their ceiling and then dipped here, there. They're having a chance to ramp up a little bit with the meta and with everything that's happening.
Yeah.
Just to work a little bit cleaner.
You want to talk about meta, though? This game, if you showed me the screenshot of this game and asked me what patch this was, my immediate answer would not be 7.14, except that the Cho'Gath jungle kind of gives it away. That's it.
We had to roll back.
Yeah. For this week. If that Cho'Gath wasn't in the jungle or in this game and it was anything else, I would just be like, oh yeah, this is from spring or something, right? This is from like summer.
Oh, you got Corki in there. This must be a world patch.
Yeah, I actually think
Triforce it.
Oh, I actually think Zyra support is Hakuho's most impressive champion to me. Every time I watch him on Zyra support, he'll have like those grasping roots, and he'll also have the strangle thorns that win an entire team fight by himself.
Yeah.
Over under. How many people does he do more damage than in this game?
Ooh, I don't know.
4.5?
Could be.
5.5?
Max out over Lyra, have Seraph. Well, let's see though. Paulo hits some good shots, not the really piercing arrows anymore. He's going for the autos, so.
I would say Hakuho does more damage than, I'll say 8 people in this game.
8? Oh, so you're adding both. I thought you were just
both.
Team.
Not his team. I would say 8. I feel like he's gonna out-damage everybody except for maybe High.
He's gonna build like I built Brand and just go Leandries into Rylai's. Do it.
I mean, I don't think you'll be disappointed this game.
I hope not. I'm gonna hold you to that now.
Yeah, people kind of gravitated away from things like Zyra because of the fact that support items like Ardent Sensor are so strong now, and the Redemption became so strong as well.
Play something with a coin and get a bunch of gold.
So now you kind of go for, hey, look at this. We're going for all these different supports who try to just keep their AD carry alive. He's like, I'm just going to keep trying to kill the AD carry. People were talking about like Doran's Shield becoming meta and stuff and like pushing Zyra out. Now, Doran's Shield, not everybody buys it anymore. Right? Got a nerf.
Yeah.
Small nerf. I feel like people just kind of realize that playmaking supports have better mid-game impact.
It feels good, too, to be able to have that impact. Nobody's really looking at the support too much for those plays, and this time they're going to have to pay attention. Also provides great effect to Moon trying to get in, to eat anybody. You just say, nope, Stranglethorn, you're locked up. He's got to walk real close to get that in. And wait for the counter gank up here. Moon just hanging out.
Yeah.
Lyra will not show.
Yeah, Seraph, once again, playing safe under his turret because Lyra goes to the bottom side. This matchup, playing that little who wins what lane game. I feel like it's pretty even. I feel like Kennen probably has an advantage. Not so much in tune with the Kennen meta or matchups. Actually, they're going to miss each other. Ships in the night here. Lyra is going to go to the top side as Moon is looking for the dive here as a Cho'Gath. Don't feel like that happens, but they're going to try to go. Balls. Caught a bit.
One. Bite. Now they're going to see Moon. He actually has to flash forward.
He's got the
two
slow,
flashes
though.
out of that. Sarah's going to keep going. One last shot from the boomerang. Can he jump out in time? Red buff burn. Dodges the rupture. A double kill for Niski. Where is that coming from as he runs up to the top side? Very low on the bottom. Oh, Slivers of Hell. Apollo gets the shot and Summoner heal just at the last second. It was who could hold the utility summoners. And Envy comes up big across the map.
Yeah, and Apollo ends up getting a little bit more there at the end with the little extra level up so he doesn't die. And across the map, that's 4 kills. We're talking about winning lanes for Envy. Win across the board.
There's an early game lead.
Yeah.
Right there for you. Here's this again.
Tried to get in there, and then Seraph just goes aggressive. Niski had roamed up, gets the double kill, and Seraph barely gets out. Oh, this roam from Niski made the difference there. So that nothing goes back in this. Hakuo, look at that. Hakuo! Hakuo pretty much kills him by himself, and then Apollo comes in to glory, stealing 80 carry, and Apollo so close. And gets the level up there. Oh, the minions were so close to killing him.
The greatest thing about Thunderlords down those APs in the bot lane is it's so effective early when they don't have too much health yet, and they were just not expecting that damage. Absolutely absurd. And Hakuo is going to be looked to doing that again. I think I might have to agree with you on your over-under here as we start things off almost a kill a minute.
I would say Hakuo has the best Syra in the NALCS. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, every time I see him play Syra,
almost cursed him
it's like a free win. It doesn't.
Quick.
Man, I would have believed in him. The 1v3, easy.
That's those plans. Meta had 1 seed left and not even charged up, but pull it off all day. Leaving the vision in the jungle as Envy is actually in and out of these positions, so they're seeing if FlyQuest is following them in. They're really able to take control of any of those situations there. Hakuo obviously just had the flash, but no more comes of it. Niski feeling pretty great, gets to walk out of lane and 2 kills for himself to start things off, and he keeps the CS even on top of that.
Yeah, he got to shove in high early and then went for the roam at the right time. And they're just kind of Envy, we see them play to some lanes, and you see the back and forth of how Seraph plays passive. Then when he has Lyra there, that's when he immediately goes aggressive. And Balls is just trying to shove in because he's like, I'm not supposed to win this matchup, and he's letting me win this matchup. You like to get what you can take early if you're not supposed to win the matchup, which is understandable.
Hello, Lyra.
Yeah, it was
Over
actually,
the wall?
Yeah, over the wall from behind.
Yep. Ooh. Just in that Raptor pit as High continues to play the top side. I mean, that's where he has a vision ward, so he's definitely playing smart to his environment. There was a ping down bot lane. Who's the roamer? Niski is coming down. He has Ghost coming up in just a few seconds. They're ready to possibly capitalize on that again.
And he's got ulti. Lyra's coming down the mid lane, and they know this isn't warded.
You see him prepping the spheres
because High didn't follow, so... Yeah, just prepping. Yeah, they know he's going to go for the blue buff now, so Lyra covering that side, clearing out the wards. I feel like you're going to get the push from Niski. So now Niski gets the roam again. Because you take blue buff and it gives you that little jungle indicator that the blue buff's coming up soon, you're going to see the bottom lane walk back, get out of here. And Niski's not even going to go over the wall with the blast cone. He's just going to hang around.
Got him. I like Hakuo standing a bit ahead as well to get those passive seeds planted nice and close to FlyQuest if they were to come back into the turret. And there you go, 3 just with 1 Q, setting up 2 under the turret to try and hide them. Pretty cheeky.
And this lane hasn't had a jungle pressure, right? This was a strict 2-on-2 win for Hakuo and Apollo. And now they're going to get this turret at 8 minutes. And a 30 CS advantage.
2 times in a row. Last time, as you said, Caitlyn Karma An aggressive CS lead from Envy in the bot lane. Now Apollo is a Varus and Haku Zyra. They do the same thing, but can they bring it out of the lane again this time? We saw Envy actually switching lanes before they were able to drop one turret. Now they move with that power off the bat.
Yep. And High's in a bad position now too. Like,
right.
Every lane died except for High's. But his is a laner who got 2 kills that he's up against now. And you saw he blew his cleanse and his flash there just to avoid the damage from the Syndra coming through. Because he actually probably would have died if there had been more of a chase afterwards. And it looks like Nisqy actually running Thunderlords instead of going for Storm Raider Surge become pretty popular on Syndra for the chase down after the ulti. But he's just going for that damage with the poke and harass, and it's been working out for him so far. But yes, like I said, High is the guy who didn't have the lose in his lane immediately, but he's up against somebody who roamed and got fed instead of High, giving up one of those kills himself. So now he has to deal with it.
You gotta manage that situation.
Yeah, you're kind of like, what did you do to my lane?
It's not even like somebody came and messed it up either.
Yeah, but also, like, why didn't you roam after? He's under the turret. But that's what pressure is all about. And the fact that Envy drafted such an early game composition for themselves in terms of winning lanes, they have to do that. And they did it. So full credit to Envy in terms of having those early skirmishes and not being caught off guard. And that's Seraph playing Gnar like Rumble. Just use the ulti to clear the wave. And not back. Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering too. He's like, yeah, maybe.
Now back?
Sides.
All right.
He'll let the wave even out first, I guess. He will have the teleport to get back. Let's see if he uses it. He won't be missing too much. Even if he doesn't, he should be able to just run to lane. Scuttle control grab for bottom side. Next Drake is a Mountain, as they seem to be a bit more effective for the teams this game.
Yeah, but the Infernal Dragon is exactly what you want as Envy.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You have everybody who's going to make use of that. The Rek'Sai likes it for the true damage on her E, and then you have a support that's going to make use of it as well. So overall, we'll see. What
Great use of Tremor Sense here.
Yeah, they see that High's there. Everybody kind of rotating over. Moon and High will try to prevent a dive.
Got the Siege Wave. All right, Lemon's here. A little too scary now. Easy support pop-ups and Monsoon to save this dive if it did happen, but Envy is just ready to pounce at any moment with the way they've been playing this second game against FlyQuest. Living on that bot side jungle, completely warded up, so may lose a bit of pressure on Rift Herald if something were to happen down here, but so far in control. That's just a possibility that FlyQuest could get back on.
And having this much tempo early is actually pretty abusive because you don't have those upgraded sweepers yet. People aren't level 9. So you're seeing it very difficult for FlyQuest to regain control of their bottom side jungle. Like, they can't walk in here with the sweepers or anything like that. They have to just sweep a single spot, place down a control ward in places that they know have been warded, but then they sacrifice their control wards that have been placed across the map. And so right now they need to get those down, try to regain control. Going for Apollo here.
Chain of Corruptions actually didn't hit Lemon Nation. He's free to run as it locked up only one. Heal for
trying to get to Zyra.
And he may just be able to get the Zyra. Turns around and they say, that doesn't seem right. He may have some buddies, and he does. So this is actually going to be pressure towards the bot, but Envy is able to roam top with that pressure Seraph has been creating and the rest of the team controlling the lanes.
Moon? All right, he's going to walk in after disabling it.
If he hits it, it's good, right?
He can nom it. He can nom it.
Yeah, exactly. Can he get in? He's going to get scattered as soon as he tries. They're going to give him too close. Oh. No, Smite for Smite. Moon goes early. Moon goes down. Slicing Maelstrom from Balls as they're a little miscoordinated on this one.
Yeah, everybody kind of preoccupied.
Uncoordinated.
Yeah.
Words.
People are kind of trickling in a little bit late there. Moon didn't go for the full flash into the ulti there to try and kill it. And Nisqy picks it up, and he's immediately going to use it mid there. Try to get this mid turret. That's just how they're trying to keep that tempo up. Like I said, it's hard to get those minion waves pushed up, or like those control wards or wards out of the enemy jungle. So, gotta open up the map.
I really think we should have given Shelly way more T-Rexy arms. I don't know, so much.
Small arms.
Dives into a turret, but she's, these minions.
These minions, there's so many.
Get them out of my way. Oh, great use of that, though.
I like how the name Shelly's catching on.
It is, always. Good
yeah,
job.
I feel like Moon can actually get in there and eat it.
Super close.
He could smite eat it at that point.
Oh.
But he walked up and smited it at 560, and it ended it up with 20 HP, and that's when Lyra just finished it off, and Moon dies as well.
The attempt was there. A nice try by Moon, but he gets taken down too quick. 3 kills for Nisqy now, who's feeling very good on this Syndra in the mid lane. We said sometimes this guy can be very quiet in a game, and then the next game he could definitely be the star of it. There's a great pickup here for Envy to catapult a bit of their mid-season.
I'm looking at just speaking of catapulting, just this gold on the supports. Like we're trying to keep. Oh yeah, man. Age of Empires 2, get me in there. I'm looking at the Eye of the Oasis, the ancient coin line. He's earned 718 gold from it on elimination. Who's behind? Hakuo on the Frostfang, which is the upgraded one, has only earned 455. So he's actually just a full kill or 300 gold behind just on the support item gold generation. So Ancient Coin is incredibly powerful in terms of how frequently you get those drops. I'm actually quite impressed by it. So it ends up being a little bit, I would say, overtuned right now in terms of the gold generation.
Everybody's talking about it. I mean, like you said, or like we see Threshes grabbing that sometimes.
And like the Janna has a Dark Seal. This is pretty much a free Dark Seal, by the way, because of the gold generation that happened.
It's a really good point.
His Dark Seal over his opponent is pretty much what he's been able to cash in on. If this Janna starts getting those shields, that becomes that high AP Janna shield in those games that you hate to play because she's got like 20 Magi stacks and never dies.
I wonder what that is. I wonder what the time would be. You get that Dark Seal, kind of like, yeah, you're in lane for 4 minutes. You're pretty much good to go or something. It'd be interesting to find out. Coming up on 15 minutes in this game, though, Envy with an even bigger lead than they had last game. It's where do they pressure it? How do they continue these objectives? 3 seconds on that Mountain.
Mountain Drake, I think, is the one you've shoved out mid, you've shoved out bottom. Mountain Drake spawning right now. Lyra's on that side. 100%. Go for it.
Those wards placed down on the bottom side of the map, as well as seeds. That's just all those other red dots is Hakuo having run through there long enough with the passive counting down and ticking back. So they have complete vision, as well as an ability to refight in that area.
All right, it's lane swap time. Now, you're going to have Apollo Hakuo back. Top side. Time to go to the top side. Get that last turret in the outer side and put all your wards on the bottom side. Seraph will now just go to the bot.
Sound like an auctioneer for a second.
Yeah, bot side. Who wants the bottom lane? Bottom lane.
Bottom lane. Who's gonna get bottom lane?
Bottom lane.
1, 2, 3, 4 people bottom lane.
Sold to the man with the fur.
Who has fur this game?
Seraph.
Oh, it's he is.
It's
yeah.
not.
No. I was like, Kennen, maybe? But yeah.
Oh, yeah. Kennen does have fur underneath all that.
Hakuo to mid. It looks like he's actually just doing a bit of warding for the team. A solo mission. And I guess you can kind of do that with Zyra. You have long range crowd control. You can always ult if things get a little too scary. And he's going to go ahead and do just that. Really allows Envy to open up a bit of the pressure they're allowed to create if they don't have to have everybody warding at once.
All right, and now top lane turret goes down, trying to trade bottom for it. Now is the moment. What happens on the top quadrant of the map? Is there a dive here onto the Kennen? Is there a dive here on the Orianna? Looks like Niski actually walked away as they tried to dive.
Whoa,
so,
boy.
What's going on?
All right.
Team? What? Hello? It looks like Hakuo and Lyra tried to dive onto high.
Yeah.
And Niski actually ran over to go help bottom. So they just trade 1-for-1 in turrets.
It doesn't look like they're going to get too much more off of that mid lane either. High being able to pressure out nicely. Apollo and Balls going at it in the top side.
Yeah, now with all those outers out, you just ward up this area, you look for picks, try to get something.
Oh.
Now there's the reinforcements on the top side. If they don't make something happen now, then it's just going to have to be a back off.
Oh, that's annoying. Plants over the wall, but you can see that damage going down ever so slowly from Hakuo. Once they get into the fights and he gets to throw out the AoE is when it comes up big. Fly getting out that. 2 summoners there, dodges back at Apollo.
Yeah, Elimination flashed and also gave him a shield just in case. But meanwhile, Seraph was pushing the bottom lane. They lose some CS there, shoves it into the turret, and now he's going to go roam through the jungle, clear out some control wards. Look at that, FlyQuest in terms of deficit. Haven't come back from anything greater than a 4,000 gold deficit at 15 minutes. Well,
it's going to be a tough one.
Making history?
Right now. Make it happen. We already had 1,000 kills today. Let's put some more on the docket. Lyra and the rest of the team, as we said, living now on this side of the map. A very strong game for themselves, hitting item spikes very early. Get to start on second tier turrets, sub 20 minutes here.
Yeah, that's what this comp is all about.
Yeah.
And this is funny.
Very quick.
This is a ridiculous composition in the meta right now in 7.14. Like, none of these picks, I would say, are like pretty much that #1 pick you would go after. Maybe the Syndra,
Yeah.
maybe the Gnar. Like, that's stretching it in some matchups, though.
And it's a crazy preference because we see both of these teams also just foregoing the Maokai all the way through.
Well, they're saying stylistically, let's just play to our strengths. It's not one of our strengths to play on the back foot or to play like that engaged style.
Yeah.
So they're just going to try to split push, play the map. And so far, it's been working for Envy up against FlyQuest. And maybe it's the way that they approach this matchup specifically, but it's been working out for them in this game.
We saw Echo Fox doing the same thing, taking a game off of TSM, playing just that, a little Camille to the top side and what they really wanted throughout the rest of it. These teams are feeling a lot, or finding a lot of comfort in kind of their own play here towards the end of the summer split. Red's gonna get picked up by Apollo. Looks like they're actually on their own side of the map for a few moments before they get back into the face of FlyQuest. It's what they need to do. They have to keep pressuring. That catch-up's going to be their balls with the Blade of the Rune King. Get himself into some 1v1s if he wants to. Wild Turtle with that finished up as well. So they can also drop an objective decently fast.
Yeah, Apollo a little bit ahead, though. Up 2,700 gold, so just a little bit. But Apollo is definitely a good spot. He's basically up an entire Runaan's Hurricane. I think that you'd be able to start up the Baron as it spawns with this team. Just make sure it doesn't get stolen away by the Cho'Gath. And I feel like let's think about this for a second, because do they really want to do the Baron as soon as it spawns with the possibility of FlyQuest getting back in the game off of it? I feel like instead you try to still play the map. I don't know how quickly you want to go for that Baron. You're already kind of getting the enemy team to bleed objectives, to bleed control of this game. Apollo's up 2 levels, same level as the enemy mid and top laner. I think you're in a good spot. You're just going to get these tier 2 turrets slowly, right?
Yeah, I agree. The stairs may be a little bit hard once they get to the base for the inhibs. A lot of wave clear coming from this side of FlyQuest, and a Baron would do damn good to stop that clear.
Never thought about it that way. I hate stairs, so getting into the base, that's what's been holding me back this whole time, the stairs.
Damn stairs. So I created a ramp on the right side. And the base gates, just use those. Chain of Corruption over onto high. He should be fine in that, but that's a pretty big ultimate down here. It seems like they just wanted a few taps on the turret, and they didn't even find that.
Yeah, they just want to get some chip damage. That'll be their last outer turret to take. They have control of the Dragon and the Baron areas. So, Envy, I feel like you don't have to rush anything right now. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. Go for that Ocean Drake as soon as it spawns. Lyra will go ahead and hand off Blue to Niski, and then they'll have to take care of their top lane.
Ooh, there it is. Haunting Guides for Hakuo. Let the damage begin.
Yes.
I'm sad those aren't Stork boots, but it's all right.
Yeah.
Your own preference on your kicks, man. See what else is getting built up around the map. Not too many core items. That Locket of the Iron Solari will be very big for the team once Moon can finish that.
And everybody has some magic resistance as well,
already.
which I think is actually the best purchase in this game, because Gnar does % HP magic damage with the W. Hold on, Wild Turtle. Oh! Oh!
Right to the face.
Oop!
It looks like they are going to be able to take out Apollo, but ever so slowly. Sarah starts to peel back. Ocean Drake goes down during this fight towards the top side, and with Hakuo separating the fight with his Stranglethorn, nobody really was able to get too much damage down.
Yeah, but Apollo's actually just super far ahead right now. He's up 2.7 thousand gold over his opponent in Wild Turtle. So Wild Turtle coming forward is like really aggressive once again, and he's trying to make that pick happen. But I feel like Lemonation hitting him away, kind of pulling the panic button there on the Janna ulti helped a little bit for Apollo and gave him some distance.
Both supports big zoning ults or starting ults. They can really get themselves in a good spot. Quicksilver Sash now for Wild Turtle thrown into the mix so he can be a bit safer. The previous back for Apollo, not purchased this time, but he did get a BF sword in there for more damage. So these guys are going to be looking to really start these fights and end them quickly.
Yeah, Apollo's doing that thing where you farm the sideways as the AD carry. And you kind of 1-3-1 with an AD carry being one of your split pushers. And he's the highest gold in the game right now. So it's a very common strategy for Envy, and teams have started to kind of analyze it a bit, like Wild Turtle there trying to stay in the bush and catch him because you know he's going to try to push past that halfway point of the mid lane. And he's doing it again on top side.
Like he'll find anybody just yet. The wave gets pushed
Just collapse for Baron. It's a collapse for Baron because they have a gigantic wave on the bottom side, and Balls has no TP. As soon as they see Balls, they'll probably start this up.
There's 2 great waves as well. Wild Turtle Elimination caring about the top, Respect for the bottom, and that's going to actually crash in with just a few more waves. That should be at least 1.5 more. What is Envy going to be able to do?
I mean, you're losing out on CS on the bottom side here. And when you do this, you just give yourself an EXP advantage, right?
Yeah.
So you're looking at, oh, how is Seraph like a level up here, even though he's down in CS? It's the fact that he's been proxying a little bit more in terms of the waves. He's been around them. And there's no vision right now. And Envy are actually starting the Baron, I believe. Yeah, they are on it. It's half HP. But it's just to make sure that they can pull them in, and it's just a prank.
Just goofing, man.
Yeah, it's just a prank, man. Almost 10,000 gold lead off of just macro play. Not so much those kills.
The kills came fast. There were 4 kills in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
There's actually 4 kills in 4.5 minutes. One after that just kind of trickling in, but you're very right. It is macro play.
Yeah, it got really slow after that. I mean, that's one of those things where if that happens in scrims, teams are just like, do you really want to play this out?
Should we restart?
Yeah, I saw that whole like scrim thing in Europe that they were talking about. Yeah, usually teams will be like, do you really want to play this out? Because like teams that are good will just make sure that advantage of winning that was actually winning all 3 lanes because Nisqy got the double kill.
It was across the map.
Yeah, exactly. You killed the top laner, killed the jungler, killed both bottom laners. Your mid laner got 2 kills off of that. That game is pretty much over in that sense because you know as a professional team, with an early game team like this, how to snowball. But I feel like Envy, because that happens in scrims where teams FF at that point, you have to learn how to close a game with an early game composition. So you would expect they have at least some experience with that. Yeah. Well, that's always something that can come back and bite you if you don't have kind of the patience.
Is that the thing? Does everybody just stop playing Envy at like 15 minutes when they've won too much?
I mean, that is legitimately happened to teams where they're just like, we don't know how to close the games because we crush everybody in the first few minutes.
Yeah.
And then they just want to FF, right?
Envy making a very good case for this one to end soon.
Take.
They get Baron up. Don't even really have to have everybody ready for it to fight.
Yep.
As it's conceded by FlyQuest.
Time for that mid lane push, and then they have to take care of bottom lane soon. And you do want to play to the bottom lane and kind of move all those control wards you have on the top side of the map for Envy. You can see just 4 control wards just sitting out by the Baron. Move those to the bottom side, rebuy all the control wards. You see everybody except for Hakuho. He's going to go back, buy some now, upgrade his sweeper finally.
Juicy. It's like 3.5 stack on the bottom. It looks like that's going over to Apollo. And they'll be able to clear this one back up. He will meet balls just shortly into the lane. And you see FlyQuest also reading kind of where these wards will move for Envy. They're saying, let's get our vision down here before Envy starts to invade the jungle. Ever so slowly, 1.5 on Infernal. So whatever does actually happen down here, there's 3/4 left on Baron, or 2.5 you can see on the top right. So they can choose to pressure this and go ahead and go back. And probably come back at least one more time with a bit of Baron left.
A decent amount of time here. Balls hang out in the bottom. Oh, Apollo almost hit him there with a blind shot, just checking the bush. But yeah, Apollo 3 levels up now over Wild Turtle, and because he gets that split push farm. He gets so much solo experience. He actually gets to look great because it always looks like he's just out CSing, out. It's kind of like the reckless strategy, right? You're gonna force down the turret, take the turret, go for the fight.
Double shockwave, hardly any damage following through there. Onto Apollo and Hakuho. And they're holding the summoner spell. Lemonation with a gigantic heal coming out there as well. For himself, Monsoon's not going to help enough, though. 1 down on each side. That's damage for a support. How do they continue to end this out?
Well, Seraph actually just got feasted on. He flashed, and Moon still had the flash feast buffered. So little Gnar ends up being a
little snack.
A little snack, yeah.
Imagine if he eat the big Gnar. Oh, that'd be great. What if you get more stacks? That'd be nice. Let's go, Riot. So this pressure still continues. They may have lost Seraph, but he has to teleport in as long as Envy has a decent ward, which they have a plethora of in that jungle. They'll be able to get right back into a play. Balls also, there's a few vision wards, maybe 1 if 2, for him to teleport to, but it's a go for broke play. If they lose a fight, they could be base, and things like that are happening in the meantime. Nisqy coming up with a kill.
Yeah, you don't get to play League of Legends. It's an AD carry. What year is it, Riv? 2017.
It's
AD carry lol. We're back.
There's the teleport in.
Infernal Drake actually up, but it looks like using those last 45 seconds of Baron buff is more important for Envy right now. Apollo actually flashed away there from the shockwave. He won't have flash. Just trying to get some distance. Trying to buy some time and delay, but multiple turrets are taking damage here because of the split push of Envy. 13,000 gold lead. Just trying to flex.
doing a damn good job of it. I'm seeing gains, Irene.
Yeah.
I am seeing some gains right now for Envy. It looks like the entire team is benefiting from this one. Oh, hit it. One last shot. Oh, my word. Prey seeking indeed. Lyra is able to pick that one up with a very dead IQ. And it looks like they're going to go for bot lane. They have not left this side of the map. Even when Seraph died and teleported back in, they waited the 30 seconds. They're here for the long haul.
Yep, just keep pushing. Seraph to the top side, going to go ahead and have that split push advantage. Frozen Mal complete for both top laners, but I feel like because of the level advantage for
Who
Seraph,
can hit harder? It's like the bell that goes to the top and you ring it. Whose mallet is better?
Ooh, the bell ringer.
I think in our form, you're going to get a little more strength.
Yeah, just a little bit, but you kind of want to stay mini right now. I feel like Envy, I don't think we've had really a team fight at all. I think the closest you got was Moon trying to get the Rift Herald, and then everybody collapsing.
Yep.
Right now, though,
Aqua low, kind of toying with death here. They do have to be careful they don't get themselves overzealous in these plays. A good shockwave could turn things around. Far from it at this point. It'd have to be a few shockwaves before FlyQuest would be back in control, but Envy is pushing their lead nicely. They're kind of over-pushing it, but holding off.
Yeah, exactly. I would say a few more items as well need to come through. But we're looking at points where, Apollo was at the point that Wild Turtle was at legitimately 10 minutes ago, right? Apollo now has an Infinity Edge. He's got a total of, he's got 2,000 gold in his inventory. He's got a total of almost 14,000 gold. And Wild Turtle is now at 9,700. Bought a QSS second, so he really kind of delayed the damage he would be dealing. But overall, it's just Envy or Snowball and trying to snowball hard and make sure that this game doesn't get stalled out. But FlyQuest have some wave clear with the Orianna. And the split push is not in their favor, but I would say it's something that they can hold up with right now.
Yeah.
But it's on Envy to close this game. Like, that's really what the execution part comes down to, is how well are they controlling the early game, or how well are they controlling the late game at this point. Because we saw them flounder a bit last game and lose that small advantage they had, and this is a much harder one to kind of mess up. Hakuo, though, down 2 levels, and those have been traded kind of into Apollo. Like, another reason Apollo just gets so much experience is that Hakuo is just not hanging around there. He's doing a lot of the warding.
He's like, wait, that's moving. I feel like I see someone. Couldn't get him immediately as he was underground, but does see and steal away the red buff. Very nicely done. And they'll have another smite up soon if they need to go for an objective. That's 1 minute on to Baron as they're going to start focusing their wards towards top side. Seraph gets to hang out bottom as his teleport just a quarter from being up.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you're just going through the checklist as Envy and FlyQuest. I don't know if they're talking about the next game already or what's going on, because nothing is really happening for this team. Like, their engage tool is to throw in a Janna, maybe have a Rupture land from afar, balls TP. Because the early game, they weren't able to kind of take a fight that was advantageous or had a high probability of winning. And even then, they didn't really go for too many picks either. So FlyQuest kind of just been bleeding out, and that's never too fun.
I mean, to credit to Envy, it's so hard to even engage on this team if you want to without the Fate's Call. You're getting scattered by Niski, and Hakuo is just locking your entire team up. They have been able to shut down Moon walking into the front line, because that's all he had to do last game. He said, I have near 5,000 health, waste everything on me. And now they can just stop him dead in his tracks and choose the target they want to waste their abilities on. I shouldn't even say waste at that point. Get their return on investment. Apollo's recent investments, Hex Drinker Caulfields, making him a little stronger. He heads up for that magic resistance fight.
Starting up the Baron. FlyQuest are going to start running in. Seraph is also going to run in from the side, and it looks like they might try to go for a fight instead. They want to. I feel like Envy looking more for the game win here than just another delay, so they're going to try to get mid-priority.
There's a good push out on a few of the lanes.
Top. Looks like they're running to top.
Still past River. They are going to be able to use this one. This is their mid push, though. They try to get down Seraph. He's able to pull back, and now they're going to say, yeah, down towards bot. Let's try to run him ragged. Can we start Baron here?
Yeah, and this is such a difficult position to be in as FlyQuest. You're so far in behind. It's kind of like gets to that depressing territory. Anybody gets caught, it's over. But even then, you're kind of in that situation where how long has this game been over for, right? Kind of takes those hero plays, but even then, yeah, they hit Hakuo with that, but
Still throw out the slows. Make sure whip vines don't allow anybody close. That's another thing. You don't even have to hit those stuns. You can just continue the slows.
Seraph down bottom, gonna try to pull balls there.
Very close. Lyra not actually going to pop up Lemon Nation, getting more control over the wards. And the situation around the Baron Pit. FlyQuest has used now all of their wards. One last up for balls before those far side alterations come up for High and Turtle. Where the teleport's possible. No wards just behind Baron. Anything FlyQuest does with balls will have to be in front of that. He could kind of hook over to the right side. You see right by Hakuo. That ward itself getting cleared now, though. A lot of options dwindling here for FlyQuest, but when will Envy activate theirs to get themselves in the game? Seems like Saris will start to create that pressure.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is Seraph's gonna try to maybe 1v1 balls. Yep.
They're almost allowing FlyQuest to give them too much respect. Say, yeah, you don't want to fight us, well then we won't fight you. We'll find another way to win. When in reality, Envy should just be like, no, you're going to fight us right now.
How big is our gold lead? It's 14,000. You get to the point where you're at 6 items, it doesn't mean much.
Potion of Wrath coming in for Apollo. Uses that, buys 2 Vision Wards for himself. And they're going to use those Vision Wards to throw at FlyQuest as they move up here. Coming up on 35 minutes into the game. As we said, a few of those kills came in the beginning, and everything has been structured around Envy finding the turrets, not FlyQuest. Now they need to do a little bit of both here and get that split push going down. Seraph back to the bot lane as Envy moves back court side for FlyQuest.
Elder Dragon, Baron, Dana, anything?
Words? I think the Elder Dragon's going to be a little bit more hype for these guys as that focus is already there from Seraph. They may try to just say, yeah, take the Elder, we'll take Baron, because having the minions stopped out would be great.
Yeah, Elder Dragon's a little easier to do as well.
Except they have 4 Drakes already, so I don't know how much you want to weigh that.
Yeah, I feel like Elder Dragon's a little easier to take, so they can take it with 1 or 2 people. Oh, Niski.
Cleanse.
Yeah, use the QSS there. Got the shield.
Yeah. Good call. Where do they go? Banshee's Veil's taken off. Good scatter, then the cleanse. Making sure that High does not have a safe position to stand. With all of this reach and poke, the Envy can just keep throwing it. FlyQuest here down towards the mid lane. This is going to be their inhib. But balls could come from the bottom side.
Yep,
yes,
they're gonna push.
Seraph.
Push this. Maybe go to bottom if that wave has been pushed up. Maybe make a pick. Yep, go bottom. See if they can get there. This is kind of risky to walk this way, though, so walk back. Oh, now they're in a compromised position. Apollo. All right. Whoa, Lyra, you went back in.
Quite aggressive here from Lyra. Goes in to flash out over the wall, but he says, hey, I'm absorbing those abilities. Fight back. Throw a little bit of the medicine back in their face. No kills come up there, and really the pressure is almost lost that Envy had coming in of pressuring that mid. Top is left alone.
Man, Moon had something there. Moon popped the Gargoyle Stone Plate, and he pressed R like 5 times on Lyra. He actually, like, you could watch Cho'Gath kind of stutter 5 times, and then Lyra flashed, and he flashed, because he was just getting frustrated by all of the stuttering that his champion was doing there. So he pressed R multiple times.
You don't play with your food.
Weird.
Just 1 bite.
Oh, done. Okay, it's time for Baron.
Way.
With the burn. Gonna try to check it out.
He's got the Sork Potion on. He's gonna have a little bit more. Rylai's is not finished for him as he goes for more damage in his build. It's just this Liandry's, but here comes the rest of the team. 3,600, 2,000 health now onto the Baron. It's gonna be hit up by Moon. He does get the chomp down, and now the fight as balls falls to the ground. It's also Moon falling. They have the Baron. They might be able to stop Envy a little bit longer, but Envy has a huge and powerful 5-man rush coming into the base.
Exactly. 5 men can just rush into whatever lane they want. They'll be able to kind of use the minions a bit to stall and buy some time. But Envy, I mean, they have poke. They have reach. They have some ways to close this game. There's been a single kill for FlyQuest all game. And it is 5-man rush down mid. Was the Baron buff worth it? This is where we ask that question, and we'll have it answered.
Get some minions to help them out. And not the greatest wave clear against Baron minions for Envy, so this is actually great for FlyQuest that they were able to sneak their foot in the door but it's only a bit of room they've given themselves. Envy looks to squash the rest of that and close the door right on FlyQuest before they can get it back open. Only a few kills still come into here. Envy is really working this around the fights and only taking them when they have to. Very interesting.
Interesting.
That is my choice of vocabulary.
I'm just going to say the last word you said. Yeah, vocabulary. Just agree for the rest of the game.
It's what you do when you don't know what somebody's saying. You say the last word and high five.
Yeah, high five.
High five.
Hey.
There you go. It's perfect.
But this would be an incredible game if FlyQuest are able to come back in it, and really would be just like Envy. Feel like they're a little scared, right? Because FlyQuest won the first game. Yeah. Envy are in 6th place right now, and FlyQuest are right behind them in the standings. And this could be kind of the beginning of the end in terms of their hopes for the postseason. It's a bit of a ways off, but like I said, they have to play 4 of those top 5 teams.
Top 5 teams, high five.
High five.
See how they get into the top side of the map here. Minions are actually pushed out on the bottom. They have a good setup on mid, but those are super minions that will soon be in the base, so they're going to come even faster and be right on the front doorstep in just about 20 seconds. Not even 20 seconds, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
What I meant to say. I looked at the time and it's at 20 seconds. My brain starting to do the melting.
Yeah, melting.
Starting to melt.
Melt. Yes. Speaking of melting, Envy had... No, Elder Dragon, it's gone. It didn't give them as much gold as the Baron gave FlyQuest. FlyQuest are able to hold. And FlyQuest now have the buff for a little bit longer. Seraph might be looking for something. And we're going to get a fight. The fight. One fight in the game.
It's going to be a big one. They are starting. The fuse is lit. It's ticking down so close to blowing up, and it seems to have fallen in the water.
The fuse is lit. Riv, that would be the only thing that's lit about this game. I'm just saying. Because right now, it has just been back and back and back out. No, not even back and forth. It's just FlyQuest backing up slowly. Envy not really advancing. Bottom lane got cleared out.
Bot lane
Shockwave
pushing in.
clear.
They're going to have to pay respects to it or pay respects to the final fight. Lyra gets out. Shots onto High. He's got to get back to the fountain, but he can't. Scattered out as well. Turtle throws back Lemon Nation to save him with the Fate's Call, but all of FlyQuest is still alive. All of FlyQuest has a chance to home guard, and Envy's taking down top and Hip. All 3 are down right now as the minions try to do work onto the Nexus. Minions piling in now for Envy to take it to game 3.
Need to not get picked if you're FlyQuest as people are getting home guard and coming back in. Just clearing out the minion waves, triple inhib down. How many seconds on Niski's ulti?
Who's the final shot? Where's the final fight? I don't even think they want to engage because Envy's looking to disengage if they get hit here. They just want to make sure Apollo has the safety. That's Seraph caught up. Initiation going in at a Turtle. Lyra said, my team got hit, so I have to go in. A great choice and trade coming in from Envy as they were able to back him up with huge shields. And finally, a Nexus turret goes down. Envy looks for an inhibit that goes up, and they look back at the Nexus turrets.
Yep, because there isn't that gigantic tank there. They can just keep pushing. That was the only tank on the FlyQuest squad. Niski had used his ulti again. They're trying to go in. Wild Turtle, dead.
Completely out of mana. Has to get off the base. Envy finally able to crack the last layer here. Seraph goes Gnar mode to keep himself alive nicely. Definitely won't be going down with the extra HP. Oh no, he dives out of the fountain and makes me a liar as Envy looks to pad the stats. They go for the last hits and the Nexus going over to them. We're going to a game 3.
Envy tied up 1-1. It was a 41-minute long game. 42 minutes. 41:59 is the actual game time.
Almost 42.
Yep. 1 second away. But still, that's one of those games where FlyQuest is losing the whole time. Pretty much like Champion Select in the fact that they got a composition that wins all the lanes on Envy's side. They were able to just push it slowly but surely. Then we end up at this point where we're talking about game 3 coming up here.
Yeah.
And now, if Envy were playing a little bit scared with an advantage that big, what happens when they get behind? Like that was a game that, you know, it was clean from Envy. They only gave up 2 deaths, but it's one of those ones.
It was
where,
gentleman's agreement clean.
Yeah.
There were 2 okay with it.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like we're losing, we lost early. Let's just like kind of think about our mistakes for 40 minutes about what happened in that early game. And that kind of is what it looked like for FlyQuest, where they were just crumbling slowly, but Envy wasn't really making them crumble any further.
They weren't. And when you start off with 4 kills around the map, it's absurd that things seem like they could go slow at all for your team.
Exactly. 4 minutes in, Nisqy was able to roam up because of the pressure, gets the first kill, and kills the jungler and the top laner, and then brings his lead back to mid. And then meanwhile, bottom side, simultaneously as that happened, Apollo and Hakuho able to deal the majority of the damage there to the Janna, and then just barely not getting a kill back there while Turtle went really aggressive. And now we're going to check in on the damage. Who did it? Oh, wait. I lose. Because Nisqy...
You said 8.
I said 8, but he is... he's below the Syndra and the Orianna, as well as the Varus. The Varus is the other one. So he's at 7. I was 1 away.
Nice try.
Damn.
A very nice try. Envy picking up the win on this one, as you see in the post-game breakdown of how that gold went. And where actually maybe they should have taken a win much earlier in pressuring it, because the way they fought the early game is the way that you see a lot of the top 3 teams fight in the early game. Maybe even better than some of the top 3 teams. But the top 3 teams don't take that long in the mid game to do anything. And that's where Envy, if they want to push higher in the spot at this 6-7 to keep going up, they need to be able to close that game up.
Yeah. The crazy thing about that gold graph, too, was it was pretty much a nice 1-to-1 slope of it. Just kept going and going and going. They got like 500 gold lead per minute or something like that. So they end up with like a 20K gold lead at the end there at 42 minutes. So it's like, okay, where was the issue? What happened? It was a smooth game. You never like lost a team fight and then you had to get back into it. You never lost a Baron and then had to get back into it, right? It's like it took them way too long for that type of result.
You can see the safety in the numbers. 15-2. Who died? The Gnar, Seraph, the guy that jumps in to try and initiate the fight. The rest of the team, 0 deaths. It just continues to show you how safe they tried to play this game. And while it's great, the win is great, that you feel like your team comes out of this a little stressed with that's the way it happened, even though 15-2, it feels like we did good with a 24,000 gold lead.
Yeah, we did good.
20,000 gold lead. Oh, yeah. I like it. Great job. Great job. But looking to see what FlyQuest could do on the way back. They seemed to have a bit more strength early game from Red side to be able to mess with Envy, but Envy is still having the early game control. Can FlyQuest get that back to start their smooth road at the end of the split? Early game for them.
And you want to keep that momentum up, right? This kind of match decider here is big for both these teams because it puts FlyQuest within 2 matches away from Envy, and this may be one of the last ones that Envy's able to get in terms of they're playing a bottom of the standings teams as opposed to those top 4, which is their remaining 4 matches after this one.
We will have to see who can take it. The teams are all tied up, but only one can claim the win. I promise. Meet us back here for Game 3 of FlyQuest versus Team Envy. Don't go anywhere. Forward.
He's got the slow, though.
Out of that. Seraph's going to keep going. One last shot from the boomerang. Can he jump out in time? Red buff burn. Dodges the rupture. A double kill.
Bears no ult. Zyra low. Kill the star. Kill the star. Nice. We're fine.
Looks like the entire team is benefiting from this one. Oh, hit it. One last shot. Oh, my word.
Nisqy used his ulti again. They're trying to go in while Turtle dead.
Completely out of mana. Has to get off the base. Envy finally able to crack the last layer. We are heading back in for Game 3 of Team Envy versus FlyQuest. Doing the laundry list once again. Have to go over player of the game, and Nisqy pulling it out on that one. A very early roam to get himself 2 kills. A whole bunch of pressure around the map after that. But then they lacked a bit of pressure. But early game for these guys continues to be on par, or better than par, and Nisqy's a guy that really crushed it last
Yeah, and the fact that he still had 750 damage per minute in that game is kind of a testament to the fact that even though it was 42 minutes and there weren't any team fights, he was still poking, chunking people out, getting enough stuns to zone them all. So he was being very active in that sense. So Nisqy picking up a lot of the kills at the end, but also, like you said, that roam at the beginning to get the 2 kills on him was kind of the tilt factor there for the entire game.
All right, so looking at what these teams have kind of done and then what they've pulled out of Champion Select with the compositions they have, what do you think has worked for both of these squads? Obviously, Envy working the Renekton kind of things, early game lane is winning. How can FlyQuest kind of back that up? Because they've been looking to get more into the late game themselves.
I feel like FlyQuest need to just not play into their hands, because what happened was bottom lane played aggressive into a 2-on-2 that was started by themselves. So FlyQuest tried to have a Kalista Janna go up against a Varus and a Zyra.
Right.
I feel like you just need to play a little bit more passive. Say, all right, we scale. We don't need to play their game plans, because you're playing early game against early game composition. You're going to lose the early game. So just don't, and just play safe, right? And then the fact that they didn't respect the roam from Nisqy either was a big factor too, because that was a play that was started, if you remember correctly, by Moon and Balls being on the top side, and then the fact that Lyra came over the wall to help Seraph, who was pushing.
They have been focusing the Cho'Gath on the side of FlyQuest throughout these picks and bans.
You know what I would like to see?
Maokai.
A Maokai, yeah.
Maokai.
I mean, I don't think I've said it before.
He's returned to the forest.
Because I actually just want to see him banned, but the fact that he's...
At least ban him.
Exactly, but the fact that he's not played at all in this series or by either of these teams is just kind of troubling, because I feel like he's just so powerful in both top and jungle. Here's the Cho'Gath ban.
Was a Jarvan last game-ish, not in the first phase.
Yeah,
but
it was also a LeBlanc from Team Envy in game 1.
That's a good point.
So these are the same bans from both teams in game 1, but instead of the LeBlanc, they went ahead and they banned away the Cho'Gath.
Might mean that's the karma for Apollo and Hakuo in that bot lane.
Yeah, Caitlyn first pick, not banned on red side here. I feel like there shouldn't be a Maokai priority because it's not going to get picked away, but I would like to see a Maokai. We'll see. Because the Cho'Gath banned away, what does Moon go to next?
And why do you want to see a Maokai?
Because I want to see the engages happen. We just had a game that had very little kills in it per minute.
17.
Riff, do you not want fights as a play-by-play? I am just saying.
I do.
All right.
I do. That's actually why that last meta was like one of the most fantastic metas. Because there are actually a lot of crowd control. I mean, for a play-by-play.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of crowd control. Don't look now. Okay, look.
Okay, yeah. I was looking down writing stuff, and the Maokai pops up. Thank God.
But yeah, the meta to cast this is not many pop-ups, but there's a lot of lockups, and that's much easier. When people aren't flying up in the air, but they're just locked down, the calls are great, and that's what a lot of this provides. You get thrown around by a barrel, but they make for some beautiful fights. And it looks like we are going to get that Maokai. We are going to get some great initiations for you, Zyrene. And we also have some top-tier picks still coming through as Lyra actually goes back to the Gragas for his choice.
Yeah, Gragas is actually an incredibly popular jungler. I believe he's the most popular jungler right now, especially since Maokai and Cho'Gath flex between top and jungle. And the Morgana gets picked up here, even though I believe it was banned. Yeah, it was banned in game 2 up against Hakuo, but he's loved these mage supports, right? Loves that Zyra, loves the Morgana, loves to make picks.
On him. Ooh, FlyQuest. Get the late game card. Camille locked in for balls right away. What will they decide to go with? We did see yesterday a Poppy being played into it. Obviously kind of just the fun counter, but it worked really well.
Yeah, you gotta ban Renekton. You may have to ban Jace up against Seraph. But the Renekton is pretty much the one that comes to mind against the Camille. There's a decent amount of things that counter her. They aren't exactly meta. I don't see if Seraph is able to pull something out.
Teemo.
Yeah. So it's all right, you know. I don't feel like it's crazy, but...
Oh, Teemo's crazy. Don't get it twisted.
I expected Jace with the Talia. Ah, okay. Not too afraid of that.
Yeah, Niski's kind of had that Talia Syndra run continuously with a few others in there. One other, I should say. Escapes me at the moment. What is the final ban here for Envy? Second phase, final ban. It's got to count.
Yeah, Cassiopeia on the table, Syndra on the table. Are they going to pick their mid laner that early? I feel like you go for your support. The Taric.
Gems.
So they have a lot of engage, a lot of ways to get in. So I'm liking this from FlyQuest. So far, I like the fact they have the Fate's Call, they have the Camille hookshot to get in, and it is going to be the Sona, so going for a bottom lane, trying to win it up against the Caitlyn and Morgana, so trying to strike back here and not just kind of seed the bottom lane.
Fun little bits of sustain as well. Maokai kind of having his own, but you'll get that Ardent Sensor from Lemon Nation on his one of his favorite plays, loves the Sona.
Yeah, Sona's actually quite strong with the Ardent Sensor,
Yeah.
like you said. Actually was at one point the highest win rate champion in League of Legends with Sona Ardent Sensor Rush first.
On ARAM and regular.
Yeah, true. But yes, it's a very potent lane, but also up against a Morgana, you can bully her out with your sustain and your poke, but you do have to worry that she's paired with a Caitlyn, and if anybody eats a trap or a Dark Binding, you're eating the other.
Interesting.
Shen is actually...
Nah, Envy kind of likes that Shen for Seraph.
Yeah, Shen is a champion that can duel the Camille early. You can actually protect people from her Q with your W, but overall, I would say right now, FlyQuest, I like their engage. The mid lane rounding out with a Corki, not the greatest thing in the world, but they do have a bottom lane that can pair up against Envy.
Right.
Their top lane scales,
That's
their
what I was gonna
jungler
ask.
scales and has engage, and then the mid lane, we saw it before where Hai played this kind of as a neutral matchup into the Syndra.
So we talk about the scales, we talk about a bit of the matching up, but overall, how's that early laning done? Can FlyQuest kind of crest what Envy has been doing and beat them to a better early laning phase with this composition that we see here?
I mean, they're going to try to contest. That's the big thing, is Moon will make things happen if he wants them to. Balls has ways to engage. Moon has ways to engage. Turtle has ways to engage. Elimination has ways to pick, right? Like, there's just a lot of ways to start fights here for FlyQuest. And the last game felt like they didn't have enough, and they weren't really happy with that. So now we're going to see if FlyQuest can get some engages, not get bled out like they did in the first game, but it's a completely different look for Envy. It's not the same type of early game domination in terms of their champion cycle across the board.
Hashtag Envy win, hashtag Fly win. Head over to Twitter and let us know who you think is going to take it. Also, Ada, do you think we're going to get a Super Leash? We haven't really seen him in ending. When Maokai's finally back in, it's a little tricky though.
Yeah, I feel like Super Leashes, I think the Maokai is going to put Saplings down for himself, and the Super Leash may come through from the rest of the team.
We'll have to see. The game is going live. We are heading on to the Rift game number 3. 6 strong here in the Battle Theater today. And this is the final one that is going down. Who's going to take the victory? FlyQuest or Envy? We're on the Rift.
Yeah, how you doing, Riv? Your 6th game in.
Doing great. Let's go for more.
Woo.
Can't you tie a best of 3?
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
We'll see. I mean, that's the good news, is the games have to end at some point, Riv.
Yeah,
42 minutes, doesn't matter. It will happen eventually. But that's the thing, is there will be a result to this game, and whether the result is Envy winning and going a little bit higher up the standings and making it so that FlyQuest are 4 matches away, 4 games behind playoffs. That means that FlyQuest would have to win pretty much everything that's remaining, and then we'd almost have our top 6 teams locked in at that point. Whereas FlyQuest, if they win, it's not all locked in just yet, because Envy would be right there, just ahead of that pack that's under them.
Slow moves in and out, especially when you're Lemon Nation on a Sona. You'd be the first one to get caught, and you are not living for too long. Ooh, Turtle is the human sentry on that play. Gets himself to safety, obviously.
Yeah, also Ancient Coin start here for Elimination on the Sona. A lot of people start the Spell Thieves because they love going for the Q and then the auto attack, the power chord.
Simple pokes.
Making sure that they get that gold as well.
That's kind of the thing about a Sona in lane too, is it's not that you have to worry about the poke, it's that you will be taking the poke. She's in range, she just hits Q. So why not?
Yep.
Kinda
1 soccer ball, 2 soccer ball, 3 soccer balls. And then this last one, just a few more autos. Pop Pop, and it's done. So yeah, you set up the soccer balls, set up the saplings a little bit away from each other so they don't all go off at the same time. And Lyra actually got the super leash. So to answer your question, Riv, he gets that leash. He's going to go bottom. I believe he's going to flash body slam because he had it early. Don't always see that on Grog. He's going to try to go and upset this early game here. We saw it happen last time where FlyQuest just bled out after they got put behind. He's going to try it again.
Oh, went to walk to ward. Gets them on that. Has the flash as well if they need to get some extra damage in. Turtle gets taken down by the Thunderlords of Hakuo.
Yep, there goes the first blood and both summoner spells from Wild Turtle in exchange for 0 summoner spells from Envy. So bottom lane, I said they're going to try to contest it. That's over.
Early game lead to the lane that's been able to poke out Turtle Elimination. Why not? Lyra starts there. We'll see where he heads next. Moon is going to take this chance to say, I saw you bot side.
No, he's actually going to have Seraph run towards him. So, yeah, it's the standard
Great
play
cover.
to go for that top lane side of the jungle afterwards. But he's not going to let that happen. You see Moon just starts traveling over there as soon as possible. And yeah, the barrel was set up there. The flash. Hakuo came up huge there. The Dark Binding is really the difference maker.
Just to the left.
Yep. And now if he lands another, Wild Turtle probably gets chunked out by the fact that Trap will come out afterwards, maybe a net. So Hakuo, can have some domination in this lane with 0 summoner spells on Turtle. And the fact that they also had Seraph get that top part. Oh.
Trap?
Yeah, he doesn't have it yet. He's not level 3.
Yep, you're right. It was the net that did make it in, though. Man, that is going to be a hurting Sona once they do get level 3. If any more of those engages happen, you can see Lemon saying, might have one more chance to get up there and do this. I'll do it now. And you can see how much damage they took even then.
Elimination, though, has the wind speakers, has the heal, constantly heal up.
Make it easy. Have those biscuits.
Yep.
Good to go. He's still actually sitting on 2, so he hasn't really had to use too much as they've been battling back and forth.
Yeah, when you use the Ancient Coin on somebody who just turns mana into HP constantly, the fact that you get missing mana from those mana coins, instead of the ones that are worth gold, it actually ends up being a good conversion to your HP. So Elimination will be quite good and quite healthy, as well as he'll have a good mana pool as well.
Krug life for Lyra as he finishes a full clear in his jungle, even after going for that quick gank. Says,
And looking for the W onto Seraph.
First
He'll have
hit.
taunt.
Ooh, brings him right back to the turret. So it's hook shot, crowd control into the twisted advance. I like it, because you're not really expecting Moon to come flying out right after.
And now Lyra looking for the bot lane, but there's a ward there. There's a few seconds on it, too. So if he goes in the bush, you'll actually see it expire.
Womp womp.
They see him, though. If he goes in the bush, you'll see the ward debris. And
backs right away. High, very, very low. Auto attacks. Auto attacks. Oh, he finally flashes. That's such a difficult mental moment to play back and forth. He's like, he's just walking.
Oh, turret range, turret range.
Oh, one last shot. Hooks it out and rolls to safety with a caster shot following through. Very, very small slivers of health that FlyQuest was just able to walk out of 2 situations with.
Nope. Moon maybe looking for something here.
Pop it over the wall. Oh, they see him. He takes it anyways. It's just at the last moment. And both teams were like, wait, whoa, reassess this. Can we take it?
Yeah, he's just getting some space. I actually don't think you can take it now because Ball's TPing back top. Seraph has teleport. Ball's going to actually...
That would have been pretty clutch if you flashed into that right in front of him.
Yeah.
And got the bop. I like it. Good play by Seraph to get out of there real quick. He'll get back to lane. Actually, lane resetting. Probably have to teleport back.
Yes, he'll TP back, but he'll have to stand united when he hits level 6 very shortly.
Good call. He's actually pretty close to getting that.
Oh, Balls is actually going multiple points into his W, the tactical sweep, so you can get HP back. That no longer gives HP when you hit minions, so you have to hit the enemy champion.
Right.
And I feel like a lot of Camille's ditch this. It's the safe build, but because you can't just vamp off of minions anymore, a lot of people just went back to the Q, the Precision Protocol max, especially when it got buffed to be 200% instead of 180%.
Just got to be able to get those hits in. Tag it on. Hookshot makes that possible. And we'll see Balls already playing aggressive. Moon with one approach to the top side. Lyra, however, making things count still. That bottom side gank that went to Hakuo. It's paying off a little bit as it was the CS lead, but it seems like from that gank, Turtle and Lemon have been able to hold on pretty well in that lane now. No real movement over towards mid. It was a slight roam with Niski and Lyra to make sure things were safe towards the red side. Trying to just get a location on Moon at the moment. They found him towards top.
Yep, just farming away. Lyra going after high, though. This bottom lane just, as soon as they saw Lyra mid, it's like, time to shove, time to get out of here. Back purchase. Both these bottom laners have not purchased. So we're sitting on 2,000 gold for Apollo, 1,500 for Wild Turtle.
And they're not gonna anyways.
Yep.
Minion wave resets. Oh, cannon wave. Let's stay.
And as a jungler, you need to come to this lane. When your bottom lane hasn't backed and there's this type of difference, there's no Sightstone. They don't have enough wards in this part of the game to actually cover all the options. 100% you need to go bottom.
And is this even a come to your lane to wipe them out, or a come to lane help us push the turret so we can just back?
Whatever you can get is
all
good.
Right.
If you get your bottom lane a better back, then that's worth it. If you can help them clear the wave, that's worth it. But there's no way that they have enough wards this early on in the game to cover seeing you get down there.
Yeah. There are no wards to right now see Niski taking Scuttle, not something you usually see from the mid laner to just happen 8 minutes into the game, but it is very quiet on the home front, and it seems to be one of the safe things to do at this time. Hex Drinker built up by High rather, on FlyQuest.
Yep, and you can see the back comes through for Apollo, just trying to make sure that he gets a big cash in there, but allows for Wild Turtle to freely pick up this last minion wave and shove it into the turret to deny some CS. So, and the next wave is a cannon minion wave, so actually FlyQuest will not lose as much as Envy off this back that Envy took first.
Package. Bluebird's going to use it. He's going to get a little pressure on this. Niski roaming as well. Could be able to route to the right side. Niski's going to be coming through the river as well. Moon low. And they package straight home on this one. Flash forward. That's the ultimate coming in from Niski. It's not going to be enough, though, as Niski gets the stand united, but they pop him out of it. And now Seraph is going to possibly be going down. He throws his own shield on as he gets back to safety. Hakuho and Lyra doing some work to trade back another kill, as Lyra is now 1-0-1 with his first of the game.
And this ended up being the plan. Instead of people coming to bottom, bottom's going to come to them. So Hakuho takes the back as a better back timer to roam, and he goes to the top side when something happens on the invade that FlyQuest went for first.
Honestly, almost helped Seraph that he got bopped out of Stand United. He was able to move quicker than the channel time and get back to doing things for his team. A very interesting interaction between that fight. And now the minions in the mid getting cleared out. Balls is going to be able to clear out top side.
Yeah, but another early game loss for FlyQuest here. Seraph double taunts off of the flash. Gets bopped away there. And Niski, this actually is played incredibly well. Goes for the Q after, and then, whoa, Moon turned around to try and maybe throw a sapling, but then the W there from Niski. He went a little too far forward. He gets killed by Balls afterwards, and then Balls not able to actually do much there. And that's the beef I kind of have with the W max on Camille, because as soon as you get into a team fight, the precision protocol cooldown isn't as low. You don't get to Q as often. You don't get auto attack resets. You don't get to actually do as much damage. And a lot of your damage is loaded into that W, which is such a long cooldown.
Yeah.
It's just for sustain. And when you get in these skirmishes, you're actually pretty useless.
Sometimes it feels bad to, you're obviously killing the target, but no, you're using that sweep on one person, trying to get that main damage instead of it being a Q and then you sweeping the team.
Exactly. It's a 10%, it's like a 10-second cooldown. It's a percentage of their HP, and it heals you. But if they're actually like right up in your face, they take like a very low base damage, like 150 from an ability. So it's pretty low, and you really want the precision protocol because it gives you utility as well, because you move around faster after every hit. So that's where that W max comes up a little short in those skirmishes that they were having.
Relentless on this bot side.
Maokai ulti.
Just clearing the pitch. Safe play for everybody. And they get back up towards the mid lane. High roaming slowly away from certain death here between Lyra and Niski. And it looks like they organize back into the laning phase. Apollo and Hakuho having another good game, 112-91.
Look at Hakuho. He's like below half HP, chilling for a dark binding.
So subtle. I love it. They have the Fog of War. They're going to play it all the time down there. I mean, you get either Wild Turtle elimination at this point. It's going to hurt. But the Fate's Call does make it a bit trickier. Mid lane, however, dash forward from High to try and push Nisqy off and kind of bluff the damage that could have been coming out from behind him. Maybe he wasn't bluffing. A slight roam from balls from the top side. That just seemed to be for Scuttle control. Hakuo back in position, looking for the Dark Binding as he's going to walk out on this one. I don't know if there's a fight. No Fate's Call pulls. Things are all calm here, or down here on the bot lane.
Lyra is also here, and so is Moon, but Moon's going to root him, and there's TP as well as Stand United. I think
we're
called
calm
this off.
on the bot lane.
Yeah, there you go. Camille going to call it off, get a CS advantage on top. So Balls is actually a bit ahead, and we'll see what happens. I feel like if you're Seraph, you have to get something back here, and they're going to keep going.
Right against the wall, what's the focus? They only get through Lemonation. Fate's Call comes out. Like I said, it's going to be tricky, but the resources they pulled down here had 2 objectives. Kills, but mainly that turret, and they are going to get what they came for.
Yep, Seraph still has teleport, so he can get back to that top side and not lose his own turret to the Camille. But it's going to leave High to the mid lane to get some CS, but overall, that turret going down is a big deal. This was a bottom lane that they had ganked very early on and given an advantage to the Caitlyn Morgana so that the Kalista and the Sona really couldn't get off the ground early. So Wild Turtle's been struggling. But Lyra definitely had better early game moves in this game than he did in game 1.
I like that by Seraph. Knowing his Sunfire Cape would tick the melees too hard, he kept pulling to the right so he'd get that perfect farm at the turret. The mechanics, so good. Whether or not he did it, I liked it. 3K on the side of Envy here. Now, it's not the time they have to start getting that pressure down just yet. The early game lead controlled very well throughout each of these games they've had. It's transitioning this past what FlyQuest is going to start putting up as defense. They gave FlyQuest a little too much respect last game with 4 kills in the early part and a 14,000 gold lead. It went a little extended. Dragon's going to be just touched up for the moment, but this is forward control and to see if FlyQuest actually reacts.
Yeah, see what happens.
Oh, they react.
Going after Nisqy here. He doesn't have vision inside that bush, so. Oh, whoa, oh. All right, High.
Flexing a little bit.
Yeah, here comes the Maokai ulti.
Nature's Grasp is perfect for an engage like that if it's going to be the weak guy on the front line. And now Lyra finds himself in a bad spot, quickly flashing the crescendo. Sounded great, but doesn't come up with any plays.
And so there's a lot of engage tools, like I said, Champion Select for FlyQuest. So they have the option to pull the trigger. They do. They'll get the Ocean Drake for it. So they get something instead of just bleeding out. They could have had more. Lyra put Moon in pretty much perfect position to contest. And we'll see Ren smite now. All right, only one of them.
Very big.
Yeah, and now you have to go clear that mid wave. High is going to be the one to do so.
Seraph answering back to top. They're going to see High is quite low on mana here.
Yeah, red buff. They're going to go for red buff here since it just came up. If the Camille collapses, then it becomes a bit of an issue with Stand United almost being off the cooldown. But they're not healthy enough to really kind of contest here. High doesn't have the mana, and that's going to be Apollo picking up a very early red buff for himself in 15 minutes. Hands off to the ADC.
Looks like they know with the back, or there's a ping at least from Seraph. They're going to start cruising towards the top side, clear this out with the Peacemaker, and get this wave pushed.
It's that lane swap time. So they got that bottom turret with your winning bottom lane. Just go ahead and push it out, give them that CS, put the Shen on the bottom side of the map, and play for Rift Herald soon.
Triforce. Balls heads back to lane. A good spike for him.
Yep. I feel like Camille doesn't really become much of a fantastic champion until she has Trinity Force and then Titanic Hydra. It's kind of like the other breaking point for her as soon as she has maxed Q and E, and that's another thing that I don't really like about the max W first, is that it delays you maxing your E.
Yeah.
Delays you maxing both your hookshot and Q, which are your primary combat abilities. And it's surprising that he put 5 points into the W, because he had a bit of a lead. I would expect him to transition a little bit earlier, but he was a champion that we aren't seeing too much of in kind of the middle of the season. It's kind of come back up now after it got a slight buff.
He's ready to kind of factor in the clear that Seraph is just going to keep hitting at him. The Sunfire Cape will push a bit, so he can sweep kick back and then hopefully provide the damage for the team. As he will. He is still a Camille. I love that.
As you do.
40 minutes. It's going to be a time bomb.
It's lit, Riv.
The fuse is lit. It's starting to go. We got about 30 minutes.
Is it, Riv? Is it?
Is
it lit?
It might be.
Ah. Yeah, there looks like there is one here, though.
Slow burning fuse.
Because you have the Caitlyn, the trap setup. It's one of the reasons people ban the Caitlyn, because the traps are just so oppressive. And you can just siege and force things like that. But right now, trying to force onto Seraph under turret. Hai actually got aggro there.
Very close to going down. At least one more shot's going to be necessary, but the hits come in. Balls on the top side finally finds a bit with the help from Hai.
Yep. Balls ends up getting that kill for himself, but that's going to be Rift Herald and that top turret traded for that bottom turret, you would think. But no, Niski's actually going to defend the bottom turret.
Almost. Good retribution kill for his teammate. Lyra is able to pick that up as they drop down balls from the bot side as he roams. But teleport is up. He may be able to get back into this game quite quickly.
Yeah,
advantage. Envy trying to work fast off of this.
Advantage to Envy, though. They got the top turret, they got the Rift Herald, and they actually lost nothing except a 1-for-1 trade in terms of top laners. That's it. And they get a turret in mid with Rift Herald, so that's 2 turrets. We'll see what Lyra does here.
Ooh. There's a heck of a lot of crowd control going around. Lyra's trying to find the target that would be the best priority for the team. Stand United helps him a little bit. Remember, that's not a turret. That's Shelly. And that's going to be helping them take a few more out.
And they're just going to try to optimize here. Wild Turtle is still pushing top. Now he's coming to join in mid and try to help them wave clear, but I feel like he's not going to offer much as they go back to just clearing out the waves. Bot lane got pushed in. This is a full reset from Envy after they take that mid turret. Yeah, Moon popped the ultimate, but Envy actually played quite well around it. Pops the ulti after the Lyra engage in the turnaround. And then everybody stacks up. Hakuo takes it for Apollo.
Perfect.
And because the ulti only hits 1 person per route, you just stand behind and then they're able to re-engage. And he gets in there and gets the taunt. So Seraph, yeah, comes up pretty big afterwards.
What a good guy. Hakuo taking the hugs for Apollo to keep him alive.
Guy. Yeah, that was actually well played from Hakuo to stand in front of the ultimate from Moon, who honestly, like, I was talking to him a bit about Maokai. It's like some people just haven't had as good of a read on the meta, so they aren't as practiced on these champions. It's why we were seeing like a Cho'Gath priority from him over the Maokai. He knows it's powerful, but it just looks like he may not have had as much practice in terms of the setup or in terms of being able to start these fights. He understands the power of the champion now, but there's only a finite amount of practice time to put into the week. And when you're throwing darts at a dartboard for the meta and what's going to be left up, and you kind of miss the mark, you're playing catch-up during the games.
It's a messy-looking dartboard this week.
Oh, yes.
For everybody.
Oh, yes, it is.
For everybody. In a good way. It's their choice to play that. But we are getting a lot of different picks and unique ones coming in this fight. However, not unique to Envy's early game. They're trying to get more kills here at the start, and they are able to drop one more time. Ball.
Oh, they want to kill Seraph so bad.
Also take down Hai. Seraph stays alive. He's just stacking armor.
Yep.
It's going to be very hard to kill, even if you bring Hai to the fight.
Wait, no!
He gets flown back to his auto attack range, tries to use the crescendo immediately as they go for Hakuo. He flashes out. Do they all live? Does Apollo pick up a kill for himself? The teleport now coming in for Seraph. He's going to get back to lane. Apollo flashes to safety. The Ren comes in. That's the kill for Seraph. May be able to clean up another one, but it is Moon tanking the turret, so they get out.
I don't think they're going to get away, though. Here comes Niski.
Wait, they're pinging all the way down.
Yep.
It's going to be Lyra near the second-tier turret if they make it that far. Double scatter the weak. They're going to be able to drop Moon, and Lemon Nation thinks he's safe. But here comes Lyra to take him out.
Yep. What is going on this game, Riv? I wish you could tell. Could you tell me?
That just happened.
All right. Baron on the table. I don't think they'll do it, though. 20 seconds on Moon. They'd have to all regroup right now, and they don't have Apollo, that consistent damage dealer. Just take care of the waves. So, Envy, now we're looking at a 6,000 gold lead for them.
20 minutes in.
It's the skirmishes. FlyQuest tried to take skirmishes constantly. They did it during the middle of the split when I was casting them really early on, and it was biting them. They try to go for it here. Seraph avoids so much damage, and like I said, you can avoid the true damage from Camille there with the Spirit's Refuge on Seraph. Then he gets the taunt. They finish him there, and there's just so much peel. Hai gets picked up here as well, and there's a Ninja Tabi plus Bramble Vest, so he's reflecting a lot of damage simultaneously. And this, I'm not bad. I'm just disappointed.
Dad mode.
And there's a lot of pressure on FlyQuest this split. Moves like that, you can take that extra second to breathe, and Apollo got to save his flash because of that until later on in the fight. So even if you throw it straight at him and get his flash, it's better.
I believe you.
Thank you. I mean, I don't need you to, but I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
6,000 gold. Envy continues to grab up all the objectives on the map. That's going to be their first Drake, but the turrets are also falling in their favor for a bit of extra early gold. The outer 3 are down, and they've only lost bottom, a place that we're really not going to see FlyQuest too frequently, as you already see this top turrets getting fought over here. Should be all right.
Yeah.
Ball's just going pretty hard on this one.
I actually am kind of evaluating this matchup as it goes. I was talking about how the Shen can avoid a lot of the damage using Spirit's Refuge, which he does. But I actually think Balls, he's going for the Ravenous Hydra here, not the Titanic Hydra, and Seraph already has Bramble Vest. He's going to cut a lot of the value of having that Ravenous Hydra in the 1v1 split push down, because you're not going to be healing as much. Even the tactical sweep, the W that he maxed first, is going to get cut a bit there.
I was watching that in the last fight as well. Him and High having a bit of trouble getting that Warlords to help, getting their healing to come back in. Bramble Vest, pretty strong.
Yeah, it's also going to affect the Sona. It's going to affect the Kalista.
Yeah.
But when she buys Runan's Hurricane, she inadvertently gets Bramble Vest on her because she's hitting the person. She's accidentally doing it. So even if you're not hitting the Shen, your Runan's bolts will hit the Shen and then apply it to you. So sad life for the Kalista.
And range life here for Envy. Haku and Apollo just able to auto attack in. Really? This guy is Eagle Eye right now. Wild Turtle felt completely safe, and I thought he was too. Envy had a different idea in mind.
This is where we need a stopwatch for that ability. Because that was one of those Morgana bindings that you meme about, where it's like, I could make a whole breakfast and have lunch and then, you know, go out to brunch with Cantaloupe and then come back and I'd still be bound by this.
I've always said that Morgana bindings have those arms in Zelda, the first Zelda, that pull you out of the dungeon. They have those that stick out and just grab you when you least expect it. That binding can reach you from anywhere. And right now, Hakuo is showing just that. Fog of War bindings right in your face bindings here towards top side.
Yeah, pretty ambitious.
Minion jumps in front of that one. Save the life of Balls.
Yeah, pretty ambitious though from Lyra to go for that because Seraph was backing and now he's just going to head towards the bottom side. Balls wants to back. Ravenous Hydra completed. And we'll see what that does up against the Thornmail that's now been completed by Seraph. And the Thornmail, make no mistake about it, super high value in this game because it's going to apply to Balls. Moon is going to be auto-attacking as well, and that's going to cut a lot of his healing. High has the Warlords, and that'll also reflect basic attack damage. And then the Kalista, same thing. So I definitely think that's the purchase to have here as a tank. So Seraph is actually itemizing quite well.
Bring in the Sting without really having an offensive item. It's one way to do it.
Yeah, and
some
also
really cool stuff in the game.
It's funny because like some of the Shens go for Tiamat or Titanic Hydra for the damage.
Yeah, a little bit.
He went for both Sunfire Cape and Thornmail. So if you stand in a minion wave, you actually reflect a lot of the damage and burn the minions down. So he does have a decent amount of wave clear if he just stands in the minions and takes aggro.
So that Randuin's for Lyra. He's going to be quite helpful with his Warden's Mail out. Shut down Wild Turtle a little bit. Slow him down in his role. Everything is going to be working against these ADs.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. I think I just got a Morse code method. Send help? Timmy in the well?
S-O-S. Where is this Knight's Vow? I believe
it's on Apollo.
Yeah, Apollo. I thought it was. Seen it on a few others, but mostly that AD carry throughout the games. Lyra, you can see where Apollo is in conjunction with him due to that Knight's Vow arrow. But this left and right initiation is going to leave High quite low. Another sphere on Lemon, too. Brings him down to about half HP. FlyQuest is starting these like they're playing against a pure Poke team.
Yeah, and now Niski has that maxed Force of Will W. So every time he throws it out, he'll do that extra true damage on top of it, too. So the ability's just base damage of throwing out a W is pretty high. Throwing a Q on top of it, I mean, that's how Jensen died up against Bjergsen. The WQ, it's just so strong ever since it got that added true damage on top of it.
Jockeying for position. Balls with a bit of a route down towards mid lane, but he could also be pushed off here if Envy decides to bring all members. Seems like they're gonna go quite fast at that once they have the coordination too. And bot lane's being slowly pushed by Seraph, so biding their time. They're waiting for that engage where they can pop somebody back with a flask.
Yep. They're chasing him though. I mean, this is like around the world.
Oh, what a flash catch in. Seraph able to hit him on the taunt, but still blasted back. So Balls has some room to play with. Gonna maybe try to hook shot past them.
He's got a W
not.
back here.
Saw that binding.
Oh!
Aqua Turtle goes down. The headshots and lockups coming in from Apollo and the rest of the
Where
team.
you going?
Flashes forward with the headshot. Goes for the hit. It wears off. Just in time for the kill. Almost had enough with that shield. And now it's going to be Balls falling once again in a 2v1 situation. Possible binding from Hakuo if he throws it over to his left side. They dodge out, I should say. Balls dodges out.
I mean,
but I don't know where he's going to go on
exactly. He's going to have to pull something tricky here. Didn't run by Niski. He's going to go by the turret.
I mean, no hook shot after that.
Yeah. Whee. Into the darkness. Apollo, your turn. All right, guard every exit. Where he at?
He's got to go top right, left, bounce over. Can they find him before we do? Wait, does that make sense? I'm just kidding.
They know. They're like process of elimination. We found him. All right.
Great.
All right.
No, like,
Lyra,
forget it.
Lyra's turn. Let's go. Lyra, get in there.
Is he back? He's gonna wait. When he walks over the ward, Lyra may go for him.
No, they gave up.
No.
Oh, wait.
Yes. Give me what we want.
They're picking it.
4, 2, 1. Oh. Mission impossible. Great job by Balls getting out of that one alive. Also, just pulling Seraph and the team around the map for so long, they don't really lose too much control.
Yeah, well,
a little bit of chaos.
Meanwhile, I actually have to say, that was a 2v4 in mid lane, right? We had seen Seraph, Lyra, and Hakuo chasing one person. This is a 2v4. Engage happens, Niski flashes to the side, perfect. Woo! Oh my God, that was disgusting. That was so disgusting. That was an incredible outplay between Apollo and Niski, and they trade 2 for 0 in a 2v4. Those are the carries of Envy that have been doing so much work for them this split. When Niski came in, Apollo has been firing on all cylinders pretty much the entire split. Even in their losses, he's still not like one of the guys who's costing them games, and he's able to get a level advantage. The team is playing around him a little bit more, and he's definitely shown a lot of improvement this split.
Good old Wiz.
And that was right there. He's playing aggressive, right? Good old Wiz would have played in the back line and would have been a little bit more scared, but now he's just popping forward and being aggressive.
Apollo, he's on a mission, and he is getting good results out of these. 30 minutes on the clock coming up, 10,000 gold lead on the dot. 5-1 in turrets. They aren't really ready to be pushed, so this may look like a fight from Envy if they try to do
they're
it.
looking for Apollo.
Stand United immediately coming in, just missing the backside of Camille. They're gonna still have to chase out. And it looks like they slowed
Lyra.
down on this.
Lyra's gonna try to flank. He has Body Slam Flash and he has Cask.
It's back Lemon Nation. They get the tank though. Moon's gonna take a while to go down. They decide to hold most of Niski's abilities as well.
Yeah, buying time. Buying time for Balls to push bottom. And once again, we're back at 10K gold lead, and FlyQuest are just trying to stall. So they're waiting for the Camille to scale. I don't feel like she scales hard enough though. And now the Baron started up. TP for Balls. Where is it at? I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think they're gonna try to go for a steal here.
Moon can twist it, advance in, a good hit. Seraph already leaves, not gonna be able to get in. Seraph makes them turn.
There's the TP.
1 second.
There's the
just below.
Fate's
Will he
call?
be able to get into a good fight? Wow, Lemon Nation melting immediately. It's Camille trying to get in from the top side, but he just cannot. Lyra low, Seraph low, but they're in the perfect spot to deliver a bit of a long-range attack, and it's a double kill here for Niski. Did not use anything on the mid-game engage or mid-lane engage for that second-tier turret, and they may be able to turn around once again with this Baron and look at the side lanes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like FlyQuest, they contest it after it's taken with the TP from Balls, who didn't even get the bottom turret there. He TP's in, they all back off. That hits. Lemonation doesn't have crescendo, so he doesn't have follow-up there. Nope, they don't have numbers advantage to follow up immediately. Balls jumps to the wall, not able to jump in, and they're just tunneling into a choke point where they can put down traps, and Niski can just play Syndra and throw balls in a single spot. Like,
create the ball pit. Go play it.
There are a lot of things wrong with the way that this is being played.
Also, when Wild Turtle threw in Lemon, you see, as we said before, that champion, go back to their auto attack range, which would have given Lemon quite a good distance back into the river, but he backed up against the wall, only about 2 Teemos away.
Yeah.
Bad news for Asona, who is paper thin.
But at that point, he's sacrificing himself because he doesn't have Crescendo.
True.
He doesn't have Flash. Like,
True.
You threw in Asona.
You also are choosing where you're gonna
Congratulations, you
go.
did it. Like, there's no follow-up. How are you supposed to actually get a good fight off of that? The situation was like, this has been kind of the issue for FlyQuest, is they don't evaluate the whole picture fast enough to really make the right call. And I don't know if that's like information being funneled in through high when he's behind. Is it good enough? Are enough people talking about it? And now they're trying to cut off Lyra, but here comes Seraph, and they might turn this around. There goes Lemon.
Instant. They think they can turn something around, but Envy seems to be just popping out of the woodwork here. They only saw 2 members. 3 seconds later, all 5 are approaching that fight. Lemon Nation just went down as he's coming back up in 20 seconds. And FlyQuest getting pushed around the map. We'll have Wild Turtle backing here. They're going to have to protect top side.
Yep, you're gonna have to try to do something here. High, holding off, but we gotta say, Envy, Haku was playing pretty crazy with those picks.
Absolutely.
And Niski actually could have killed High there if he had just thrown the ulti. Not trusting the damage completely.
I mean, there's reasons that Morgana and Thresh were banned by FlyQuest on the blue side of game 2. It's because Hakuo controls the lane and then the game when he gets the chance. The rest of the team as well doing very good this game and able to really pressure their advantages. Now they're inside the base.
On the back.
They keep it going though? Hextech ultimatum on Deniski. Instant ult to him. He flashes over. It's going to be a 1-for-1. The retribution kill comes through, but the damage still following from Envy. Fate's call is in. I think he'll put himself just beside Wild Turtle and keep the safety there. Crescendo in just a few seconds. It might be a turnaround that catches one player off guard. Flashes there for Lemon Nation. Crescendo in 5. They're waiting. The inhibitor's going to be taken down. He gets popped. He gets knocked. Crescendo cannot be used. That's another kill coming in for Apollo. Perfect timing on Envy.
Yeah, Lyra with the cask there gets Lemon Nation into the team, and he just drops. And now they're just pushing out waves. Here comes another teleport. That's Seraph joining. They're going to try to end.
Locked one down. Nature's Grasp. One last hug from FlyQuest. And they're going to be looking at some Nexus Search. Flash forward. Gets the heal just enough from a headshot. Apollo's not going to be able to finalize the kill. A quick ace in the hole to the face of Moon. And the final shot Apollo to kill him.
Looking
Gotta
for
be
more
careful.
movement.
Also had that turret aggro, but the team's able to skip around and work its way out. They are going through the batting order, one player after the other, as FlyQuest is doing their damnedest to keep the base up. There's enough low health here for something to happen. Now that Lemon Nation is back, Crescendo comes out. Hextech onto Apollo, one of the healthiest members when they could have cleared out more than that. Stand United now trying to come in, and FlyQuest live a little bit longer to tell the fight and fight another day.
Keep chasing. If he can get Hakuho, oh my god. All right. Just walking into stuff. Yes, bottom lane has a minion wave. Fight over it. Fight all your teammates for it. That's what I like to see. No lane assignments.
It's share.
It's every man for himself at that point. But yes.
Crescendo they were waiting for.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Black Shield ends up being a little bit late. So Apollo gets locked up there by the Hextech ultimatum. You can just keep throwing spears into him. And then they end up constantly just dealing damage and trying to turn the game around. And now FlyQuest, I think Envy were like, all right, we have a gold lead. You know, let's try to do something that we didn't do last game. And last game, they kept pushing, right? And it took them forever. It took them 42 minutes. They didn't have enough team fights. They were like, all right, you know, no more criticism around that. Let's try fighting. Let's have it engage. Let's try to end the game here at 35 minutes. And that's one where they give a little bit back, but the score is still 69,000 to 54,000 or 55,000. So a 14,000 gold lead for Envy at 35 minutes.
We have a quick pause on that 35-minute mark. Hakuo getting a pause in the game. Playing Morgana so damn hard his contact fell out. So we're going to have to get that back in so he can hit these bindings. Might check that contact for some bionic tech. Maybe that's how he's hitting these bindings.
Yeah.
We'll have to see, though. He's been having a great game on the Morgana.
Exactly. We had to get him some contact solution.
Yes.
Wash it. Make sure that it's...
just put it back in,
No!
man. You got to be rugged.
No!
Oh, it fell out. Yes.
No.
Hey, people in the crowd are like, no.
Yeah,
Contacts don't do that.
No. I was dating somebody who did that once, and she ended up like, oh, my eye really hurts. And it's like, wow, why does it hurt? And then she ended up
I have
having
rocks in my eye.
Yeah, basically, she got a slightly scratched cornea. And I was like, okay, don't do that. It's not worth it. Like,
not something you can deal with as a pro league player as well. Need both of those. And like we said, Haka will being able to play very well. 2-0-12. 20 kills on the team. 14 he has participated in. He's been all over the map this game. And again, a super strong early game from the Envy bot lane. And they've done it in different sorts. They're bringing out different champions.
Yeah, and Lyra gave him that level 3 gank very early on to kill Wild Turtle. But then Wild Turtle kind of recovered from it later and got both summoner spells back. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Level 2. You were right.
He was there.
It wasn't a full level 3 clear. It was a very fast, unexpected one. But that's what you kind of have to, take into account when you're in a professional setting. Is there just so many different things that can happen early on in this game? Jungler can come level 2, level 1 sometimes, right?
You used to see that with the Reds when you had really strong early game grades. You do a quick red and you're like, I'm coming, whatever. I don't have much crowd control, but it's enough to kill you or make you flash immediately.
Exactly. And chase them down, and now we'll see. Contact in.
Yep.
Bionic Morgana Q's ready to go.
So they're having a little fun. They're chatting the game. They said, remake, same picks? They said, ready. We're going back in. They're back into game high. About to come back up. Envy feeling pretty good about this one. And Apollo's also waiting on those death timers, overextending their stay a little too much inside the base when Lemon Nation came back up with Crescendo.
Yep. Cloud Drake goes over to Envy. And now FlyQuest get to farm their base. And it's on Envy to keep pushing, use their advantage, try to go for that last inhibitor.
Hey.
At least somebody's having a party.
That's right.
Is it a Jenga party? I gotta know.
You're not invited. Still quite a bit of Drakes in this game. We have 2 games in a row with 3 Ocean Drakes. Unprecedented. But yeah, third Drake Cloud going over to Envy. Elder Drake still ways away here as we just saw that going down. But a minute and a half on to Baron. Not even really necessary for Envy here with the kind of power they've been putting down on the map. So they might just decide to walk it in until FlyQuest has to deal with super minions in every lane before they even walk towards Baron.
Yeah, can't really look at it at all. And now they're in that position where they're playing on the back foot. How much do they scale? We did see Nisqy. It was hard for him to hold up against the dive from balls. And so maybe they'll take that into account and peel for him a little bit more. But we'll see. This is the Caitlyn putting down the traps. No fuzzy cuffs today.
Oh. Stopped it. Good Kevlar on the side of FlyQuest. That's a big free for them in Moon. Nature's Grasp just saying we need some breathing room to clear out what's happening in mid lane. They had to get Wild Turtle over there. One last shot, though, coming in. It's all a futile attempt here as FlyQuest tries to save the last of their base.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games where you go, man, Maokai looks really weak because they're just playing around.
Yeah, why did you want him so bad?
I know, right? Like, oh, he's obviously underpowered. But the Nature's Grasp, the ultimate, they're just playing around it really well. Also, he's 3 levels down. Like, Moon has been struggling pretty much the entire game. And he doesn't have really any armor, no Ninja Tabis. It's just the Chain Vest for him. So Apollo pretty much just shreds him.
The Cho'Gath definitely seeming to fit the position of play they have a bit more.
Nisqy.
The position, however, as the Fates call in, Nisqy goes down. FlyQuest looks to pull the trigger. Apollo the focus now. High tries to get back into a good spot, but he cleanses out. Gets the shot, a double kill in for Wild Turtle, and how do they keep going? Turtle's on the top left. Seraph is his next target, and High is able to now take down Seraph. What the hell indeed. FlyQuest just about back in it as they head for Baron.
There's no way they can get the Baron, Riv. And then they turn this around. They went and said, all right, priority targets, let's go. The Maokai, you know what I'm saying? Flash W, it's enough there. They get on top of Nisqy, they kill Nisqy, then the Hextech ultimatum comes through on Apollo, and he can't get out of that, you can't QSS that, and then they take him out afterwards. They got the damage dealers down, and then they're able to follow up, and this is gonna get Moon back into this game as well. It's still a large gold advantage, but that gave Moon 2 levels there. 1 off the fight, 1 off the Baron because of catch-up experience. And then this gives the entire team a bit of time to scale because Apollo is already 6 items. So he's not going to get any stronger than he was in this fight. Right here,
this happens
the
again.
Fates call comes through. That was the root. onto Niski because he walked up with the flash W, and then the Fate's Call after. Apollo then gets Hextech Ultimatum, gets knocked out. The Balls gets knocked out, so it ends, but Wild Turtle didn't care because the front line of Envy was peeling for their AD carry because he was their last threat available, so Wild Turtle gets to walk up because he's not one of the people providing CC, he's just providing damage, and they're not kind of trading divers at that point or trying to put threat on the Wild Turtle, they're trying to protect Apollo. All right, so 42 minutes, almost there.
The time bomb.
Yeah,
Camille, it's coming
lit,
online.
It is lit.
I told you, we lit the fuse a long time ago. The dynamite will soon explode, and it is going to be megatons of TNT at this point. It's going to be the all-out one fight straight down at this point. I'm sure FlyQuest is going to need a few minions because they're still going through 3 turrets in each lane, 4 if you count the Nexus turrets, 5 really, since you have to take both. So they have their work cut out for them, and it's almost a few fights away for FlyQuest, but Envy wants to make it one more.
Yeah, Envy want to fight as soon as possible because they want to be able to get these inhibitors down, get 3 inhibs, pouring minions in, but it allows FlyQuest time to scale. Like right now, you said it's a time bomb. It's a time bomb that's actually in FlyQuest's favor.
Right.
Because they'll get to the point where they can die pretty much every time. Here comes the Bramble.
Turtle trying to find the back of the fight.
They're gonna get 2 tanks.
What a perfect time. NALCS 1 joining us as FlyQuest continues to come back in this game. Backs against the wall the entire time as we are in game 3 here and grabbing up the other viewers from Stream 1.
So, to answer the question of, why I wanted Maokai so badly, even though he was behind,
why?
3 levels down, now only 2 levels down, Lyra's maxed out on levels, he's catching up. Even though he was behind, Maokai's still relevant. The ultimate, the Flash W. He's always useful.
The baby spruce earlier, and now he's a big sequoia. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, we're getting that redwood coming in.
All right, all right. Hopefully the team can drive through or under him on these initiations as they get into these fights. Still waiting for the Elder Drake. It's going to be big. 30 seconds. That has to be stopped by FlyQuest because it puts so much power in the hands of Envy.
Yeah, but lucky for them, FlyQuest, they have that Baron buff for 50 seconds more. They'll shove the waves out, and their bottom inhibitor is about to respawn, so they're actually very close to having all of their inhibitors back up, so they could contest it. And we'll check summoner spells real quick. Niski has flash, so that everybody pretty much has their summoner spells. It's only Moon who's really lacking that flash here that's super important. He's got 25 seconds on that. You want to have that flash up as Moon so you can flash onto Niski again. This is on Hakuo to Black Shield the right person. Make sure they don't get CC'd. Niski now has Banshee spell. High, making sure he doesn't get caught there. Blows the cleanse and the Valkyrie.
Slowly playing this one now, at least waiting for that Valkyrie to come back up. Great traps coming in from Apollo. Does Fly get caught here. Balls gets knocked back. Remember, it's all of this used for the GA. Nature's Grasp is going to lock down the team, but does that mean FlyQuest can get to the back line? Niski and Apollo are in a perfect spot as the locker of the Iron Solari keeps them healthy. They're trying to chip away at the tank wall, though. Can they find the back line? FlyQuest rerouting and trying to find a way back in, but they throw each other into the frying pan. Hakuo trying to lock him down. Balls is getting on to Apollo, but it just won't work. The mission in favor of Envy. Turtle getting one last shot. The ace locking him down. And it looks like Envy's headed for the Nexus.
Envy says, not today. No comeback for FlyQuest here. And Envy, you're going to walk this one in and take a 2-1 victory over FlyQuest.
Usually a little bit longer than they wanted, but always building better on that early game advantage to find the late game a little bit sooner. Envy coming up with another win and helping themselves oh so much as they look for a playoff spot at the end of the season. Envy take down FlyQuest 2-1.
And now they put a 4-match distance. Yeah, that's what you can do. You can laugh that one off.
Instant laughter.
They put a 4-match distance now, putting themselves at 8-6. FlyQuest at 4-10, being the 7th place team. But Envy still have that playoff spot almost locked in for themselves. But the rest of their schedule, it's not a pretty match, but the rest of their schedule, it doesn't get any easier. They play 4 teams that are in playoffs, or in those playoff positions right now.
Tough stuff in an ever-changing meta. We saw a heck of a lot of things throughout this, even in our first game of the day here on NALCS 2. But Envy able to come up with another strong win. Huge power coming out of that bot lane continuously, and Hakuo just on fire this game with the bindings left and right, setting up the team in multiple situations.
Yeah, Hakuo did a really good job of those early bindings. He helped out a ton on that level 1 and was able to help push the momentum of the game. But that last fight, that final fight, is one that I'm like, that looked like it was a situation where FlyQuest wanted to play it slowly and balls got caught.
Do you want to see it again?
I do want to see it again.
Okay, let's see the final fight one more time.
Yeah, Hai actually wants to back because his package is up here. So if he backs, he comes in with more fight power. Balls gets caught, but not over the wall. That's the big thing there, is he actually has to blow his flash very early on, and the rest of the team comes to reinforce. Hai doesn't get to use his Baron-empowered recall. They try to guard the Guardian Angel, and there, the Crescendo doesn't hit Apollo or Niski.
Yeah.
Moon flashes in after his W and his R are used, or flashes out afterwards. So he tried to advance, but he's not onto Apollo. He's not onto Niski. They both get protected. And the power of FlyQuest's comp was that they were able to dive onto Apollo or Niski and put a ton of threat on them. And that didn't get to happen in this last fight. And that actually may have been a FlyQuest victory if they had played it slower and Balls wasn't able to get caught there.
There were a few of the times when they were allowing Envy to get in the base, and they said, "Oh, we'll catch you as you're straggling out." Those few Caboose members.
Yeah.
And then they try to take a fight in the jungle.
And that's one of those fights where you're not prepared for it, right? You're like, I'm gonna get my package, and then Balls somehow gets caught, and you're not really watching that so much, but you're immediately they're saying, "We have to fight. I'm caught.
Right.
I'm caught. I'm caught. I need help." Right? And then you have to reinforce that person, because you're not using your abilities optimally. You're using the ultimate from Maokai to try and peel. You're not using it on the right members. You're not flash Wing forward because there's no Camille to help you with the dive because she's in the GA. So it's a completely scattered fight where I do feel like FlyQuest, that was a situation where Envy definitely pulled the trigger at the right time because they caught them with their pants down at one of the only moments that they could have there at the end game.
Said the fuse was lit, man. Finally got to the end there.
Blew up finally.
Blew up
You're
in
not a
favor
liar.
of Envy.
You're not a liar.
So for a first-hand account on that series, let's hear from D-Gun and Envy's mid laner.
Thank you very much, Riv and Zyrene. I am joined by Niski. Now, Niski, that was a pretty hard-fought series here, but how did you guys bounce back from the loss from Team Liquid in this match against FlyQuest?
Okay, so everyone knows that our goal is to make playoffs, but when we lost against Team Liquid, we were, how can I say, disappointed, I guess, because we wanted to do 2 a week, so we were like kind of secured for playoffs. And then, I mean, we won playoffs, so I don't think we, how to say, like when we lost against Team Liquid, we didn't really like talk about it a lot because we wanted to win 1 game at least, and yeah, that's it.
So you guys were able to move on. Now, in your first interview here with Freak, you said that you coming over with a roster full of different languages, you said it didn't matter too much as long as you guys were able to build rapport and communicate with each other other ways. Do you feel like you've been able to do that so far?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, for example, with Lyra, it was like really hard to communicate. I mean, it's still hard right now, but it's getting better and better. And I think we did a pretty good job right now. I mean, last split, we were in relegations. I mean, I wasn't here, but yeah, Envy was in relegations, and now we're just aiming for playoffs. So yeah, I think we're improving.
So looking towards playoffs, what are some of the big things that you, Niski, want to work on to make sure that you guys find success?
Okay, so I think my mid game is like not the best one right now. I make a lot of mistakes, and I think that's it. And I mean, in macro wise, I'm not perfect right now since I didn't play competitive a lot. And yeah, I think if my mid game is better and if I can match with the team better, and then I think we can make playoffs easily.
Easy, very easy. And you made this last game look a little bit harder, but you were able to bring it home. Thank you very much, Niski, for the interview. For more on this series, let's send it over to Dash and Mark.
Exactly. Thank you very much, D-God. A great win out of Envy. They're going to feel lucky to come away of the weekend 1-1 because, again, as we recall, they lost 2-1 to Team Liquid up here against FlyQuest. 2 teams well below them in the standings, so they were expected victories, and this one did not come easily, but they did manage to bank the W.
Right, like you heard Niski say there, he was not happy at all about the loss to Team Liquid, and the team decided to not tunnel on, just we have to win the next game, let's focus on this, let's let's not worry as much.
Right.
And it didn't look that much better today, honestly. It was still very, very close. Like, this game, for how much of a lead they built, should never have been coming down to some late game team fights.
Right, again, that's kind of that old Envy creeping back in. Build a lead, but then not entirely sure how to close it in a clean fashion. They do get the W, as was mentioned, with that crucial final team fight. Let's track all the way back, though, because as we saw in the Immortal CLG series in Game 3, Caitlyn left up by the red side team, picked up by the blue side team, this time successful, as CLG was not successful with it in the other series.
Right, people hadn't played it in a little while. We saw Zach get through one time. People realized, okay, Zach's definitely still crazy. Caitlyn, this time around, I would say still obviously very lane dominant. You saw the fact that Apollo and Hakuho with that Morgana pick, which should have been countered in some sense by the Sona that Lemon took later, it still didn't end up mattering. Caitlyn continued to push in lane, was harassing under turret, and took the turret on her own, basically, 12 minutes into the game.
Exactly, so very much still a prevalent champion. If we wanted to check the power level is checked. She's still very powerful. Outside of all that, though, we got Nisqy back on a signature champion in Syndra up against high signature champion in Corki, but Nisqy did a lot of work, picked up a lot of early kills to give them that control of the early and mid game, because Syndra's most powerful moments are that period of game.
Right, and I think you can kind of see that he's been playing a fair amount of Taliyah recently, and it's not like he's mechanically bad with the champion. It's just that Team Envy does not seem to play around it that well, especially compared to like when they had Pyrion, and for the most part they would use it to grab turrets and objectives and all that. Nisqy is much more of a carry-oriented player, and you saw this game on the Syndra able to find a lot of early game plays. Similarly, when he was playing Cassiopeia and things like that, was able to match up very well versus some other good laners.
I want to dive into our only replay. It comes 20 minutes into the game. This one in favor of Envy, and ace essentially here at 20 minutes.
And this is what we were saying, where this is like not a super clean series overall. Seraph's holding a turret as it goes down, tries to kick this one off, and Hai is just in the area. And the thing is, this should be a great fight for the side of FlyQuest, but they just misplay. You see Balls miss both his E and his W there. Seraph's able to kite out with some help from Lyra. They eventually find the kill onto Balls.
On the Corki, a lot of skill shots not hitting.
Right, and it buys time for Nisqy to finally get down. Meanwhile, on the top side, FlyQuest is getting opened up on as they get hit by some of Hakuho's bindings. And
missed skill shot right here.
Yep, missed skill shot by Lemon Nation, missing out on Apollo. Moon coming in a little bit late, is able to find some roots on people, but eventually this fight goes on for so long, it takes them forever to kill Apollo. That
look at your mini-map.
Yeah.
Gragas and Syndra have only made it halfway across the map. Remember, they were just in the bot lane responding to the 2v2 that had started down there. They will make their way all the way across the map to pick up these final 2 kills.
Right, and it ends up being a cross-map ace that somehow Nisqy is involved in both halves of, but it just shows that this game was not super clean, was not well played, and even despite this huge lead that they're getting right now, they're about to get this ace. Eventually, they find a Baron, and then they take everything down to the inhibitors, and that's when they start throwing. You see 39-ish minutes into the game is when those big mistakes started coming in, and that's after this game should be over. 16K goal lead? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you see, I don't want to. We say the game wasn't entirely well played because of the scrappiness. I don't want to discredit the teams for playing into the scrappiness, because once again, like, that's kind of what FlyQuest was looking for.
Sure.
And Envy was responding properly to that with the collapses and ultimately winning those skirmishes. But that's the point where I start to say, okay, this game wasn't played incredibly well, because you built yourself a 16.6K lead, and how are you throwing that?
Right, and then like you said, similarly, this was off of FlyQuest pressure. They tried to dive the bot lane as they took the turret, flub that one, try and dive the top side, flub that one, and you know, Envy obviously plays those situations better, but once again, it's coming at the mistakes of FlyQuest.
Yeah, very much so. Player of the game going to go to Hakuho on that Morgana for lots of crucial binds, highest kill participation, so just being in the right place at the right time in a very skirmish heavy game.
Right, well, excellent support player. We've been talking a lot about Ole just previously in the other stream, and being one of the most aggressive support players and one of the best. I think Hakuho kind of plays a different role where he's a lot more controlled and it's a lot more setup plays that is not quite, I'm going to go get these kills, but this is the right thing to be doing, and he plays the game very cerebrally.
A top-tier support in NA in his own right. Now, as we close out our weekend, let's go ahead and take a look at who stood out individually throughout our week of play. Alltech and Darshan stepped up for their teams by picking up 3 player of the games this weekend. Golden Blue and Cody Sun grabbed 2 each. Plus, Matt and Lemonation each picked up their first POG of the split. If we go ahead and look at the split-wide standings, Bjergsen is still at the lead with 8 awards. Frog and Lear, Sneaky just 1 accolade behind him. Only 2 weeks left to go, so these for these players at the top of the table, right? They've really got to make their bid here in these coming weeks with maybe some stellar individual play. Of course, they should be more concerned with picking up the wins for the team.
Right. I'm sure if you're asking these players, would you rather have your team finish highly in playoffs, or would you rather get the most player of the games? I think most people are going to go option 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But if we turn to the team-wide standings, Immortals is now going to be crowned as our sole owner of first place at the end of Week 7. We'll see how long that will last, though, as TSM and CLG are just a match behind them in second, while Cloud9, Team Envy, and Team Dignitas all end the day tied for 4th. So as we get rid of our 3-way tie for 1st, we develop a 3-way tie for 4th. We'll be back again next week for more LCS action, though. It starts on Friday with Zig and Phoenix 1 versus Keith and Echo Fox, followed by Team Liquid looking to take down Immortals. Now, you join the conversation on Twitter to call out the biggest plays of the weekend, and here are a few we thought deserved a second look, brought to you by Acer. First up, Nian loves a good 2v1 outplay, saying Darshan with the incredible surprise first blood. Don't dive Fiora. Let's take a look.
Darshan could be in a spot of Bother. Flame gonna stun him already. Now I think Darshan knows too late. Pobelta here can riposte, but the taunt's gonna be their first blood on the rise. No! Oh. Darshan able to take down Flame for first blood.
Darshan, I can look to go top sin.
Yeah, same. Gallery's top, I'm running top.
Gallery's top, fuck.
I'm gonna be here.
Darshan got him. Nice.
Oh, nice. You're fucking nuts.
That's the type of outplay you want to see.
Afram was just watching the top lane 2v1.
Yeah, he called it even before happening. He's like, you got him. That's easy.
That's
free
brilliant.
kill. Yeah.
Hello, we talked about the Fiora as that late game insurance policy against the multi-tank comp that Immortals had put together, and then he goes ahead and gets first blood. It's like, I'm not a late game insurance policy anymore. I'm an early game insurance policy.
Right. I mean, you're a little concerned about the roams coming up topside, maybe shut you down. It's like, no. I'm off the ground.
Not
I'm ready
anymore.
to go.
Here we go. Now, up next, we've got Lorlo, who hit the perfect Poppy ultimate in a tense Baron standoff versus Phoenix 1. Take a look at this one.
Golden Glue can't get a look in. There's actually no vision right now. Golden Glue's trying to get his way in. Zig looks for the ultimate. Gonna try and lock down Golden Glue. Peeling a little low here, but Golden Glue, he's gonna shove them back through. Golden Glue still taking down, but he's kiting out as best he can.
Lorlo gets in and knocks Pyrion out of the fight. Pyrion actually flashed into that, gets knocked out.
Kog'Maw. One Kog. Kog flashed. Nice. Really good job, guys.
That's one of those ones where there's like, if you watch that play, there's so many individual outplays happening where Golden Glue also had a seismic shove on a body slamming Gragas to push him away from getting the chain CC off the Maokai, as well as obviously that Lorlo ultimate out on the Jace. So overall, that's just one of those beautiful fights to rewatch a couple times.
Right, but you saw how low Golden Glue was from a health perspective, and if that Jace doesn't get knocked out, perhaps Golden Glue goes down.
Oh, yeah.
He was putting in a lot of DPS from the side there, so fantastic heads-up play from Lorlo. Finally, we heard from young League fan Liquid Dominate, who has a real challenge for our stats team concerning Bjergsen's milestone today, saying every time a player hits 1K kills, I wonder how many of them they got on me. Do you have a guess?
I mean, so we were doing a little bit of math, and it was basically, you know, if you have 1,000 kills, Bjergsen's been playing for 4 seasons. That means he's getting around 250 a season. That's like 125 a split. There's 50 players. You start doing some math, ends up around like 4 on you a split. You played 4 splits with him, so, you know, maybe
so 16.
Something like 16, 15.
You're pretty much nothing.
This is completely random. This isn't good math.
And Mark is apparently a mathematician.
No,
it's not like it's helping us really in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, that's going to go ahead and do it for us for today. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. And stay tuned for NALCS Tonight, where Azael, myself, and Zyrene will answer the questions that you sent to us on Twitter after the show. Otherwise, we'll see you next week for more North American LCS. Good night.
So there's a lot of pressure on this team, especially Mike Young, who now there's even more pressure on the rookie to perform up against C9.
And we'll see if he can match up against Contracts, our spring rookie of the split. Zig's like, oh, where did this guy come from? Contracts,
the W.
This going on. This will be first blood. Contracts, can they grab it?
Mike Young has so much hype right now, so I just gotta kill the hype.
The red buff now going to trespass into Mike Young. Mike Young might get assassinated here. Looks at Contract. Massive play. No in onto arrows. Cloud9 pick it up again. Sneaky firing away. There's the shot down to the clock. And the unofficial pentakill goes over to Sneaky. Cloud9 get the ace, grab the Nexus, and win the series.
The cavalry has arrived. And a double kill for Altec as Double Lift is now grounded out and shut down. Finscarin cannot escape, and Bjergsen will be the last man to fall as Dignitas 2-0 TSM.
Somebody once told me that the world was going to roll me, but now I'm joined by the sharpest tool in the shed. I got Mark Zimmerman.
Wild cards find their target, one after the other. We said it was going to be one big ending game fight. FlyQuest makes it 2. Lemon gets drunk under the table. Ole actually coming up with another double kill on this 6-2-4 Bard. The Immortals turn this one back around.
He do his work, no flash. And he do his work, no flash. Get him. Nice.
Get the turret. Nice combo, Jake. I think Dashan knows too late. Probability here can riposte, but the taunt's going to be their first blood. On the rush, no! Dashan able to take down Flame for first blood.
Go. One second. I'm looking at Renekton. I'm going in on these guys.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Console. Nice!
Again for their carries. IMT, this may be too strong as Flame with an amazing flank, and Immortals will take control of first.
The games start coming, and they don't stop coming.
Now don't feed to the rules and hit ground running.
TSM secures the objective. Bjergsen getting one of these kills. Bjergsen getting a second kill. 1,000 kills for Bjergsen. And they don't stop coming.
We should dive. Okay. Corky. I'm on to Kevin. I'm W here.
I'm Cocoon.
In TSM, take down Echo Fox 2-1.
Go Lee Sin, no flash. Fight slow.
As slow as possible.
Slow as possible. The most slow possible way, okay?
Flash on arrow, they could dive this.
Oh, he's dead. Molu's gonna Simon Perion dies as well. That's just a massacre in the mid lane. And Team Liquid sweep the weekend.
GG too easy.
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
Dignitas pulls back. The death sentence won't find Jensen, who grabs the rampage onto Adrian. Flashing forward, Chewie once more. Jensen trying to take this fight even further, grabs the double kill onto Keen, looking to make a triple into Shrimp. Now the triple comes through, and 4 die on Dignitas.
Hello and welcome to another edition of NALCS Tonight. I'm Dash here with Irene and Azael to break down the events of Week 7 here in the North American LCS. Right off the top, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings as we came into the week with a 3-way tie for first. Immortals is now up in top in the lead, 1 match win ahead of both TSM and CounterLogic Gaming, but coincidentally, we end up with a 3-way tie for fourth at the end of the weekend.
And then a 3-way tie for 7th. And they're 4 matches apart with 4 matches left to play, so we're pretty close to locking in all of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to see where we have come to. I mean, Dignitas taking down TSM, Immortals then have a chance to take sole possession of first place against CLG. So those teams had their fate in their hands, and Immortals, despite people still kind of doubting them, do keep rising to the top, and they keep getting back to the top of the standings.
Yeah, and to round out the bottom of the standings, we have Phoenix One, a team, again, that coming back from Rift Rivals, we expected to be the one to shoot up the ladder, and instead they go the opposite direction.
They can't make playoffs anymore either. They have 3 match wins, 4 left to play, and they're 5 away from that 7th place tie. Or
right, so for them, now it's about conserving those championship points that they earned in the spring split. That is still entirely possible, but they got to find their way up to 8th place.
And I mean, even if they make 8th place, it's about improving, right? Like the way that they're playing, great. You get into the gauntlet, you lose in the first round.
Hey,
Who
that's
cares,
a really good
right?
point.
Like you have to be able to perform at a higher level, even if they squeeze into the gauntlet, keeping their championship points. You need to be better than that because you still need to be the 3rd best team in the league to actually go.
Yeah, Cloud9's done it though.
I was gonna say we saw what it took to get Cloud9 to Worlds.
Those were some serious improvements, though.
Exactly, and that's kind of the point, right? We need to see that elevation of play within just such a short period of time. Breaking down a few of the key matchups from this weekend, though. CLG versus Immortal. That battle for first place went the way of Immortals in a 2-1 series.
And I mean, it's very impressive for me to watch how well I think Smithy is playing in some of these games and really the whole Immortals team. And it's because it's kind of hard to pinpoint, I think, an individual player who hasn't been carrying most of the games or anything like that. It just feels that they perform very well as a squad. And, myself, like a lot of people, myself included, had TSM pinpointed as the best team in the league coming into this. And people are like, well, maybe CLG could do it. Most people do not see Immortals as the best team in the league, but they're still #1. They've been at the top of standings, like all split long. Maybe we're just underestimating.
Exactly, and that's kind of the question I want to pose. What does it take for us to consider Immortals the #1 team? Because they've been there the whole time.
My answer is the same as it has been all year, and that's they have to win. They have to actually win the championship because this team, we've seen teams actually come in and be hot and then fall off in playoffs, and we've seen Immortals. Like Immortals, it's a different roster, right? but they turned into what 17-1 or whatever
they set,
it was.
They set a record, yes,
twice in a row, right? And both times they get knocked out in the semifinals. So until you show me that you can go all the way, I'm still going to give the benefit of the doubt to teams with a history. But I am starting to doubt that like myself on that, right? Because they're doing better and better.
However, to play the devil's advocate or at least make the case once again against Immortals, it would be at the beginning of the weekend looking at those top 3 teams. TSM, while matching in that overall match record, had a far superior game record. So dropping less games just overall throughout the split from TSM, and that's I think why a lot of people were kind of leaning towards them. On top of the fact that a lot of their losses came early on in the split.
Yeah, and I also feel like Immortals don't have the star power that the other top teams do, because CounterLogic Gaming as a brand is very, the mainstay, right, of the NALCS. They have Aphromoo who people can get behind. There's a lot of fans of this team, and they're like, oh, Dardoch can maybe have carries from the jungle. Then you look at TSM, everybody kind of points at Bjergsen as the star power, and then you go to Immortals, and they're all talking about their teamwork. Pobelter's been around for a long time. He's won a championship. So is Xmithie, but these guys were never like the stars. Everybody's like, oh, they're kind of the mid laner or jungler that their team needs at that moment, but they were never the one that really got all the resources. And I think that's what's making Immortals also good, is they can have everybody carry like you had said previously.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe the one guy I think who's the exception is maybe Olay, who I think a lot of people are starting to point at as probably the best support in the league. But
I have so much
for the other roles, like people are not saying, oh, best mid, best jungle, best top. No one is saying that about any of these guys. They're saying, yeah, they're good.
All right, let's talk about a team then who has individual players that find themselves up on the top of the list a lot of times, particularly in Jensen in the mid lane. But again, C9, individually, we index those players very high for where they sit currently in the standings, but they had a series against Dignitas this week, one of the teams they're tied at 4th place with. 2-1 victory for them.
Yeah. I feel like what happened earlier for the C9 was that they didn't have quite a good read on the 7
7-14 meta. Even Smoothie got talked to afterwards. He's like, yeah, I played Taric Saturday night and played it after it kind of won, and so I could brush up on it. So I felt like they had a misread, and then when they came into this series, they definitely had a better read on the meta, and they had an idea of how to play these fights out and what to trade in Champions League 2. Because this game 2, where they got Zach, and it was kind of one where Zach's still good, guys. Zach still deserves a big head.
That was that test game, right? We haven't seen Zach out on the Rift in a while. Maybe people have forgotten how to play it. Let's go ahead and leave it up. Ban the Maokai instead. Another very powerful pick.
But then I was like, why don't you trade?
Oh my, yeah, that's a good point. Right, you leave them both up. You say you want to take the Zach, we'll take the Maokai. We'll take Maokai Kalista or something like that.
To me, the meta's in a weird place though, because I actually think a lot of teams are under prioritizing then even Cho'Gath, because I think there's a lot of times where you can actually just take Cho'Gath and Maokai and flex whichever you want to jungle and top based on the matchup, and then you have this insane front line. Yes, you need to draft heavier DPS for the rest of the draft, but like that's such a powerful first rounds, and teams are skipping that. So I think understanding the meta is a big point. But one of the reasons to me that C9 succeeded this week, and yes, they have been praised for having individual great players, like Smoothie and Jensen, I think in particular get a lot of credit. To me, their top lane has been extremely lacking throughout this split, and that's why they had been doing poorly. When you look at how consistent they were in the past splits and over the past year, yes, it's not all their fault. Yes, that's not the only reason. But when you compare levels of performance from last split to this split, that went down very heavily. This weekend, however, Impact back on tanks. Some of the tanks are able to be played in the top lane now. And they look so much better, and that's, I think, a big reason why they are winning.
Right, they won this Dignitas series. They also had the 2-0 on Friday with Impact on Maokai, both games. And again, you put him on that champion. You give him permission to choose the team fights and initiate, and everything goes a lot smoother for this Cloud9 squad.
Yeah, I agree. When he's in charge of the initiation, and that's kind of like where the meta is going right now, is having Righteous Glory and having Maokais and Cho'Gaths and all these guys in the game is very helpful for him. Even Shen, like some people are still playing that like Seraph. Feel like Impact also has that up his champion pool.
Now, a team that did have a shaky week would be TSM. They came away with one victory, but it was over Echo Fox in a 2-1 series. They also lost to Dignitas 0-2.
And this one, honestly, was not even that convincing against Echo Fox, right? Like, it is a 2-1. We just saw CLG absolutely trash Echo Fox. Last week, they got absolutely trashed by Envy. This is a team that has been getting slammed. You come to the series, you're saying, okay, TSM, you're the best team in the league. Let's see it, right? And they throw away game 2 with not being able to perform a Kalista, Ren plus Smite combo. Draven steals the Baron. They make some poor dives. That gives away one game. To their credit, the other 2 games did look much better, but it was not the level of dominance you're expecting over Echo Fox.
Yeah, and when Doublelift talked about it, where it's like the patch is reset for everybody in 7-14, I feel like they came in and they also misread the meta when they played against Dignitas. Their Maokai priority was low. They had the opportunity to first pick it. They first picked Thresh. Game 2, Maokai doesn't get banned and it gets first picked by Dignitas, and then they play Sejuani into it. I have a lot of experience in that matchup. Sejuani is actually kind of hard countered by Maokai because of the fact that Maokai's passive now, every time he's hit by an enemy spell, goes down by 4 seconds. Sejuani W counts as 2. Because you hit first and then you hit again. So you're actually taking 8 seconds off of Maokai's passive just from that ability. So you can't win skirmishes very early on with the Maokai that's involved in it.
There you go, some Maokai mechanics. If you're ever against the Sejuani,
Maokai mechanics.
Feel free to take that fight all day.
Yeah, and you do a lot of base damage as well. I just feel like Maokai priority should be high also because you talk about flex pick. Because normally it's like, you pick Maokai first. Let's just pick Gnar into it. But now you don't know if it's jungle or top because of the flexibility there, so it can't get countered early in the draft.
You're not even taking a hit by putting it in either role. Yes. Like, it's actually Premier in both roles.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a downgrade when it gets flexed to the
it's not
jungle.
like, well, this is quirky, but you could flex it bot though. But like, yeah, you could, but it's not that great, right? But this is something where it's like, it's actually equally amazing in both roles. And so to me, when Maokai is up and I don't see a team first pick it, like, I'm like, physical pain is like what I'm getting.
Did you watch the series I was doing?
I watched a few series. And also, Cho'Gath being completely skipped, Maokai not always being shown the priority. I think a lot of teams have some catch-up work to do to understand, I think, the point in the game that we are at.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing, Mark and I had spent this entire weekend looking at Champ Select so closely, trying to figure out if the teams had latched onto anything specific. And then speaking to Mike Young, it's very clear that they themselves are not decided on what necessarily is the strongest way to play the game right now. Hopefully within the next week we'll get a little bit more clarity on that. We talk about a lot of teams struggling in TSM and the like. Let's talk about a team that's on the rise, and kind of unexpectedly so. Team Liquid got a 2-0 week this week, essentially doubling their match wins over Envy and Phoenix 1. Not the toughest of opponents, but they were good victories.
Exactly, and they're needed victories as well to start getting them to climb up the standings here, get into those non-relegation spots. But you mess with the Glued, you get the crew. Everybody was showing up. And Golden Glue had a really good week.
Twitch chat's joining the show today, but
yeah, I feel like his power exponentially goes up for the number of vault points.
At the top of the segment, my apologies.
The sixth man.
Face. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Golden Glue had a great week. I also think the whole team played better, and yes, they are playing lower level competition, but it did not seem like such a struggle for them. They actually looked a step above at least these lower tier teams, you know, at least above P1 and stuff, and these are the teams that they have to be able to beat if they want to try to get out of relegation. And to be fair to Envy, Envy actually is a bit higher up in the standings, and Matt, I think, had a great week. I think he was actually so good on the Thresh, and as a playmaker, it's been a long time since I remember, like, thinking, damn, like Matt just carried some games.
Yeah, it was Matt life all over again.
Right, he got multiple Thresh pickups. I don't know if he'll be getting that champion a whole lot more throughout the rest of the split, but the one thing that I noticed, as much as you can notice it from seeing, you know, champions on a screen as opposed to the players, was a change in the confidence of the team, right? In terms of the willingness to make plays aggressively, even if they weren't in the lead in some of their games, which is something that I feel has been lacking. We constantly use that phrase, you know, playing not to lose when we reference Team Liquid. I don't feel like they really ever, you know, slipped into that mindset this week. They were playing to win, that's for sure.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't really seen from Matt in a while. I know his confidence got shaken a bit, and playing alongside Piglet, there's been some things where he said, like, you know, he doesn't get as much praise or like reinforcement as he would need, but it seemed like he came out with a fresh mindset and was able to have the confidence to make those plays. And Rainover on top of it too, who this is their first 2-0 weekend in over a year. It was week 5 of, I believe, summer 2016 is the last time Team Liquid had a 2-0. So they hadn't had one with Rainover at all. Tank Meta comes back. He's able to play those junglers, and now he feels more comfortable as well in the jungle in that setting.
And he actually was interviewed about that and talked about how he felt so much more confident playing, and ironically, he was actually playing like Elise in most of those games.
Yeah, it was like Gragas and then Elise.
But still, I mean, he's feeling comfortable in the meta, and it's something that he understands well, and that's something that we had talked about a lot. People still praise Rainover even through his slump about how smart of a jungler he is, how intelligent his pathing is. You know, a lot of the pro junglers still look up to him in that regard, so we'll see if he can actually keep this up, because that's always the question for these bottom tier teams. Sometimes they show this glimpse of hope, and you're like, maybe they finally figured it out.
And then, and then it gets snuffed out the following weekend. So we'll see if they can pick up any more wins in the remainder of the split. Moving on to the OP5, I'm going to run through them real quick, and we'll cherry pick a few to talk about. Impact in the top lane, Contracts in the jungle, Pobelter in the mid lane, Altec, and Matt holding down the bot lane slots. Which of these guys for you is maybe a major standout or someone that you want to talk about?
For me, it would be Altec. I feel like Altec won pretty much every single lane that he was up against, winning against, I believe, Doublelift and Biofrost. And then also, even in their losses, he still performed incredibly well. And he was the new addition alongside Adrian as a duo that really changed Dignitas' season near the end there, because they were not looking like they were going to be in that playoff contention, that they were going to be a part of that, you know, 4-win, 5-win group at the bottom, but now they're up there at 8 match wins, and now they're in contention for second place at this point, because that is at 9 match wins right now, so they're just one behind.
Now, both of the Cloud9 members, you know, top and jungler are up there on that list. It's kind of funny to say, but I feel like Impact being there is where I've expected Impact to be all split. You kind of mentioned the underperforming top laners, like what he did to deserve this OP5 selection is what I would expect him to kind of do every week, whereas Contracts, the only player in the North American LCS to bring out Kayn this week, found 2 great wins with it on Friday, didn't find the win with it today when he played it on red side, but seems to be the only jungler so far willing or practiced enough to bring it out on stage.
And I mean, he made it look very good, and I think especially in combination with the Maokai, they showed some very intelligent stuff. They showed some kind of super leashes with this Maokai to get the Kayn level 3 crazy fast. I mean, he's top lane at like 230 with level 3 ganking already, and these are things that people are not prepared for. I remember, you know, the gank they pulled off with Impact on Maokai. It was against Zig, I believe, on maybe it was a Cho'Gath or something like that. And you know, these sorts of ganks I think are really smart, and I love seeing players actually think through and plan out these plays. And yes, maybe you can't win every single game off a play like that, but put in the time on a new patch, figure something out, get yourself these wins, which could earn you, you know, a playoff spot or a bye in the coming weeks. And I love that adaptation.
Yeah, I love that he was playing the Kayn so aggressively as well, because my impression of the champion was that it didn't have a lot of utility, so it wasn't very useful later in the game. But then I looked up his base stats. He actually has very high base stats, like the 4th highest armor in the game at the start, higher HP than Sejuani at the beginning of the game. So he has a lot of stats just early on, and his growth isn't as good. So you have to use him early and push your advantage and take over a quadrant of the jungle. And his cooldowns on his mobility spells of both his Q and his E are really low early, so you constantly need to go in, have the confidence, but also have some winning lanes too. So I feel like they drafted around it pretty well.
But that makes it scary, right? This idea that his growth stats aren't quite there. So if you don't get off the ground, it can really come back to bite you. So it does require that practice and execution. We're moving on to our social media question, which was just, hey, you out there, ask us some questions. We're going to go lightning round here, so you guys better be ready.
Oh, let's go.
Goldie asks, if Worlds happen next week, which NA teams would you send and why? So you get to choose. Right? Standings, no implications here.
TSM,
Who do you think would
CLG,
represent us?
and Immortals. I mean, I think the three at the top are the three best teams. They have been the most consistent. They have showed the highest highs, I think, for the most part. And I think that's the squads you want going.
Yeah, I would send TSM, CLG, and Phoenix 1 because we got to beat
Because
Europe.
Phoenix won, they play well against everyone but NA teams.
We got to beat Europe with our 10th place team again for the meme power.
I love it.
Only like 2 teams make the finals, so you got to have that 3rd team in there for the meme power.
Fabulous. All right, next up, Andrew Davenport says, what is one champ you'd love to see in the NALCS and who should play it?
Malzahar, everybody. It's so overpowered. Why are you not playing this, pros? Come on. It's like, it's one of those things that I don't understand when there's a pick that's so good, it's been big in the meta before, and people still aren't playing it. And I find it very surprising, especially in the tank meta. I think Malzahar is very good against tanks. I think he can shred tanks. You can push lanes. He's so ridiculously safe. It's just one of those picks that, like, I don't think it's particularly entertaining.
Right.
I just think it's good, and I don't understand why people play it.
It's not like Teemo's good again all of a sudden, and no one's practiced on it, so it would take a ton of work. This was a champion that wasn't, that wasn't the meta not so long ago.
It's so easy.
And also is not
You don't
hard
have to be a Riven 1 trick. You press E, and then you press R, and
I
maybe
can
you press...
play Malzahar, you can play Malzahar. That's about how that goes. Who would you pick?
I'm not under the same impression as, Isaac is about Malzahar. I'm actually pretty damn content right now. Like, I was like,
That's not the question, Irene.
Because, like, I was like, Sejuani, she's getting played. Oh, I like Camille, too. Oh, she's getting played.
Okay.
Right? Maokai, he's getting played.
Who would be fun to watch?
Like, that's the thing is, like, I feel like all the champions that I really consider really fun.
This is
like,
such a top level,
No, seriously, like, Poppy,
Right.
it just got played top. Like,
Right.
the meta's so diverse that I'm, like, struggling for things.
could not be happy.
Zed, Talon. We saw Talon banned. Talon hasn't gotten played here in NA, got played in EU.
Yes, it did. So I'm kind of like all over the place. Because I don't really enjoy watching Talon either, personally, because I feel like he has to snowball, so it's not really.
Would you like to see Brand?
You would not be excited to see, like,
I want to see Shadow Assassin Kane. That's what I want to see. I want to see Kane, Shadow Assassin, because I want to see somebody use the burst on him.
All right, there you go. That's half an answer.
Yeah.
I'll give you half credit. If this were lane by lane,
I'm just
though,
really
Azale would be
satisfied, though.
way out.
That's
in front,
okay,
just so you're aware.
But I mean, that's standard.
why it's
100% winning by lane.
that's standard, though,
That's
anyway,
true,
right?
that's
To
true.
be
Yeah, we're
expected.
used to it.
All right, finally, Kazu asks, if every region has a lane or position as an export, what would NA's be?
Jungle.
That was my inclination. I was going to see if you guys went anywhere
No,
else.
I don't think there is anywhere else to go.
I mean, it depends. We do have some good mid laners. The problem is we imported them all.
It's 80 carry as well. You have Apollo, you have Cody Sun, you have Double Lift, right? Our 80 carries are actually quite good. And you keep going, right? Down the list, you have people who are like, let me keep thinking here for a second, buy some time really quickly. You have Altec.
Yeah,
boom, that's the other one.
Altec has been playing real
There's
hot.
some solid 80 carries and stuff for sure, but I mean, when people like are talking about NA as a region, NA talent,
especially as growth, right?
It's
Talent
similar.
growth.
Like we look at like all relatively young people who have been very hyped at least at one time or another. Acadian, Dardoch, Contracts, Mike Young, like just even those four, like that is a big pool of NA jungle talent that people are very excited about and excited for the future of a lot of these guys. So to me, like that is really where our region has shined. And even when we look at Rift Rivals, they credit so much of the early game jungling, the early game pressure these guys are putting on, and I think that's really where we have shined over the last while.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because like 80 carry though, I'm actually changing my answer to that because like you add Stixxay, you add Sneaky, you keep going, right? And when we went back to MSI when CLG was there, everybody was impressed by Stixxay, right? They were saying this is actually probably the best performer here.
Eventually, we're going to stop going back to 2015 MSI, but
that's when we do well again. That's when we'll stop.
I'm with you. I got you. Though 80 carries, junglers. I agree. Those are the top two positions in North America. That is going to do it for us here in Week 7 of the North American LCS. So as we sign off, we'll leave you with a new track off of the Pentakill 2 album. If you want to check it out, go to pentakill.lolesports.com for more info. For now, though, we'll say goodnight and we'll see you next week.